Hi guys, appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. So do retweet, reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. We're live on YouTube as well. So if the YouTube guys can let me know if it's working. I seem so actually they're all saying they love the song. They're always complaining about the start of music. That's how you know it's working. So guys, do retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know. Let everybody know that we are live. Anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet their quote tweet. I'll give you an update on the news. A lot of news came out. People were saying spark up early, spark up early. I was like, oh, I'm in bed. I don't know if I can make it to the office. I forced myself to the office. We have started the space. So yeah, do retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Actually, let me just quickly sort this bit out. I am going to retweet all your core tweets and then I will go through the news. I'll go through what we missed, what we need to go through, all of those things. So do retweet, reshare the space. I am, actually, let me get up on here. I'll give you the news, so if you can retweet the space, that would be awesome. Lots to go through and lots to speak about. So there's a lot of news came out today. But Trump declared the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Iran. He basically declared it the Strait of Iran. Okay. So the first thing is we've seen the Wing of Zion plane is now making its way back to Israel from Berlin. Now, the IDF, so the following. So the IDF holds and will continue to hold all its areas it has cleared and captured. The ground maneuver into Lebanon and the strikes against Hezbollah throughout the Lebanon have achieved many accomplishments, but they are not complete yet. So they're gagging at the situation or hope that they can essentially restart the war in Lebanon, which is going to be interesting because we know that Iran forced a ceasefire in Lebanon. We know Iran caused the ceasefire to happen in Lebanon. And to the point where even Trump had to tweet and say Israel is not allowed to bomb Lebanon. Such was the power of Iran, such was the winning, so much winning by Iran that they had to yield to the demands of Iran and we'll come to open the Strait in a second, but had to make sure that there's a ceasefire in Lebanon. And for the first day in a very long time, they have not bombed Lebanon. So that is one element of it. Now today, and this is the thing with Trump's tweets, you can never trust anything he says because it's so devoid of reality that it's not like there's no evidence or credibility. For so long he kept on saying we're in control of the Strait, and then today he admits the Strait of Hormuz is now called the Strait of Iran. Complete control of the Strait by Iran. And he's obviously told the Israelis they don't need to, that he's told the Israelis that they can't bomb. But the Israelis are still gagging at the bit to try and bomb and attack Lebanon. Obviously Iran as well, but mainly we're talking about Lebanon here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with this situation in the sense of they want to continue this war. They don't want peace to occur. Trump needs to keep them on a leash. Trump is claiming in a tweet that he's claiming, guess what? Lebanon's not going to be included in the negotiations. But he has to say that because if he doesn't say that, this is the end of the Lebanese government. Because what good as a government if it can't protect its people. It doesn't have sovereignty, and it can be protected by Iran. And the current Lebanese government and the Lebanese army can't do nothing to protect them. So that's why he has to say that. But in reality, we know there was a 2 week ceasefire. Iran kept the strait open. Sorry, kept the strait closed until America confirmed that Israel would no longer be bombing Lebanon. As soon as that happened, now the strait is open. And because of that, you've seen the oil prices drop. You've seen the stock market elevate significantly. Things are moving. Obviously, some people still believe this war is going to resume. I am actually one of those people. I don't think this is going to be a permanent thing. There will be another war with Iran. But that's a side issue at the moment. Let's go through the news. There's a forthcoming meeting between Washington and Tehran that could result in a memorandum of understanding by a comprehensive deal within 60 days. This has been reported by Al Jazeera, according to Pakistani sources. Reuters are reporting that Indian oil refineries are now paying for Iranian oil using the Chinese yuan. Trump came out and once again attacked the same four. He attacked Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Alex Jones. He said, it's easy. Tucker is a low IQ person, always easy to be, and highly overrated. So are Megyn Kelly, Candace, real dumb and mentally ill, and bankrupt Alex Jones, who is completely fried. There are others also. Then we have some that are very good, true MAGA all the way, and smart. I should do a list of good, bad, and somewhere in the middle. Wouldn't that be fascinating? President Donald J. Trump. Guy thinks he's doing the naughty and nice list. Iran announced that they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz for the remaining of the ceasefire. Remember, the ceasefire ends on the 22nd. So obviously they're going to have to do an extension of the ceasefire for it to continue. But this is what Iran says, that in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of the ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by port and maritime organizations of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Trump then posted a flurry of tweets about it. He said the Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran, only until such time as our transactions with Iran is 100% complete. The process should go very quickly in that most of the points are already negotiated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, which is ridiculous because obviously the strait is now open and America's not going to be stopping any vessel going in and out. Then he said another tweet, the US will get all nuclear trust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape or form. This deal is nowhere subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, Donald J. Trump. And then in a separate tweet, Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran is fully open and ready for full passage. Thank you. He also said, thank you to Saudi Arabia, UAE and Qatar for your great bravery and help. I think he wants that $5 trillion back. To NATO, he said, now that the Hormuz Strait situation is over, I received a call from NATO asking if we need some help. I told them to stay away unless they just want to load up their ships with oil. They were useless when needed. A paper tiger. That's true. What's his name again? Macron and Starmer came out and they were like, yeah, we're going to go and open the Strait of Hormuz. And it's like, the strait's already open now. Why are you acting and giving the big talk? Like, no one respects what you got to say or what you got to do. Europe is a failed entity as well as UK. Trump claims again that Lebanon won't be part of the deal. Again, this deal is not tied to Lebanon in any way. To Lebanon, we will make Lebanon great again. Trump also said thank you to Pakistan and its great Prime Minister and Field Marshal, two fantastic people, President Donald J. Trump. Now, Axios, which is the arm of the Israeli government, are claiming that the negotiation between Iran and the US are around a few key points. They said it's a 3-page peace plan. The US needs to release 20 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran needs to give up its enriched uranium. Some of that enriched uranium will be sent to a third country. Rest will be blended down in Iran under the IAEA inspection. Iran will be allowed nuclear reactors. The nuclear reactors will be used for medical isotopes, and all nuclear facilities will need to be above ground. So these are just some of the conversations. Oh, okay. How do I re-add? Cancel. And then invite. Okay. So those are the claims of some of the negotiation. For me, it's very clear. Iran can't give up all its nuclear enrichment. If they do, that's going to be that's going to be a failure. And they need to be in a situation where they have confirmation that the US and Israel won't attack again. Okay, we also have the Strait of Hormuz. The three conditions stated by Iran are: the ships must be commercial, military vessels are prohibited, and neither ships nor cargo may be linked to hostile countries. Meaning, none of the ships or cargoes can be linked to the United States of America or Israel. Ships must pass through the routes designated by Iran. Vessels transiting. And just to let you know, guys, make sure you, by the way, I'm continuing with this. Make sure you retweet the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, like I said, I will retweet quote tweets. So make sure you have quote tweeted the space. We have got a guest coming on later. He is from Iran. It's an academic from Iran, so it should be pretty good. So yeah, just to let you know what's happening on that. But yeah, do retweet the space, quote tweet the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet the quote tweets. So yeah, if you can do that for me, that will be awesome. Okay. Let me just quickly check who else does, and I'll start retweeting some of these quote tweets as well. I'm just retweeting. Thanks to every single person who has quote tweeted the space. Appreciate you all. Okay. I see Silver Sailor saying there was a 760 million short that was placed just before the announcement. Is that true? That's crazy if it's true. Okay, back to the news. And like I said, do retweet the space, guys. Reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Okay, get back to the news. Netanyahu says he plans.
So, Suleiman, can I just ask you something, right?
Yes,
So what exactly is going on? Because I've missed a bit of the news today. Have they just opened the Strait of Hormuz up and ships are going through? And is that what Iran's done?
Yeah, but it's called the Strait of Iran, please. Can you get your terminology right, please?
The Strait of Iran, whatever. They've just opened it up just like that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Why is that crazy?
Why would they do that? Because that was their... Well, what's been said on this space for the last 2-3 weeks, that is their stronghold, that is their chokehold. They're going to keep that. They're never going to, not you've not said this, but I'm saying generally, this is what I've heard on this space. They're never going to surrender on that. That's going to be theirs. They're never going to back down. And yet here we are, helping Trump with the oil prices right there.
So they've got control over it. Trump has even admitted that. He said it's called the Strait of Iran now. And they decide what goes in and out, so they have complete control, autonomy over it. There was a 14-day ceasefire. The part of the agreement of the ceasefire was that they would open the Strait of Hormuz as long as Israel basically, no, so as long as US stopped bombing Lebanon and they had a conversation. So what happened was the reason why the Strait wasn't open the last 8 days was because Israel continued to bomb Lebanon. Now that the Lebanon ceasefire is included, they've opened the Strait during the ceasefire as per the agreement.
May I ask you a question, Suleiman?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, first of all, great fan of your space. You're brilliant covering this war since the beginning. Uh,
Appreciate you.
as you know. Second thing is, what was that tweet or post by Trump yesterday saying that Iran has surrendered unconditional? What was that about?
I don't know which tweet you're specifically talking about. Um, but I mean, if he said that, he's just talking nonsense, isn't it? Who's in the complete surrender? Like, okay, I can say, listen, I'm literally the king of the world. I rule the world. Everyone in the world obeys me. But truth is about what your real life control of the world is, what the real life implications of your claims are. So, in reality, the question is, how is Trump? What did you say he said?
He said, let me quote him exactly. He says, unconditional surrender. I think that was by Tro Social. I'm not sure if that was a fake post or edited, but I just
Unconditional
want to.
surrender. I don't remember him saying that. What was the context, if you can remind me?
No, it was just a single post. One of my we usually do open spaces in Arabic, and they. I'm
Mm.
I'm just gonna, if you allow me, share it in the space or you so you
What do you
could.
mean? Is it a tweet?
No, it's on social, on Tro Social. He's active over there more than.
No, no. But are you saying it's Trump's post on Truth Social?
Yeah, that was like a tweet or a post on Tro Social, and let me quote him exactly. It says unconditional surrender, like a very small tweet.
Mm, I didn't see that tweet on Truth Social. Can you let me know when that was? I'm scrolling through Truth Social again now, thinking that maybe I missed this tweet that you're referring to. I remember him doing a tweet like that a few weeks ago, unless you thought it was now, and it's actually from a few weeks ago. Could it be that?
Probably they misguide me then. Well, anyway, it was a big thing
Uh,
we were
I
talking about.
remember something along the lines of what you said, but it was a few weeks ago. This is why, Omar, you need to be on this space. We give you the real news, the real information in
No,
real
trust
time.
me, I'm here every day.
I'm jokes. I'm joking. I appreciate you, brother. No, no. I'm scrolling through. I can't see any tweets saying that. Um, and even if he did say, I mean, come on, he can say what he wants. It's what's important is what's happening in reality. I can say the sky is green. I mean, I can say the sky is green, but then it matters what's in reality, right? So what we know as a reality is Trump threatened to destroy all of Iran. He had to backtrack. What we know in wait, why is this some? What we know in reality is that Iran has now the control of the Strait of Hormuz. They call it the Strait of Iran. What we know in reality is
Is that
that.
officially now by Iran, or
Sorry?
is it a joke? Is that officially by Iran? They calling it a strike of Iran, or is that a joke?
That wasn't just by Iran, brother. It was by the President of the United States of America. Such is the level of concession that they made him bend the knee and call it the Strait of Iran. Do you know how big that is? Like the Gulf states will be
You
equivalent.
know what the Gulf states are calling it? The strike of Khalid ibn al-Walid. I think that's what they call it.
Well, what happened to it? Their own daddies called it the Strait of Iran.
Dang. No, I don't think they will let that happen because they
What?
they they benefit from that the most. First
Who?
of all, most of the oil, not if it's not all of the oil go through that strait, and
Who?
the Gulf.
Yeah, the Gulf states require the Strait of Hormuz, and what it shows is that they're gonna have to respect the Persian Empire. so that they can use the Strait for their goods, because, as Trump calls it, the Strait of Iran is now in complete, total control of Iran.
And now the reopening, are they
Mm.
going through the old channel where it's like the international waters, or are they still going through the what they call it, the Iranian water, by controlled by Iran?
It's
Now the
all so the Strait of Hormuz is controlled by Iran. They've created a designated route through the strait for all ships who pay a toll. So you pay a toll to Iran. The fee, people say, is $2 million. You pay that up, and then the Iranian government give you the route by which you should follow, which won't have mines in it, that you
Suleiman,
can
just to
traverse
clarify
the Strait of
that,
Hormuz.
are they actually paying now, or it's like it's a negotiable, or
Nah,
are
they're
they?
paying. They pay. You gotta pay the toll. You ain't gonna get through without paying the toll. Gotta pay the piper.
Oh my gosh, that's big.
It's very big, my brother. It's very big.
Well, that's gonna affect the whole economy of Iraq. Like 5, 10 years from now, they'll be the huge empire in the Middle East if that keep going on like that.
Did
The
I not say? Did I not say that if this goes Iran's way, they will become a super? They will become a new empire. They will definitely be the most dominant in the Middle East, maybe even in the world. People thought I was saying it for bans, but your boy was saying it, and now other people are saying it as well. I watched some people recommended Robert Pape. I did not Robert Pope, is it? I forgot his name now. But I did watch one of his interviews, and he was saying the exact same thing. So and this guy is like, he's like a planner for the American military or something. I can't remember his. He's a professor as well, but he was saying the exact same thing. He's saying that now, with them having control over the Strait of Hormuz, with them, and if they were, he didn't even mention the sanctions actually. So in addition to that, the sanctions being lifted, you're looking at the Iranian economy being the fourth biggest economy in the world. They'll be rivaling the USA, Russia, and China.
well, what's the response from the Gulf states? Because I heard from the prime minister of, I think, UAE, that they saying that by law this is not legal. And no, seriously, I have heard them in the news saying that by law this is not legal, and international straits or waters supposed to be free for free trade, and this is a violation of the statutes or whatever. What's their situation will be?
um, their situation is very simple. They need to bend the knee to the Persian Empire. They need to accept the demands of the Iranians. They need to understand that whatever they say, it don't matter what they gotta say. All it matters is what Iran's gotta say and what Trump concedes to them. And what he's gonna concede to them is a lot based on his current situation. Oh my God! Why is Joy? What you doing, bro? Why are you just standing there laughing at, bro? What you
I
doing,
came
bro?
I came to take my flowers, that's all. The only person to say this thing was over this
Oh my
week.
God, you're gonna say now you're gonna say everything that goes. You know what you do, right? You
What I
Davos Jonah,
do?
you live in the tunnel,
I said
you
3 days
listen
and then I
to
said take
everything that
effect.
happens, and then when it happens, you come up and you say, "Oh, I told you so. I told you so." You never said it at all. Don't even try it. Don't we see through you, Davos Jonah?
Beatrix, it's recorded. And Gary even said, "Are you? I like. What are you smoking?" Right? And I said this has to be over. And then I brought up why it needs to be over. It has nothing to do with the fertilizer, has nothing to do with the oil. It has to do with the urea that all the trucks in America and Europe need this week, or there would be no shipping left. Right? They had to come to a deal. That is the problem. They had to.
Joy, you
Things would
did
break
say.
down.
I remember you saying it, Joy.
I
We
know,
all said there
Beatrix.
was going to be a deal, Joa. We all said that,
Yeah,
right?
none of them
Everybody
said it
said
this
that. Even
week.
Andrew said that. But look at the way that you come up to take ownership of anything that goes good. I see through you. You know, one day after
What
this,
did you say,
someone's going to make a compilation.
Beatrix? Did you say it was going to end this week?
Yeah, I might have done.
See, you can't even say it without laughing.
Well, I'm laughing at you because you're funny.
I'm
I
laughing
might have
at
done.
you. Why do you
Joa,
sound?
you were the only one who said it.
Yeah.
You
Why does
literally
she
got.
sound like she's from Geordie now?
Yeah,
I'm
she's a
laughing
wannabe,
from
isn't it? She's a
you.
wannabe, Joa. She's a wannabe. You know what I mean? These Londoners, they're wannabe, isn't it?
Is that posh
I
accent
don't
fake?
think
She's
so.
actually from Geordie.
I don't
She
think
wish she
so.
was.
I'm not a
She wish
Geordie, and I
trying to
don't want to
copy.
be from anywhere. I
She's
don't want to be from
trying to
anywhere.
copy
But
my accent, Joa.
only Geordies say you.
You're right, Joa. You caught her. You caught her. See, this is what women do. They mimic the accent of the real ones. This is the issue you got with these chicks. She's forgot
Or
her
whatever.
posh. So, but Joa,
Are you
listen.
joking us? Go ahead, say that, Beatrix. Are you joking us?
Are
That's a
you
Geordie thing
joking?
too.
Listen, Joa, you come up, right? And you will take, like tomorrow, this whole thing could fall apart and they'll be bombing each other. And you come out of the tunnels and you'll come up and say, I told you this was going to happen. I've come to take
Look,
my flowers.
I don't doubt that it
Everything
could
that
fall
happens,
apart.
you take your flowers.
I don't doubt it could fall apart. But if it falls apart, it's Israel. And if Israel does it, America's in deep shit because then it really needs to make a decision. I think at the moment it's Israel that's checkmated, not America, right? Because if Israel tries to do anything to screw up, America can't go back it up.
If that's your position, then your position same as everybody else. Because what it is what made your position
I just said it
distinct.
will be done this week. That's the only thing that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
different
No,
from everyone else.
no. What was distinct about your position, from what I understand, was that you were saying the deal will be done before the 10th of April, and it ended up being that, right? Was it 10th? Or, I can't remember. Whatever. You remember the day. I might get the date wrong, but you said it was going to be done by a certain time, and it was done by that time. Where your position differed from, for example, Simon and Beatrix was, they were like, okay, there's gonna maybe a deal, but there'll be another big boom of attack, and then it'll go back to a deal again. And I said the war will continue. So, where your position is different is that I assumed you said this is going to be the deal, but you're now saying the same as basically Simon and Beatrix and Andrew's position.
That what?
That they're
That
saying that okay, there'll be a deal, but then the deal will break for a bit again, and then there'll be a deal again.
No, look, I don't. What I'm saying is, if it does break, I actually don't think it'll break. Right? I think Israel knows the situation it's in. If Israel does break the situation, I think America's left without an out, except leaving Israel. Right? Because
Do you not think,
the
Joa, that
trucking thing is
Israel's
the
got
biggest problem.
something? Do you not think Israel's already got something in the bag? Like that whole thing of the land that we've occupied so far in Lebanon, we're not moving back from there. Everyone has to stay there. Do you not think that might be part of the deal for them, which is what's making them go ahead with this? I don't trust these people at all. This is not as clear cut as it looks.
Yeah, look, I don't trust them either. Of course, the problem is trucking is extremely more important than it is in Europe. Right? Without trucking, next week there would be problems. There would be people with signs in the supermarket saying limited to quantities of each. Rationing would start to happen because trucks, the urea that the trucks need for starting the engine wouldn't be delivered. That is the most crucial element that no one's talking about. That the Strait of Hormuz is actually stopping. Right? Yes, oil is really important. Yes, it increases prices. Yes, it puts financial pressure, but if you don't have a way to deliver stuff, you have a serious issue. You have a bigger problem. And that runs out much faster than the oil runs out. Right. And that was why I kept saying this week, this week. At first, I said 3 days because I thought America had an oil supply problem. And then I came on and I explained the actual real problem is the urea that no one talked about. Right. And AdBlue, which is the way they do it in Europe, and I forget what it's called in United States, like MCP or something like that, that starts the diesel engines, wouldn't be there. And then what? Right? You'd have an absolute breakdown of society, and it wouldn't have been because of oil. It would have been because products couldn't be delivered to supermarkets. Right? So America now, if they were to do something, I think they'd have a serious. If Israel does something now and it gets the strait closed again, America has a serious problem where there would be war, and I don't know if it would be a civil war, or if it would just be people trying to survive, right? And it would happen in Europe first before it happened in the U.S.
Okay, so what's the deal here then, do you think, Joa? What's the deal for America? What's the deal for Iran? And what's the deal for Israel? Because Israel's obviously going to want its little piece of the pie as well. What do you think's going on?
I came here to find out, just like you, because I don't know. I don't know what the actual deal is. Um, it seems like America gave way to almost everything, from what I could tell. I'm very curious if Iran has their sanctions lifted. I think that would be a major win for Iran. Um, Probably the biggest win out of them all. Um, yeah, I'm curious about that. I don't know the details. That's why I came to listen.
And that's what's going to be interesting, right? For me, it has to be what's contained within the deal that is going to be really important, and that's going to constitute who has won, who has lost unequivocally. Obviously, some of the things we're saying, without a doubt, is indicative of a sorry, is indicative of a Iranian victory, but there's it could be, we need to see what's actually written on paper at the end. For me, there's a few key components that need to be in there. If they're in there, Iran has won overwhelmingly and essentially will become a powerhouse. I always said that they'd become like the most powerful in the Middle East, maybe in the world. People say, there's a paper, Pope, or whatever the guy's name is, in top four, which I think is right as well. But for that to happen, there needs to be a few key components. So one is, you mentioned sanctions relief. The second is there needs a complete sanctions relief. The second is complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. Those two are very important components. The third component is about nuclear enrichment. They need to have some form of nuclear enrichment in the country. At a minimum, 3.5%. Now, there is an additional component that is important, and I've been thinking about this a lot since last night. I'm not fully decided what's the right thing, but is this. They need a weapon. And what I mean by that is this. In the conventional sense, they would probably need a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb, and that would just confirm their role in their position in the global elite. The issue becomes that can that nuclear bomb be replaced with the control of the Strait of Hormuz? And right now it could, but in the long term, could it? And actually, let me ask you this question, because what's your thoughts on this? Right now, you've explained, and I agree with the importance of the important opening of the Strait of Hormuz, which would have put each one of the countries, a large number of countries, in a critical situation in the next week or two for differing reasons. So it's equivalent to a nuclear bomb, but a slower one. But if you're not an ally of Iran, can you create over time alternative trade routes that would make the Strait of Hormuz less important? And if you could, how long would it take? Is it financially doable or not?
If you're asking me,
Yeah.
it'd be very difficult. Although there's two. There's the peace. Um, there's the peace pipeline, which is 2/3 finished, that goes from Iran to India. And then you have another
But
one.
that's Iran again. Iran would have control of that, right? I'm talking about a
Yeah,
non-Iranian controlled.
yeah. You have another one. I think it's called the Momentum Pipeline, which is partially built, but only for railway. But as Andrew pointed out before with me, and I went and looked and confirmed it, it's nowhere near the amount of volume you get going through the strait. And that's the problem, is the volume. Even if you build three
Yeah.
more pipelines,
Mm.
which would take years to build, it
How
still would
many?
not.
How many years?
I mean, each one's going to take 5 years. So
Okay.
And even then, it wouldn't be the volume that you need.
What about
But
this pipeline that they were talking about, which goes from, I believe, Saudi Arabia to Israel, and they said that would bypass the Strait?
it wouldn't be the volume. I mean, it might be enough for Israel, and it might be enough for some countries, but it's not going to be anywhere near the volume of the Hormuz. And don't forget, most of the volume that goes through the Hormuz actually goes to Asia. It's not to the West, right?
I
So
get that, but there's like as you mentioned, there's key critical components that even the US needs. Like you mentioned, urea, right? So there
mhm,
is certain things that are required even for those countries. So I guess the reason I'm asking you this question, just to kind of abridge it, is would it always be the case that by shutting the Strait of Hormuz, Iran would always be able to take control over the global market? Like, would it be
for
a,
for
a
at
a good
least
enough replacement of a nuclear bomb
mm,
to prevent further attacks from the US and
for,
Israel?
for the next decade at least, yeah. The issue, Salman, my biggest worry at the moment, and I don't think you'll like this question, is Khomeini has always spoken about not, I forget what you call it. It's not hereditary, but a term that's like that. That means basically he didn't believe in his sons taking over.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. He spoke about it a lot,
Yeah,
but that's exactly what happened.
true.
Right.
You
So
mean nepotism? Nepotism there, Joe?
yeah, it's like nepotism, but that's not what he called it. He called it something else. Heterarchy or something like that. He called it. Um,
It's basically your
the
lineage taking power, yeah.
Right, exactly. He always spoke against it, but that is what happened. So now I'm curious, what does this government look like once things settle down? Is it the is it the supreme leader answering to the military, or is it the military answering to the supreme leader? And I have a feeling that it's going to be the opposite, right? I have a feeling it's going to be the military speaking, the military leading, the supreme leader following, working for the military. But what does that look like afterwards? Do they take over? Do they release control? Do you see what I mean? Like there's questions on how things are going to settle.
Oh, yeah. Those are my thoughts as well.
Yeah, and
Because
those worry me, right?
uh,
Because
yeah, yeah. No, I'm a big believer that actually not just that. Let me just add another component to it, and I'll answer that question as well.
mhm,
Another component is this: that if this deal isn't right, and I really do mean it, and actually I have got a couple of speakers coming on who are not happy with this deal. I think the guy coming on today from Iran is not happy with the deal.
mhm,
I think um, they could end up having civil unrest, but from the other side. So it's not these reformists, but it's more from the hardline perspective, thinking that you've given up too much and they killed our supreme leader, they killed those young girls, they killed thousands of us, they cost us billions of dollars of damage, and you've made a very pro-American deal. So this is why
mhm.
it's very important for them to navigate this right, because if they do a weak deal, you could end up having a regime change, but from the other side, if that makes sense, or a civil unrest.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying that's my
So that's
worry.
one component. The other component is in terms of what you said. You're quite right in saying that the Sayyid Ali Al Khamenei literally said that the succession of leadership will not be done through hereditary means. You're quite right in saying that. That being said, I believe that it was the right decision, and
Hmm.
but then I'm still gonna get to your point of it. It was the right decision to make because one of the things that people were looking for is when they killed Sayyid Ali Al Khamenei, was that who was going to be the next leader. And if the next leader would have been like a reformist guy or even a hardliner, people would have thought that those people were colluding with the United States of America to get him killed, right? For example, we know now Maduro, it was his bodyguard and a few other people who actually colluded with the US to switch everything off. So, um, it was very important for cohesion to keep it so that it seemed like to everybody that nothing had changed. The father had been replaced by the son. But now that you're basically, if you're in a state of peace, is what you're talking about.
Mhm.
And if you're in that state of peace, then it is that there's so many different components to Iran. And this is the problem. It's actually not a true dictatorship. If it actually was, you wouldn't have these problems. But because there's so many different components to it, then there is a risk that there could end up being civil unrest or civil war within the country. For example, you have the IRGC, you have the reformists, you have the people who believe in a more parliamentary system, you have people who believe in a more theocracy system. And Sayyid Ali al-Khamenei really kept that together. The question is, would someone like Mujtaba Khamenei be able to keep it together? I'm told that Mujtaba Khamenei, they intentionally kept him offline because the Americans wanted him to come out to find his location to kill him. And so that was done as a very smart move. If he ends up displaying the character strength and ability of his father, then I think that they're going to be fine. So it depends on how he navigates it, because if he doesn't, then I think some of the questions that you're talking about may start creeping up.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but it's a very good question. No
What about
comments.
the current situation in Lebanon? Are Hezbollah now? I see in the news the prime minister of Lebanon, I think, he's saying that Iran has had no more how to say influence over Lebanon.
Do you believe that?
I mean, that's what I hear in the news. I want to
No,
hear.
I'm not asking about the news. Do you want to welcome Gary onto the stage? Well, but just you tell me logically, just using your own brain, what do you think?
Well, here's the thing. Hezbollah, after what happened in Syria, they are in a very bad situation. Let's be honest. Since they used to have Syria, Iraq, and Iran, all that border used to be open and free for them, to transport weapons, to transport intelligent personnel, and now they don't have
No,
that.
but okay, well, I'll answer that question. That's a different part. I'm asking you specifically because this is what you asked me. You said that the current prime minister of Lebanon claims that Iran had nothing to do with their ceasefire. I'm asking you, logically, using your own brain, we've got a ceasefire in Iran. Why do you think the ceasefire in Iran happened? I mean, sorry, in Lebanon happened.
We know that was pressured by the Iranis, or otherwise they would not.
Pressured?
What was that?
Pressured?
Yeah,
Do you mean forced?
forced. Yeah, you could say that.
I
Or
mean, let's look at it logically, right? You just look at it logically. So, 2024, Hezbollah has a ceasefire agreement with Israel. They retreat. I do think they were weakened at that point. They were recalibrating. They were getting recalibrating. They were rearming, remilitarizing at that time. They left Lebanon to the Lebanese government. They said, look, you guys keep saying, you guys are in charge, protect the country. Every single day, Lebanon was bombed. There wasn't a day where Lebanon was not bombed. There wasn't a day where there wasn't a casualty in Lebanon. Every single day, Lebanese suffered casualties as a result of Israeli bombing. Every single day, they were not able to protect their country.
well, let me ask you this, Sulaiman.
And let me finish this point and then you can ask me. And it got to a point where this continued and never stopped, and apartment buildings were destroyed, civilian infrastructure was destroyed, and the Lebanese government did nothing. And then a few weeks ago, Hezbollah joined this war after remilitarizing, after recalibrating, and Hezbollah bombard northern Israel. And Israel try a ground invasion, which they fail at, as they did in 2024 and as they did in 2006. And 6 days ago, Donald Trump raised the white flag and said, let's go for a 40-day ceasefire. As part of that ceasefire, Iran said Lebanon must not be bombed. Trump agrees to it. Trump then reneges on that deal based on a conversation with Netanyahu. Iran keeps the Strait of Hormuz shut and says the strait will not open until you stop bombing Lebanon. There won't be an extension of the ceasefire until you don't stop bombing Lebanon. Yesterday, Trump raised the white flag, bent the knee, told Israel they can't bomb, and they need to keep a ceasefire. And now Lebanon is no longer bombed. So the sole reason, there's no other reason. The Lebanese government can do these fake talks where they talk about how they're going to give Lebanon away to Israel. But the sole reason Lebanon is not being bombed is because of Iran. The sole reason the Lebanese are not being murdered right now is because of Iran. Iran is the sole reason why Israel is not murdering people in Lebanon right now. So they didn't pressure, they didn't request, they forced the American and Israeli regime to cease fire and to stop causing and committing Lebanese casualties. But sorry, what was your question?
Yeah, after the ceasefire will end in the 22nd, I believe so. Do you think
Mm-hmm.
do you think Bibi Netanyahu will do something stupid to break this ceasefire, to break the deal, and drag America and drag Trump again to like a full blown, another campaign or bombing campaign? What do you think will happen after this, that period ends?
Um, I mean, you know my position on this. I do think that they're gonna restart this war at some point. I just can't see a scenario where Israel and the United States of America, but more so Israel, allows the awakening of the Persian Empire, allows Iran to become a powerhouse in the Middle East. The same with the GCC. I don't see how they're going to allow Iran to be a powerhouse in the Middle East and a powerhouse in the world. So I do expect something to happen. I do expect the conflict to resume. But that's just my opinion. Joe has his opinion. He thinks this is the end of it. Everyone has different opinions. So that's just like an opinion based on what I think is going to happen.
If they already strike most the military, uh, you know, targets, what are they gonna go for? Like infrastructure, power
Who?
grid. Where are they going for? Don't they tell us that they already eliminate all the military?
Well, first of all, they didn't eliminate all the military. But the problem they've got is they don't know what to do. They're in an escalation trap situation where they can't do more of the same because what is doing more of the same? There is no strategic military benefit to doing that. Yeah, Iran's excavated some of the military sites hit. Others are so deep underground they've not even hit them, and that's the majority of them. So the US and Israel can do more of the same, but it's not going to accomplish anything. So they're stuck. This is why the chances of a ceasefire is slightly higher because what can they do? They got clapped so badly. They made so many terrible decisions during this war. They have no way of controlling the outcome or the result. All they can do is escalate. But what does escalate mean? Escalate means ground troops. And they tried that in the south of Isfahan and flopped. So they're stuck. They're stuck so badly that this is why I've never seen such a utter defeat from a tactical perspective than what we witnessed in these 40 days.
Agree. What's the official statement from the White House about that operation that was failed horribly? Do they even admit it that they went for the uranium and I guess it failed?
No,
Or
no, they don't admit that. They're not even speaking about what happened there.
Yeah, that's crazy. That part I never get because the story that we get from Iran is completely different, and it really matches their story. The story we get from the U.S. it was like bullcrap. Like they went for the pilot with using 200, almost 200 plane, and
Mm,
most and like 3 or 4 of them got destroyed right
mm,
in there. And the location where they got destroyed is way off of what they're telling us. Um, yeah, that story I'm really interesting how they gonna explain it, like what happened that day.
mm. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think they're not going to explain it. I think they're going to leave it as is. Also, big L to Iran. They've got a women's march today, jokes. They've got all the women coming out saying they support the Iranian government, huge marches in Iran. And Trump says that if a deal is done, he's going to be heading to Pakistan to sign the deal. Also, Valentina Gomez, who attacks Muslims a lot, has been given a visa to the UK. Why that's interesting is because remember, they banned Ye because he said he's an anti Semite. So one religion is definitely protected, but it seems like the other religions are clearly not protected. The foreign minister spokesman said ship trafficking through the Strait of Hormuz will take place along routes designated by Iran and in coordination with the relevant Iranian authorities. Iran is the guardian of the Strait of Iran and will show no leniency in implementing measures needed to protect its national interests and rights. Sources say that Iran was prepared to strike Israel at 8 p.m. last night if the Lebanese ceasefire wasn't implemented, but held off after Trump announced its ceasefire. And then Maritime Traffic says the first cruise ship, the Celestial Discovery, is the first passenger vessel to transit the Strait of Hormuz since the war began. Okay, I want to welcome Gary onto the stage. Gary, I hope you're doing well. How are you? What's your thoughts? It's looking like there's a ceasefire. What's going on, Gary?
Yep. Well, happy Friday. I do hear that there's a ceasefire. The market's responding very well. Bitcoin's exploded. $78,000. I still don't think this is going to hold. I don't know why anyone would. You sound like you've softened a little bit, actually, but I don't know why anyone would be optimistic when we have a history of not doing what we said we were going to do on multitude of different sides. So I'm not even pointing fingers at this point. So I'll be surprised. I mean, I hope we do. Any deal would be a good deal to me. This is the kind of place where you're almost like, hey, whatever deal they do, it's awesome. Let's stop killing people. Interesting that he's announcing that they're going to sign it in Pakistan. That, as soon as you read that, I was like, oh, wow. So I'm going to throw Pakistan a bone publicly and just, hey, look, you guys could really be, on the world stage if this meeting actually happens and you can pull this through. I know there'll be some pressure on the negotiations, I'm sure, from Pakistan's side, but you see how the motivations become. Pakistan not only wants peace, but, oh, wow, we could be the peace deal broker and raise our credibility on the world stage. So that, to me, that's what, all this messaging is quite interesting. A lot of games being played, a lot of stakes. Like, there's a lot of stakes. So most certainly there, people that say there aren't any games being played is like, dude, do you know how much money we're talking about? This is the entire world's, gold bank, right? I mean, it's everything. I think that's what's happening right now. I think there's a move for everything. So, yeah, peace would be good, man. It looks like, I think people are, at least the business people are thinking that, I don't even know if Joe Regular knows what's going on, but the business people, I think, are just being very optimistic that we get through this. We've been through them before. I did read somewhere where I think a couple of the oil company guys probably wrote a letter and said, "Hey, Trump, you're messing with fire." Oh, one last thing, okay? It is amazing to me that they're admitting, or at least there's, I never know what's true anymore, but evidently consultants told Trump the price could go to 300, and he did it anyway. That is amazing, okay? Because it didn't get close to 300, but imagine, okay, we have President of the United States told by military, don't do this. If the consultants told him $300 was probably the outcome, and maybe that's greatly embellished, and they did it anyway, it's like, dude, I mean, you're just gambling with loaded dice, right? At that point. I just found it interesting. So, love any commentary or pushback regarding anything I said. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, Gary, absolutely right. Militarily speaking, it went beyond the shock point, and then business wise, that's your bailiwick there. You're even commenting on that. Yeah, I think all of us are standing here going, "What in the hell?" We just went on this runaway train with the madman at the helm.
Got some breaking news. This is from CBS. Everybody knows CBS is Israeli controlled media. Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison controls it. That being said, what they're reporting is that Iran has agreed to stop funding and arming Hezbollah and Hamas. So this is from CBS News. Okay, let's go to
But
South.
silly, those kind of deals are meaningless, right? That's like saying the Indians or the Chinese aren't going to buy crude oil, and all they do is put a okay, I won't give anything to Hamas. I'll do it through a broker. So I mean, nobody's going to stop selling weapons to each other. Can everybody agree to
Yeah,
that?
you know what? It is, Gary, because when we put when we did when we, as in the West, did the Nord Stream pipeline, well, the CIA did it, and then we put sanctions on Russia. That Russian oil was being bought by India, and then India was putting a nice little markup on it, getting it cheap, putting a markup on it, and then selling it to us, selling it back to Europe and America. And Europe and America knew it was the same sanctioned Russian oil, but as long as they weren't buying it from Russia, they
It's
didn't really
exactly
care.
correct. It's exactly
Yeah.
correct. Okay. I don't believe one barrel, I'm telling you, one barrel or 1 gallon of gasoline or a liter of diesel has ever been stopped by an embargo. It is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard because you cannot stop these barrels, man. This is not like Bitcoin, okay? You can't track a barrel of oil. It doesn't have an Exxon logo on it. Okay, it doesn't have a DNA footprint with Mobil or BP's name on it. It's fucking ridiculous. Not 1 gallon of gasoline has ever been stopped unless it's been blown up, which was the case for the
Yeah,
Nord Stream pipeline.
and the other thing that you just said, right? So when Suleiman was talking earlier and reading the news, I was thinking that this wouldn't have happened, none of this, if it wasn't for Israel, right? And I'm glad that Trump is working for whatever reason, be it public pressure, business pressure, oil company pressure, Chinese pressure, whatever. He's working towards, like some sort of a ceasefire. And I do think it's going to be a rocky road. But when you say that he was advised that, the oil could go up so high, the fuel could go up so high, and he still did it, that goes to show how much pressure he was under from. I do believe if there was no Israel, if there was no Netanyahu, we wouldn't have had this war. For sure. This is something I believe America wouldn't have done it. This is not America doing this.
I'm telling you,
America got
this is
nothing
an
to gain from it.
extremely different Trump than I know. And I don't know him well, okay? I've met him twice, but I have been in his presence, and I'm not a horrible judge of character. In fact, I was shocked at the human being I met in physical presence relative to what I saw of him over the years. I was really like, wow, a very different energy in person. I mean, monster different. Okay, like not a little bit. I'm hung around a lot of people, but this guy is the guy that people talk about, this character, and but it's not the same guy. I mean, it appears to be the same guy, but you know what I'm saying? It just very. I do not believe we'd be at war. I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Because when I look at him now, I think, no, if I'd seen this person back then, I know I'm not American, it doesn't count for anything, but I was a massive supporter from a global perspective. I saw him as a real statesperson. And I
That's
divided
funny.
up because people used to say, oh, but, sorry?
I said that's putting it lightly, but do continue.
You sound like Joa. Um, you just like I don't know, but I don't think it's his, Gary. I don't think this was ever his war, and unfortunately, I think he will be remembered for it. Because I think we are going to continue to suffer as a result of it. And I don't think we're out of the woods yet, by the way, either. I don't think Israel's done with this yet, either. But it wasn't America's, it was Israel's war.
Anybody wants to make a bet on this is over? I am. Just let me know because I would be willing to take quite a bit of uh, action on. I have to get the terms right, but I don't know when.
Joe thinks it's over. Joe thinks it's over.
Well, why?
Joe.
Uh, uh, Gary, because of the urea that the trucks need, which would run out in the U.S. this coming week, and in Europe, it would run out this week. Um, there would be no shipping of stuff, uh, or very little of it anyway. There'd be a serious, serious problem. We were looking at the oil, and remember, I thought it was going to be over in 3 days, but then came back and corrected it because Europe actually doesn't have an oil shortage. But then I said, but the urea does create a problem. It needs to be over this week. Um, that's a serious issue. If the only one who messed this up, I think, would be Israel. And if Israel does, it puts America in a situation where it cannot back it. And I think Israel would be smart enough to know that. I don't think they would act on their own. Um, yeah.
Well,
What are you going to do to
I
ship?
think you're naive.
Yeah.
Well, Gary, wait a minute. Yeah, the oil and diesel. My dear old daddy, 62-year truck on the road truck driver, right? Actually, I'm sorry. He drove for 52 years, but he was in the industry until all 5 years before he died. But um, without our trucks moving, this, Gary, nothing's going to roll here. And I agree with Joe 100%. It's not
Oh my
the
God,
what
Andrew,
makes
never do
history.
that. Never agree with Joa on anything. Never mind
Oh yeah,
100%. What are you
no, that's right.
thinking?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, Beatrice. Sorry. Yeah, let me rephrase it. Yeah, it's not that I agree with Joa, but what he says is agreeable. Is that okay?
Much
But
better, much better.
thank you. Yeah, that I almost slipped. See, that's what Joa will do to someone. You don't even know it, and you're sliding down that slippery slope. But Gary, I think all of us agree. We got to be very cautious about our hope here and what we see. But and even if it's a couple little mismanagements and bad behavior by the rabid dog Israel, I think it's inevitable. There's got to be something that's got to settle out here for the whole world. And you even said it, Gary, several times. We're on. This is the end, man. This is apocalypse. This is the end. So yeah, Joa came in trying to word this politically correct without giving Joe any flowers. But that point is a very powerful point, I think.
Listen, it may be, but I just think there's too many players at the table. If that is the issue, and that urea is the thing that's going to break America's back, it kind of surprises me. But uh, I just, let's take Iran for an instance. If they knew that this thing was so critical that it would shove the world into a deep depression, they don't give a fuck about urea, dude. Okay, and if the Israelis thought that, okay, well, we're losing our grasp on the situation, well, what do they care? They've got plenty of food stacked away. Um, what about a fringe player? So and what about somebody in internal our politics who just wants to see everything fucked up? I mean, I just think I don't see a world where we're gonna all be hunky dory and peaceful. So many violent actors, man, and there's so much money on the table. To me, if this doesn't get settled commercially, where three players just carve up the whole planet. Oh, by the way, I never said we were going to apocalypse. Okay, I don't really. Uh, I think the sooner you hit $300 though, crude oil, the sooner this all really gets ended. Um, but you can see what's happening, right? Imagine what crude oil would have done going to 300, and now it's back to 70, $80, right? No, nobody wants that, I assure you. But anyway, I'm just pessimistic because the players that are in play, the behavior from the past, and I think there's so many different motivations going on here. I mean, you know, hell, man, we could all be in a psyop. I've not seen of actual weapon fall. I mean, so much of this is, could we just be even living in just half of the information's synthetic, not even real? Hope that's not.
Yeah, absolutely. Only a fool would argue with you, Gary, and say, "Oh, no, 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 this is all settled. We got it. Everyone's going to be kissing, hugging, making up." Absolutely not. And
I
yeah,
mean,
of course not.
we do need to remember, okay, when you talk about this urea thing, it is a little bit like the oil story. Um, Anyone that has any military or large organization or church, the Mormon church, will have food stored for probably 4 or 5 years to serve their whole community. I mean, they're serious. They're not going to go short of the people that have prepared will not go short food. Let's remember that, okay? Because everybody goes into, oh my God, a crisis. Hey, $300 crude oil does not affect me. It doesn't impact me. Now, it impacts everybody around me, which then impacts me, right? But it doesn't impact me financially. I'm not going to not drive. You see what I'm saying? I have food in my house. I am not going to starve. And I have a lot of food. So it's really the people that aren't prepared. So I wouldn't believe that just that urea is the thing, because quite frankly, I mean, the people that are in power aren't going to they don't need the urea for next month's, food. You'll have civil unrest very rapidly, very rapidly. We got at max 72 hours of food in stores in America at max. I think it's probably more like a day and a half.
Exactly. And Gary,
Joe,
you're
Joe,
the
do you do
exception
you,
to the
you
rule. You are the exception to the rule.
I don't know about that, but Joe, do you see what I'm saying? I just think I mean, I hope you're right, man. But um, and if you guys do think he's right, you should go buy some food. I mean, seriously, you should buy 3 or 4 or 5, 6 months of food because it's going to go up in price.
Yeah, Gary, I see what you mean, and before you came on, I brought it up. Like I- Israel is the wild card here that we don't know what they're going to do, right? Um, at all, right? But what I'm saying, America's out of this. I think America's out of it. I don't know if Israel's out of it, and that's the problem. But I think Israel's smart enough to know that U.S. because of I don't know what it is. It's called urea, and hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's what the technology they use on diesel trucks that it needs it to like warm it up before it starts, right?
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so I thought you were talking about the fertilizer piece of that. Yeah, that's
mm,
right, dude. There's a bunch of some diesel trucks, but okay, so diesel doesn't roll. It's look, we knew all of these things are going to have impacts. There's going to be impacts we don't even know about right now.
yeah, well, that would have been out. Like there'd be almost. They were saying that deliveries in Europe that normally would take a day or two would take 10 to 14 days
Yeah,
if
yeah,
this wasn't
dude,
fixed. If this
dude,
wasn't fixed this week, and
Europe, Europe is fucked. No
yeah,
matter what they do, they can do the urea or not. There is nothing that's going to solve Europe.
yeah.
This war
But
could end
next,
tomorrow afternoon, and it's not going to help Europe.
yeah, Europe is screwed, especially with the LNG in the winter. I think that's where Europe's really going to feel it is in the winter. But the U.S. would have been out of this stuff next week, right? So, and U.S. depends on trucking. I would assume more so than Europe does. I'm unsure, but I would think so only because of greater distances. And that's why I thought they were coming to a deal this week, right? Now, Does Israel risk it and decide to go on his own? America can't back them up. They need that material. So I don't know. I don't know what they
Yeah,
do.
well, but this is what will happen is that you'll solve the problem commercially. We're long crude oil. Oh wow, you guys are short crude and long urea. Let's do a swap. Look, I wouldn't get all hung up on one product, man. And if you do get hung up on one product, make sure you talk to 3 experts in the field. Like me and Honest agree on everything on the energy patch. Like I rarely disagree with him ever. And having a good, because some of these guys are just they're doomers, man. They're like, okay, they read one report and go, okay, the fertilizer is going to drive prices up, and the world's going to come to an end. And who uses diesel? I mean, I'm not saying that there's not going to be problems, but
Yeah,
I
I
just
agree
think
with
there's a bunch of ways to solve those
uh,
problems over three
I agree,
weeks.
Gary, but with time, right? Like if you have your back against the wall and you got a week left, that those might not be an option anymore. That's just kind of the way I looked at it. In the future, yeah, I'm certain it could be an option. But when you have a week left, I don't know if it is.
Well, they were
You
saying
know
the
what I
same
mean?
thing about oil, man. And you know what? For $150, you can buy all the oil you want anywhere you want it delivered.
Yeah. Look, I didn't think the oil thing is going to go to 150 only because most of the oil was going to Asia and the Asian ships were getting through. So it's that wasn't the one I was most worried about. But we'll see. Hopefully I'm right and there'll be more peace. That's all.
Yeah, I hope you are.
I do agree with Gary though, in that there are so many actors involved in this, and I'm not just talking about the country states. So many other people around this, sniffing around this, who don't necessarily have the same kind of agenda, let's just say, who are in it for personal gain, maybe. I mean, just look at around Trump. Look at Jared Kushner, for example. Is Jared Kushner really thinking what's best for America? Or is he advising Trump on what's best for Israel? We just don't know. So unless there's a tight hold over this at the top, it could easily, all it takes is one false flag. There was something, like, I'll give you an example. Something happened. So Kensington Park here, where the Israeli embassy is in London, they cordoned it off today. And what they tried to claim was that somebody tried to attack the Israeli embassy with drones and something else, something else. I saw it. Somebody had posted the video and stuff on social media, and I'm thinking immediately when these things happen now, I think, what, false flag? What never happened during the genocide? Why is it happening now? So I do agree with Gary that there are so many different fingers in this pie. If it was just left to, the leadership in Iran and Trump, to deal with, I'm sure they could. This would have been probably over by now. But the risk factor isn't with just Trump and Iran. So yeah.
May I jump in?
I'm so sorry. I've just been waiting for some time. Would you mind if I just jumped in over here? Yeah. Suleiman, Beatrice, thanks for a fantastic space. Yeah. I was going to vent about Trump, but then Joe said something interesting. Sorry, not interesting. Beatrix, what's that word that Andrew used? Agreeable. He said something agreeable. Yeah. And I just have a question on that. So it was about the supreme leader of Iran, and the question is he going to end up leading the military or the other way around, right? Now, whether we like it or not, the supreme leader, um, the model in Iran has worked for them in whatever way. They were relatively stable. They're able to hold off external forces. They developed the military, right? There's a side of me that thinks that surely Iran is clever enough to look at Egypt, at the Pakistans, and think the level of the military interference that happens there with coups every 10 years, surely they don't want that, right? But on the other hand, I also don't want to be naive. So I do wonder, what are the other factors beyond just common sense that's at play that could push Iran into a model whereby the military leads the supreme leader? Because I think that's a disaster, right? But under what circumstances would that happen? Maybe Andrew, you'd know, or Showa as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Why would that be a disaster?
The military leading the supreme leader? When we look at Egypt, when we look at Pakistan, coups every 10 years, I don't.
Listen, Saracen, have you seen any of these leaders in Pakistan? You wouldn't give them your house to run, let alone a freaking country. It's a good job the military is leading that country. Same with Egypt. That's the only reason those nations have survived. I'm not saying Iran is the same, but yeah.
So you feel that it could work if the military led the supreme leader?
I don't know. I don't know if it could work or not, but I'm saying I don't understand why it would be an automatic disaster.
I don't know.
It's up to the Iranian people, I guess, if they were happy with it. But I don't automatically think it would be a disaster. I don't understand why it would be a disaster. You know, we're used to this quote unquote democracy, but let's face it, we ain't got much of that in our country either. In the UK, I know we haven't.
No,
right?
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. Perhaps Gary or Showa, any thoughts on that?
No, I guess I don't have any
No,
thoughts on
I
it.
can share my thoughts on it.
Go ahead.
Look, I don't. I personally don't like military leadership, and you never know which way it's going to go, right? There's still too much dust in the air to really know which way this is going to go. Like there was a decapitation. Yes, it seems like the son is leading, but his father always said he was not going to give it to his son. And I think we need to wait and see and hope for the best. I don't think we know. I don't think the U.S. knows. I don't think anyone knows. But we can look at how they handled themselves during negotiations, and I don't think they were bad, right? So I'm hoping for the best here because we really don't know who's going to take over. I don't think it's going to be the son. Um, I don't know, and I would ask Suleiman actually if he thinks the son would actually take over. I don't see how when his father was so vehemently against it.
Whose followers are against it?
His father.
Well, yeah, his father was against it because of the circumstance, but things changed, isn't it? And what, you could remove a supreme leader after he's been elected? I know he was elected during a time of war, but you can't just remove him now as well, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you not see it as uncertain as I do?
I see the entire thing as being a quagmire now because there needs to be so many right decisions made in order to not cause a problem in the country. It's unbelievable, and a big part of that is going to be this deal. We talked about that right at the beginning of the space. So I think that it's going to be a complexity irrespective. I mean, I'm not an expert on Shia theocracy. So I don't know what their position is on removing a leader that has been rightfully chosen based on their own mechanism of approval, which is where there be a panel that chooses it. How you can just then remove that leader from I mean, I thought you can't do that, but I'm not an expert on Shia theocracies. Hassan, maybe you can. Are you there, Hassan?
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, I believe in the council can, in theory, remove, but I don't think it would be exercise unless it was like extreme situation because the Islamic Republic is a set of institutions. I know people in the West are led to believe it's some kind of dictatorship, but it's far from it.
Can I give
And so, yeah,
can I give my 2 cents into this, guys?
go
Can you hear
ahead.
me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Mustafa Khamenei, people think that Mustafa Khamenei and the IRGC are actually fighting for in some sort of power struggle. That's actually, in my opinion, that's further from the truth. Because if you look at Mustafa Khamenei's history, he was part of the IRGC. He was part of the original army. Actually, one of the unique. Sorry, I'm walking and running today, but he's one of the unique combat units in the 1980s. This is during obviously the Iran-Iraq war. He was part of the. I can't remember the battalion, something Mazahir battalion. But anyways, Habib Mazahir battalion, yeah, which was an elite unit. And essentially, that elite unit, or after the war, they gained so much power and notoriety within the infrastructure of Iran, and a lot of these people in the elite unit became they won contracts in the government. They became heavily involved in the government themselves, and a lot of them. So you had generals, commanders, etc. Mustafa Khamenei, he forged a lot of great relationships in that elite unit, and he was actually, while his father was in charge, he was the one that was actually facilitating coordination between the IRGC, military contractors in Iran, and the government themselves and government officials themselves. And I personally think that the reason why the council members they voted for Mojtaba Khamenei is because they felt that, I think that the Iranian government was potentially going to lose control of the IRGC, and that Mojtaba Khamenei is the only person, the most powerful person left in the country, that has the political influence and the connections to control them. And the IRGC really trusts Mojtaba Khamenei more than anybody else. Because of the decades-long relationships he has with a lot of the command structure that's now really embedded in themselves into the economy of Iran, as well as the military and all the departments, Department of Defense, Education, Science, all of that. The IRGC has embedded themselves in that. So I don't believe that there's some sort of power struggle. I think they're working in unison with Mojtaba Khamenei, and I think this is why they chose him. His father, the Martyr Ali Khamenei, he didn't want Mustafa Khamenei to be in power. He wanted a pure theocratic person to be in charge. But actually, he was against his own son, Mustafa, to be in charge. He actually lined up Raisi. To be honest, that's what he kept saying. Raisi is my favorite. So unfortunately, this is why I think the Israelis killed him, because Raisi was a very well respected, dominant, but fair and just man. I'm not saying that Mustafa Khamenei wasn't, but he was more involved with the IRGC and their dealings. He wasn't like corrupt. He wasn't known to be corrupt, but he had undue influence, maybe to some extent unpopular, a lot of influence, unpopular, great deal of influence, that is, which some saw as a particular threat. But during wartime, that's probably what they felt was needed to sort of bridge the gap between the government and the IRGC, because what the death of Ali Khamenei would have done was it would have ceded power to the IRGC. And this is why Masoud Pezeshkian said the IRGC is just taking control. And Joe is right in part. You know, they have been taking the command. They've been taking care of all the military actions, and they've been dictating to the government what they're going to do, what they should do, what they shouldn't do. And I think Mojtaba Khamenei, that's why he's got the connections between the government. So Masoud Pezeshkian and Galibaf was obviously a commander. He was one of the architects of the missile program. He worked under Hassan Tehrani Moghaddam, who was the father of the missile program. They all are actually interconnected. So they would listen to Mojtaba Khamenei because they grew up together. So I don't think that there's some sort of power struggle there. I personally think that they are working together, and that this is why they felt, while he wasn't the first or second third choice, Mojtaba Khamenei to be supreme leader, they felt this is probably the best that we could do, given that we're in a wartime situation. And so that's why I personally think he's in there. And I've spoken to other Iranians, as well as someone who was retired from the government, and he says that's probably that could be the case. They're not going to confirm it, but they think that's probably why, because they didn't think that Mojtaba would be a king, a supreme leader, and they didn't think that. Even I personally think, and several other Iranians who know him, who know them, they think that he wouldn't be the best choice, given that his whole entire family was killed. What sort of mental state would he be in to govern over a country in wartime as well? But they felt this is probably why they needed to sort of to keep control of everything, all the units of Iran together. And so Mustafa Khamenei, this is why you see Ghalibaf saying, I'm in regular contact with Mustafa Khamenei. Obviously, people will gloss over and say, well, of course, he's the supreme leader. Of course he would. No, because they are lifelong friends. They've all had connections with each other. They're all, so they grew up together, essentially. They know each other very, very well. And even, I would say, unpopular to say, but much to some displeasure of his father, Ali Khamenei, who didn't really like the fact that his son was too much embedded between the IRGC and all the sort of economic structures, economic structures, as well as all the ministries that in Iran, because it felt that, from what I've heard, from what I've read as well, he didn't like that. He didn't want to be tied to his son being like that, given that Ali Khamenei just wanted to be purely a theocratic leader. So that's my take on what I think the Iranian power structure is like, and I think that Mustafa is keeping a balance between the IRGC and the government right now. But time will tell what happens there, and it's interesting to see how that unfolds. But so far, the moves that Iran has made has been pretty sound.
Joe? Joe?
Yeah, I won't have anything to add here. Like, I don't know that detail. Resistance does. You know what I mean? Like, there, I'm at a loss at.
I guess the question is, for me, it's less about that, but what the main thing is this, that what about from this angle, resistance? So there's two key components to think about. The first one, okay, let's take one at a time. The first one is that if this deal isn't good, as in if Iran ends up ceding too many things or ceding the wrong position, what's your thought that this could cause civil unrest in Iran, because people are like, look, they killed our supreme leader, they killed our girls, they destroyed so many buildings, and then, you capitulate in the negotiations. When I look at Iranian Twitter, and I look at a lot of the big voices in Iran, and actually I'm not sure, I think the guy I got coming on today may hold this position. I'm going to ask him. What's your thoughts on that possibly causing some kind of a civil unrest?
I personally think that's a low chance. While they're very unhappy, if they have got a few of those points over the line, those agreements, i.e., lifting the sanctions, safeguarding Lebanon, the Strait of Hormuz as well, I think that will be fine. I think other points aren't as sort of uranium enrichment as well. Keeping it indigenous is also important. But
what would be acceptable amount of uranium enrichment?
I think 5%. My personal opinion is 5%. Maybe
What
even
about
this is
three? What
the
about
lowest.
What about 3.5?
I think it makes. I mean, 3.5 to 5 is the same. I don't think it's.
Well, for Trump, it's not, because Trump can really put that out as a victory, because he can be like, look, Obama had 5 in the JCPOA. I agreed to 3.5. That means they've
I
got
mean,
less.
yeah, I mean, it depends. If all other points are sort of agreed upon, then yeah, I think they could concede on that.
Do you think
I
Iranians will be happy with that?
No, they won't. But I don't think it will lead to a civil war or some sort of revolution or anything like that. I think they'll
Okay.
just be unhappy, like they have been for the last 30 years with the Iranian government. So, but they're obviously the constant complainers about the Iranian government. But obviously, the sanctions were the biggest effect on their lives. So, if the sanctions are going to be lifted, I just don't believe that that's going to present itself in such a turbulent way.
Okay. And Obviously, Americans are saying 0%. Well, Trump's saying 0% to his public, but he knows that he can just say what they want to them. It doesn't really matter because they're not going to read what the reality is. So I don't think that's going to be a stumbling block. But I guess the question mark becomes in terms of. Look, I've been thinking about this a lot over the last 24 hours. Did you hear the space at the beginning when I explained this?
Yeah, I was
All
listening.
right,
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
the equalizer, they need an equalizer. Now, the question is the Strait of Hormuz a big enough equalizer now, or do they still need the bomb? And what I mean by that is, I think you mentioned Robert Pape, didn't you? Or Pope, or whatever the guy's name is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, he has the same opinion that I said, right? Which is that this is going to be the start of the Persian Empire. They're going to be the most dominant in the Middle East, probably the top four in the world if this goes the way they want in terms of sanctions relief, in terms of having control of the Strait of Hormuz. But one of the things is, I think he may have said it or he alluded to it, whatever it is. But he said, oh, they need the nuclear bomb in order to guarantee that Israel's not going to come again, right? Because we all know that if there's an agreement now, this is going to happen again in 8 months or a year, or when JD Vance or Marco, probably more so if Marco Rubio's president, after the midterms. And so you need an equalizer. Now the question is the Strait of Hormuz a good enough equalizer? It seems like it is, but is it really? And if it is, then fine. But if it's not, then they need a nuclear bomb. What's your kind of thoughts on that perspective?
Well, I think it's irrelevant what I think or what you think. They're not going to do it. They're not going to have a nuclear bomb. I think they've just demonstrated they believe, and you can ask Professor Marandi. They've demonstrated that actually they control the Strait of Hormuz. And as you said, Sully, earlier in the space, you equate that to their nuclear bomb. So yeah, I think that's what they see as their nuclear bomb. And I personally I agree. So Robert Pape, basically, I talked about him like 2 weeks ago, and Hassan mentioned him the other day to bring him up. It'll be interesting to see what else he says about how they exercise. Because remember, it might be powerful enough to rein in Israel and prevent them from attacking Lebanon again, or it may not. And if it's not, then you've answered your question there, Sully,
Well,
in
this
the
is the
sense that
actually you just brought up an important element there, and I want to kind of get into that. And that's this. So, in terms of Robert Pap, yeah, you're right. You and Hassan mentioned it. I watched one of his interviews last night because you guys mentioned it. And his opinions were basically what we've been saying on the space. Obviously, he does the propaganda about the 20,000 people being killed, but I mean, he is part of the American apparatus.
yeah,
Uh, sorry?
yes, I agree. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. But in terms of us, I mean, we were saying it from day one that this would result in. Remember, we were joking, saying, "Oh, it's going to be the Persian Empire. They're going to be running things." He's basically articulating that in his scaffolding method, right? So it's so I don't disagree with what he said. Actually, I think he was very much on point, and he's saying exactly what we've been saying. But what you just asked, you just put up a very important point, which is if there's no nuclear bomb and your Strait of Hormuz is the replacement for the nuclear bomb, then the question mark becomes, does that stop someone like Israel? I don't think it does. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you, Sully. I personally don't think it is. But like I said, it's irrelevant what we think in terms of whether they should or not. They've already made that decision. And I haven't seen anything or haven't heard anything from Iranian government or higher ups, supreme leader, that they're going to reconsider their stance on the nuclear weapons thing. And they also said constantly, look, we don't need nuclear weapons. We haven't shown you what else we've got. That's so much more destructive. You don't know any of our latest stuff that we've got, latest weaponry that we've got, and you'll see that we don't need it. So I don't. So I'm led to believe that they've got other things in their arsenal they don't want to show, and that they right now they're using the Strait of Hormuz. But if it's not going to contain Israel when it comes to attacking Lebanon, then they need to bring out those guns that they mentioned, those things that they mentioned.
Yeah, yeah, and that's going to be the interesting. Yeah, but bring what? What do you mean by bring the guns that they mentioned? Because the problem is, if that mean, and I guess the point then becomes, is the Strait of Hormuz the equalizer? Because in order to become globally strong, in order to become strong in the Middle East and the world, you do need to have a scenario where someone's not bombing your country every day, right? Or trying to bomb your country every 6 months. So, I mean, now you brought it up. I didn't really think about that element of it, but now you bring up the Israel question. I mean, Israel's always gonna start a war with them, and then that's always gonna impede them.
Yeah, well, think so. Look at the details of what the ceasefire in Lebanon is written as, and I got this from Leila Hatoum, the Lebanese journalist. She pulled it out, and it says Israel reserves the right to take necessary measures to defend itself at any time in the face of any planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks, and this right shall not be affected by the cessation of hostilities, except for that it will not carry out any offensive military operations against Lebanese targets, whether civilian, military, or state affiliated, on Lebanese territory by land, air, or sea. So that basically gives Israel almost carte blanche to do what they want, and Iran won't need to invoke closing the Strait of Hormuz, if that's what it says in the actual ceasefire over Lebanon.
Yeah. No. What you're saying isn't news. We mentioned this yesterday. This is what you're talking about is just a separate thing, and I don't want the audience to get confused. So
But they will attack, so it means that they're going to
no,
attack.
but I
So,
want to explain this because you mentioned something, and I think it might confuse the audience. So there's an agreement between Iran and the United States of America, and then there's a separate agreement between Lebanon, Israel, and the United States of America. The agreement between Iran and the United States of America is a 10-day complete ceasefire where the Zionist entity is not allowed to bomb Lebanon. There is complete peace in Lebanon. Nowhere is allowed to be bombed in Lebanon. No military targets, no civilian targets, nothing. Separate to that, because the Lebanese government scrambled based on this agreement that was going to occur, they did a charade of a meeting in Washington with Marco Rubio, and the components of that agreement isn't new. It's the exact same agreement from 2024 that they also signed with the Zionist entity, which is that they can continue bombing Lebanon however they please. It was a one-sided agreement. So that's what you're referring to. There's two separate agreements. They made it look like this second agreement was something new, but they just restated, in a sense, and rewrote the same agreement that was already in place since 2024.
I thought this was the agreement between Iran and the United States as well. I didn't think
No,
it was just only because from what I'm hearing, this is both.
that's not
This
true.
applies to both deals, and that's why
That's
I'm
not
saying if
true. That's
okay,
not true. Where's
if
the
it's not
evidence for
okay,
this? Iran never agreed to that. That's impossible.
this is for the duration of the ceasefire, which is the 10 days,
No, this
right?
is wrong. This is wrong.
Okay,
Where's the evidence that Iran signed this? I wanna see the evidence. This is fake
yeah,
news.
I've just got it from Lebanese accounts, but again, let's park this for a second, because we want to talk about the crux of the situation. What if Israel does attack Lebanon now during these 10 days? What does Iran do? This is what I said before, like when Beatrix asked me, do you think Iran will, first of all, make a ceasefire, impose ceasefire, impose the ceasefire over Israel. So force the United States to impose ceasefire over Israel, to make a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. And I said yes. But in the event that they do agree to that, I can't guarantee that Iran will close the Strait of Hormuz if Israel breaks it. I'm still not sure whether that is the case or not. But if they do, we'll have to see how strong, like you're asking, Sully, you're saying, how effective is this Strait of Hormuz? Is it like a nuclear weapon? I don't think it's going to be like a nuclear weapon, because the nuclear weapon is like, it's catastrophic. The ending is catastrophic. It's irreversible. Whereas the Strait of Hormuz is reversible. So it can
No,
never
but that's
be as
what makes
strong as
it
that.
better than a nuclear weapon. Because really, you can't use a nuclear weapon, but you
Yeah,
could use this.
you can use this. And the question that you're asking me is, will it be effective? Right? But I mean, it's not going to be like a nuclear weapon, but will it be effective? I think that's what you're asking. Will it do the job in
Yeah,
the sense,
yeah.
and will they exercise it? So first of all, will they exercise it? And second of all, will it do the job if they exercise it? And I don't have the answers to either of those points, because time will tell. I don't think anyone can say, yes, they're going to do it, and yes, it's going to stop Israel. I don't think anyone can say confidently.
And this is the problem, right? Because Iran needs a situation, and this is the irony. You know, they, like, for example, people are saying like the GCC wants peace in the Middle East. It's actually no. Iran needs peace in the Middle East. Iran needs. Is nobody chatting on the YouTube? I can't even see the chat moving at all. There's something wrong with it. Iran needs peace in the Middle East, and if there's peace in the Middle East, they'll thrive. And it's just a question of whether Israel is gonna basically comport towards that. That's the problem, and I don't think they will. And if they're not, then they need the bomb. And this is the problem I've got is that in order to have the ability to develop into what you could, your potential, which is to become bomb doesn't mean you use the bomb, but bomb means that you have the ability to develop so that you're not getting
A deterrence, yeah.
yeah. So if the Strait can't stop Israel, then they need the bomb basically.
But then they can't use it still. So say it would be too disproportionate. So say Israel bombs Lebanon, like even bombs all of Tabor again. You know, it's already wiped out. Or Ben Jabil, they're completely taken out. Ben Jabil, or Yaroun, Hussein's town, right? What is still excessive to use a nuclear bomb? They can threaten it. They can say, "Look, stop." But even then, it's still not going to stop Israel. So how do you do it? How do you stop them? Because that's too excessive. So I just don't
Great
think it's
point.
appropriate
Great
for
point.
that.
Great point. Great point. Great point. This is what we're discussing. This is what we're thinking about. Um, Resistance. Can you just send me that the tweet for the claim that you made? Just send it a direct message to me and I'll check it
Sure.
out. Yeah. Redder, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, what's up, Suleiman? Shalom alaikum. First, I want to say, Suli, I've been following you since you were in that other guy's space. I won't name his name. I remember you debating this guy from the IDF. I don't know if you remember, but that guy was freaking crazy. Was in the beginning of the war. Look, I have a dying question I want to ask you, Beatrix, and Resistance. So one thing I don't understand from the ceasefire is why was Gaza not included in this? Because, even, we have the ceasefire and there's no, bombings going on in Lebanon. People in Gaza are still starving. People have sickness, they cannot have food. Like why? Like I feel like Iran had the chance to even to say like, look, I want Gaza and Lebanon and us, of course, to be included in this deal. Otherwise, there's no deal. Like I don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't understand. Maybe someone can explain. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good question. I don't know if Beatrix wants to jump in after me, but um, so for me, it's like real question. How do you include Gaza into the ceasefire? Like, what do you do?
I mean, for example, let people. They have to force other countries to put at least food in people's mouth. Like because Iran had the power. Iran did a lot of damage to like GCC
Okay,
countries and
but it's
Israel. Like,
no, no.
sorry.
Let's go
Oh.
through each bit that you said genuinely, like genuinely have this conversation, right? So allow food in is basically what you said, right?
Yeah, because I think there's
Yeah.
still a blockade, right?
Well, there's a no, no. There's not a blockade, but if you mean Israel controls the land, sea, and air,
Yeah, I mean, people are still starving, right? Because people are still in tents.
well,
People are,
I'll
yeah,
answer your question. I'll answer your question. Sorry.
yeah, sorry.
So there isn't a blockade in the sense of they're not allowing anything in, like during the genocide. There is an ceasefire agreement with Gaza that's allowing trucks into Gaza, and trucks are going into Gaza. So there is an agreement for that already. So are you saying you should cancel that agreement and then create a new agreement? And remember, the current agreement is a temporary one. So are you saying you cancel that permanent agreement for a temporary one, or how would you do that?
Yeah, I don't really know how exactly I would do it, but I would definitely, if I were Iran, I would have included Gaza in this deal.
No, but you
To
keep repeating. But I'm asking you, we can say those words. The issue you've got is Gaza has a ceasefire agreement. Gaza has an agreement right now, which was signed by the resistance, right? This is why Hamas didn't join right now in this war. in these 40 days, or this would have been a prime time. Hamas start hitting from one end, Hezbollah hit from the other end, Iran hit from another end, full on bombardment from all different areas. But the reason Hamas didn't, quite you can say rightly or wrongly or whatever it is, but Hamas didn't is because they had they fulfilled their agreement, which was the ceasefire agreement that they've signed themselves. So are you saying that Iran should say to Hamas, we're cancelling your agreement doesn't matter, you don't matter, and now we're taking over. But Hamas signed the agreement, and it's not like Hamas always agrees with Iran. There's certain situations in the past where they've disagreed with them. So,
No, no, I fully understand. It's just that I've seen that the ceasefire that was between Hamas and the Zionists was violated many times, right? It
oh, of
was
course. I
violated
mean,
like a hundred
they're gonna
times.
violate this agreement. Like with Lebanon, remember we're only one day in. They're gonna violate this one, and this is why it's gonna be complicated. And so, if the claim is that if Israel violates an agreement, do you go all out in war with them? This is gonna be a very good question. We're all gonna see. But with Gaza, the issue is this: it's very simple. Gaza can't be included in a deal because Gaza already has its own deal. It's like, for example, you and Joe, you saying to me, Suleiman, I'm about to make a deal with with Israel. I'm about to make a deal with Joe, and I'm like, but I've got my own deal. And you're like, okay, I want to cancel it, but you cannot cancel my deal. My deal's long term, is permanent. There's a Gaza peace board. There's a loads of other things going on. By the way, I didn't agree with that deal personally. Everybody knows who's been following my spaces. I didn't agree with that deal at all. But this is the decision of the Palestinian people, and it's not my decision. So they made the decision to make that deal, and that deal is done. You can't overwrite that deal now. That's the problem you've got. If
Okay.
Gaza wasn't in a deal, if Gaza didn't have a ceasefire agreement, if Gaza didn't have a deal with Trump, then I think it would. Then I would be totally in alignment with you. It made sense, like why they're not included. But the complexity of the situation is they already have their own deal,
Yeah, it's just
a
like
long term deal as well.
I understand, and like we keep saying deal, but like people are being bombed in tents, right? And I know we cannot do like unfortunately we can't do anything about it. I just wish Iran could have maybe done more, but I know there's agreement,
But
but you know
again,
what
you
I
keep
mean
saying
with
Iran can do more, but the problem is, and I agree with you, people are being bombed in Thames. This is the Israelis, the
yes,
genociders. But
yes.
I guess the question mark becomes because there was people from Palestine who were saying that they wanted Hamas to make the deal. And one of the reasons why Hamas were not making a deal before was because they said, look, any deal we make, the Israelis are going to violate. But now they've ended up making the deal. They've done what people were pressuring them to do. Even the world were like, oh, Hamas make a deal, and now Israel's going to become look like the bad guys. And I always said, no one cares what the world's going to say. Like every single thing that Hamas was attacked over the last few years, it's been proven that actually when the deal happened, that Hamas were right to resist because, and not just Hamas, the entire resistance, because Israel, as you said, continued to bomb. Now, if let's say hypothetically they did what you said, which is cancel the deal with Hamas. So with Hamas's deal with Donald Trump, they cancel that deal. They do their own deal. First of all, maybe Hamas disagrees with that. So that's your first problem. And I think they probably will disagree with it. Actually, what I understand that they do disagree with that. They don't want to cancel their own deal. And that's not just Hamas, the entire resistance doesn't want to cancel their own deal. So you're saying actually they said to the resistance, like do one, we're gonna cancel your deal. And then they take control over the deal, and then they sign a new deal, and then they hope that Israel doesn't break the deal, which they will still continue bombing
Yeah,
every
I
single day.
know.
So you're
Yeah,
back in the same situation, but all
yeah.
you're doing is you've removed the Palestinian deal, you've delegitimized them completely, you've removed them completely. So the problem is that the complex situation you've got now is they have their own deal. I didn't agree with the deal. Everybody knows. People were upset with me because I said I didn't agree with the deal, but um, everyone was okay with the deal. Everyone said it was a good thing, and now you're seeing the result of that deal. And now no one can kind of overarching. And this is why Hamas didn't join this war. The reason Hamas didn't join this war is because they have their own deal and they kind of stood with their own deal. Does that make sense?
No, that does totally makes sense, and thank you for explaining it. It's just that I follow some. There's this guy called Ori Goldberg. I don't know if you know him.
No.
He's not a Zionist. He's against the Zionist regime, but he
Mhm.
helps people in Gaza, and he says on his Twitter account that people are in need for medicine. People
True.
are starving and are being getting sick, right?
No
So like,
doubt. I was reading
do you know the
today. I was
details?
reading.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Apologies. I'm interrupting you. I agree with you. People are, and you said Goldberg, so this means it's a Jewish guy, and still, this is why we don't. We always say differentiate between Judaism and Zionism.
Yeah, yeah.
But the point is, I agree with you. I think I was reading yesterday. Was it yesterday, the day before? That the deal is that there's meant to be like, I can't remember the exact number now, so I'm just giving you an example. Like if the deal's like 500 trucks, only 250, like basically 30% or 40% of the real amount that has been agreed upon that was being allowed into Gaza is only been allowed in. There is no doubt about that. I completely agree with you. This has always happened to the Palestinian people. They've always been oppressed in this manner. And unfortunately, I'm not Palestinian, so I can't say like, oh, you shouldn't have made the deal. But they've made the deal and they've kind of standing by the deal that they made, and that's their choice. They're the Palestinians. We were speaking out for them. We highlighted all of the things that are happening to them. But at the end of the day, it is their decision, and they've made the deal they've made. I think the deal is not a good deal. I think, as you said, the food's not getting in, the medicine's not getting in. They're still getting bombed. And I think even the whole Gaza peace deal is a way of stealing the land and giving it to Jewish Zionists. Because if you look at the Gaza peace plan, it's completely controlled by Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and Larry Ellison through Tony Blair. So for me, it's just the land being stolen, but instead of crime, now it's white collar crime that's occurred. So I was completely against that deal. So I'm with you on this, and for the reasons you're saying. But the problem you've got, because you're saying it from Iran's perspective, and the resistance have made a deal. They can't supersede them. They can't tear their own deal up, and this is why they didn't join the war. Let me. Is there anything else? Reda, do jump in with
Yeah,
anything.
the last thing, and then I will drop
No,
before
no,
I.
no problem. This is an
Oh,
open space. I would really
yeah.
appreciate the content.
Against Philly, I remember you when you destroyed that IDF guy, man, on the old spaces in 23. That was, I'll never forget that. Yeah. So the last thing I would say, like, because I've been on this space for 49 days straight. Like, when we say like, hey, man, Iran won, like every time I had to think about Gaza, man, and when Gaza don't cannot feed its own people and being bombed, like I feel there's no win. Like, you know what I mean? But even I'm so happy Iran have their win still. If Gaza is not free or Gaza, they cannot move, then like there is no win, in my
True.
opinion, right? Like,
True.
yeah.
True, I agree with you on that as well. The reason why we're so, well, personally, the reason why I am in a lot of adulation about this Iranian victory, as long as they don't stumble it, because again, I'm going to look at that deal. I'm not going to just say they won. We have to see what that deal is. Just like I didn't agree with the resistance deal with the American regime. It may be the same here. But let's assume it is a very good deal for Iran. The reason why I'm very positive about it is because it is a nail in the coffin of the Zionism and Zionist entity. It weakens the United States of America. It weakens Israel. If this deal goes about the way we think it may go about, and Iran does become, and they don't flop it, obviously, and Iran does become a superpower in the Middle East and in the world, if there's ever a chance that the Palestinians may get some kind of freedom, that's the only light I see at the end of the tunnel. Everything else is darkness. Iran doesn't win, there is no Palestine. Ibiza draw, there is no Palestine. And right now you see it and they're stealing it anyway. So I'm not saying this will definitely be the outcome, but if there's any outcome, if I look at all the possibilities, this will be possibly the only possibility where there could be a scenario where the Palestinians are free and have their own homeland. Because if it is that, if this Gaza peace board is what it is, which is that basically the Jewish Zionists control it, then they don't have their own land anyway. And let's say even if Simon's right, which obviously I don't agree with him, but let's say he's right, then it's just the GCC is the occupier. But it means that in all of their plans, someone else is occupying the Palestinian land. So the reason why Iran winning is a good thing is because I think that is the only hope we have, that in the future when Iran becomes a dominant power, that they can use
And
that as a leverage to try and make sure that this
and
doesn't go down the road that they're trying to take it down.
and also, Suleiman, do you know if the IDF is still in South Lebanon? Like, isn't it not included in the deal that they have to get out of South Lebanon? Because I read that Netanyahu said that the soldier will stay in South Lebanon, but why? Like, like they should get the hell out of Lebanon, or is it
Yeah.
more complicated than that?
No, it's a very good question. So right now they are, when you say they're in South Lebanon, they're like a mile in. They're like in certain areas, couple of miles in. For example, Ben Jabel they tried to take, which is only 3 miles, and they were only able to take it. But yeah, the deal is, this temporary deal right now is that they're able to stay where they are. So it freezes the situation right now because it's only a 10-day deal. And then what happens is once, and then they're speaking for a more long-lasting deal. Now, if your question is that the long-lasting deal, if it results in Israel keeping that bit of land in South Lebanon, no one's going to accept that. The Lebanese people won't accept it. People in South Lebanon won't accept it. They will fight till the bitter end. So that would not be a good deal. So that would be an example of where we're like, look, Iran made this deal and we vehemently disagree with it, because none of their land should be taken by the Zionist entity.
Yeah, exactly. Because, because otherwise, then what is the point of all of this if the Zionists can do whatever they want? Increase settlements in the West Bank and in South Lebanon, then, like, then what was the point of all of this, right? Because the point of all of this is that Iran, with what they did, is they have more influence than they had before, and hopefully, we can get rid of these settlements increasing. But I will, yeah. Thank you very much, Suleiman, and may Allah bless you.
Appreciate you, Reda. Thank you for that great conversation. Anybody want to add anything to the conversation we had? Resistance, maybe you, because you're
Yeah.
you're Palestinian, so you might have a different perspective.
No, silly. I agree with you. Whatever, especially about the agreement between Hamas and the border peace. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's a joke.
Tom,
Did
jump in.
they sign it though? Did Hamas actually sign that agreement?
They released the hostages. Remember, that's how they left. They lost all leverage once that happened, and that was basically it.
Yeah, you know
So,
what, resistance? My thing is that if you sign an agreement and then it's got terms and those terms have already been breached by Israel, then technically there isn't an agreement there. And this whole thing of Hamas has to disarm. I think what's going to go down is that Gaza's been cut loose, Palestine's been cut loose. Um, it's been cut loose. We're not
Yeah,
seeing it
it has.
mentioned by name in any of the statements that came out from Iran. We've seen Lebanon and the resistance. That's what we've seen, Hezbollah and the resistance. They could have actually intervened when that border peace deal was happening to say, no, you cannot do the Palestinian land theft, but they didn't. And I actually think it's what Simon says and what Suleiman just said, that it is probably going to end up under GCC control. Everyone's going to get a piece of the pie, probably. I don't know. But I think it was a really good question by Reda. And it's sad because they fought on the front lines for this, for their sovereignty, really did. As well as the other resistance factions as well. But yeah.
Well, they started the whole world revolution.
Yeah, fight resistance and Beatrice, Simon, Suleiman. If I can add on to that, I've been in listening to this for a long time, even before the GCC alliance and all of that, and how heartbreaking, how cruel, how unbelievable. But what probably is happening is just the GCC coming in like hard, cold, heartless business, carving it up, taking it in the greater Israel, the greater Gaza project, and that disgusting plan that Trump has. And remember when Trump and Bibi were on the beach, and yeah, man, we're going to make Gaza beautiful. We're going to put the Trump casino in there. I mean, the disgusting rot. It makes me so angry in righteous indignation, but I really see that's what's going to happen. I hate it, but that's what I think is going to happen. And the Palestinians, oh, here we'll give you you get an apartment, pay this outrageous price to live in your land. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. This won't be righted until God sets it straight. But for now, we're living in this world. That's what's going to happen. It really is. It's the Make Gaza Great Again plan.
Yeah, I agree, Andrew. I think they've cut it loose and it's sad. It's devastating, actually. But I mean, I can understand why after 2.5 years of genocide, they probably had the Palestinians resist, like some assurances, some guarantees. But nobody's speaking up for them now. And it is a Trump plan. Trump wants that piece of real estate. He wants his Trump Towers there. It's disgusting. With mafia looting is what our governments are doing, and we normalized it.
Yeah, business. It's just like, let's make a deal. There's a program, it's on Netflix. It shows the whole Trump way back before when he was the so-called quote businessman, which he's not. He got basically inheritance from daddy. Every dollar he made, it was on someone else's money. He screwed people over left and right. He left builders, contractors stranded with millions of dollars. And then what he did is constantly, I'm a businessman. No, he's not. He is a complete, he's a, well, absolutely reprobate to the fullest extent, but he's just a con artist, a charlatan, and he and Netanyahu have made this. And here's the GCC, and we've said it from the beginning. And no offense, but my own country, America. If anyone says, "Oh no, don't say it about America," stop it. You know, don't speak out against my beloved Saudi Arabia. Stop it. We're calling it for what it is. They sold out. They sold out, and only Iran, God bless Iran, they stood up the moral resistance, and we've been battling with them, you know, from day one. And Suleiman and all of you, thank you, because this is the battle. And so of course we're not going to stop speaking up. Of course we're not going to keep resisting it. We're not going to say, oh, we love your great, make Israel great again. No, there is a caricature picture. It's so disgusting. It shows a beautiful, oh, family just vacationing on the beautiful beaches of Gaza. Oh, their umbrellas. But guess what? Underneath the ground, the blood of the innocent cries out, and they have all these skeletons underneath there. And I'll just land it here by saying, my 14-year-old daughter, be 14 here in a couple of days, she just completed a major project at school. She's in honors language arts. She did the whole thing on Gaza and the resistance, and how the Zionism is a scourge and how it's damaging America and destroying America and the West and the world. And she was only supposed to do just a short little message. The teacher gave her extended time. She had children crying in the class. I'm not here by choice, but I'm in a quote, the Bible Belt here. And when I call middle America here, south of Chicago and Indiana, but bottom line, it's a very strong Trump enclave. And my daughter, God love her, she's been listening to these spaces. She went into Suleiman's video library. She's pulling out, and she did Google analysis. I'm sorry, AI analysis, breaking down speakers, content. She got Simon's stuff. She got Suleiman's stuff. She heard Beatrice talking, and she was broken by Beatrice's story about Lebanon. People, please no, please no. The people know. And so she brought her presentation to school, and it wrecked him. Even this kid who's always mean to my daughter, he's a Trump, wears a Trump, even came up to her and said, well, I had no idea. The people are learning how incredibly painful this is, and we will keep speaking up. And this is, I think, just the beginning of what we're going to accomplish together. I love you all. Thank you. Keep fighting a good fight.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. I mean, the more that people realize and wake up and understand the situation in Palestine, especially, the more they realize it's not a two sides thing. It's not all complicated. It's very, very simple and very easy. There's an occupier and an occupied. There's a genocider, and then there's the people that have been genocided. That's all there is to know. That's all there is, and that's the history of Israel. I do want to say, I do want to answer Beatrix's sort of point, because I know that you're sort of highly pessimistic about the situation now that Iran's made an agreement. I think
Oh my God, I'm realistic. Why are you attacking me? I'm not highly pessimistic. I'm realistic.
I'm not attacking you,
Tell her
Beatrix.
resistance, smash her, smash her, blood,
I'm
smash her.
trying to, I'm trying to console you in some ways and just try to cheer you up, because I actually agree with Sully. If Iran wins, then Palestine wins. If Iran loses or draws, Palestine loses. That's the reality of it. Because from our point of view, if you speak to lots of Palestinians, is by Iran winning, it dominates the region and it cripples Israel. It weakens Israel to the point that it guts them from inside. And that's the thing that we're looking for. We're looking for the whole Israel project is predicated on the fact that there's going to be more and more people coming to Israel to live there, reside there, and outpopulate the Palestinian people. Once that project fails, all of a sudden everything implodes from within. Or like I said to you, I think I said this before to Simon, it will be reliant on all the Palestinian people to keep that, to revive that economy. because there'll be a mass exodus of Israelis now that Iran will be the superpower of the region. And yes, the GCC might want to try and take control of Gaza, and even the West Bank, and they could try and stuff. But if the GCC are going to be weakened because of Iran, and what the Palestinians need is they just need weapons. They need the ability, like Hezbollah has, is to be funded to the point that they can build their own weapons and they can have the blueprints. They aren't given blueprints, given them tactics. Now they need more. They need a lot more. And if the resistance supply lines are being strengthened now, which we're seeing, because it goes from Iran to Iraq now to Syria. There's a corridor now with militia, and it goes all the way to Lebanon. And that's why you're seeing Hezbollah with lots of weapons that they're using, and effectively, I must say. So it's actually much better than it was under Assad. Assad would control it to appease the Israelis, but in Syria, it's like, well, pay me the money and we'll get you through. And all of a sudden, and you combine that with the Shia militia there that are aligned with the IRGC, and also there's some Sunni. It's not a sectarian thing, but it's more sort of transactional in some ways, whereby you can get more things through because of the connections and because of the fact that you can grease that connection, thanks to the IRGC. This is why Lebanon has banned all IRGC personnel in Lebanon, the Lebanese government, because they don't want this. They are afraid that Iran will fund them to such a high level now that that Hezbollah will be the dominant force in Lebanon. My mum was disgusted by that news, but when you have to look at the implications of what that means, this is a big threat. That Hezbollah now is a big threat to the Lebanese government, and rightly so, especially if they see that Iran is going to be the big power player in the region. So it will also be a big power player for the West Bank and the Palestinians themselves, as long as they are superior. A lot of Israelis will just leave because they know they've been indoctrinated so long that Iran is the mortal enemy. They're the existential threat. Now they're becoming so much stronger. Why are they going to stay? They're all dual nationals. 95% of them are dual national citizens. They'll go to America. They'll go to Europe. They'll go wherever. Even Russia don't even want them. There's 2 million Russian Jews, Israelis there. And I think they're going to go to America instead, and that's fine, as long as they leave the land. All the jobs will be taken up. Any sort of business that is worth anything will be taken over by Palestinians, because it won't function otherwise. The alternative will be that it implodes from within, and it won't happen overnight, but that's what we've been wanting.
Resistance, can I ask you a
Sure.
question? I don't want to butt in, but before I forget, do you think the Israelis would allow that to happen? Or do you think they're, how can I put it, crazy enough to destroy everything in spite so that it's not easy to rebuild? Because I don't see any scenario in which they leave any of what they've built behind for the Palestinians to take over. Just wanted to chime in with that. Thank you.
No, great point, Tom. There's even a bigger question than that. Will the Americans allow Iran to prosper? And that, for me, is the biggest question for me, because I can't imagine they would allow Iran to lift the sanctions for Iran, allow them to charge a toll, allow them to have a nuclear civilian program. Right? I don't think they'll allow all that. I don't think they will allow Iran to prosper, because the implications would be that they will be the fourth biggest economy on the planet, right? Greater than Germany. And it'll be a $5 trillion, $6 trillion economy, and all of a sudden, it's literally game over for everyone in the Middle East, except unless you are aligned with Iran. So all the resistance, Iraq will be a superpower. Iraq will be like the fifth, seventh, eighth superpower because of its natural resources as well. And then you've got anyone if Syria aligns, which I don't think they will. They'll be splintered, and the GCC will have a minimal role, in my opinion, if that's allowed. But I just think that's why I don't think the implications are so detrimental to Israel and the United States and the West. I'm not with in Simon's camp, where yes, they're going to do that deal and it's going to be favorable and everyone's going to be happy, etc. Or they're not going to be happy, but they're still going to do that deal. I don't think so. I think they're going to try and prevent this. They're going to break every deal that they sign. They're going to disrupt Iran at every turn in some form or fashion. They're going to try and implement something or strategize on how to take back control of the Strait of Hormuz, because that is their weak point. I do agree with Sully's point. Sully made a point that are they looking at alternative pipelines, pipeline gateways? They are. They could be through Azerbaijan and Turkey. So Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, that way, or Azerbaijan, Turkey, whichever. And that goes through Europe. They could do that way, or they could do from Saudi Arabia all the way through to Egypt, across the Red Sea that way. If they can, but obviously the Houthis are going to be there, but they can build a tunnel underneath. They'll probably do that, so they'll go across Saudi Arabia, the west pipeline corridor that they have. They could probably do another one, and that'll take 2, 3, 4, 5 years to build. And again, because Egypt is aligned with the GCC and Saudi Arabia, and they'll be paid by them, so they'll do that. They'll be looking at alternative energy gateway strategies and corridors that they're going to try and make. So who knows what they're going to do? Go through Jordan, so Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel, and then go through that way. Could be. Who knows what they could be doing? But I can imagine they are already drawing up plans for that, because they certainly don't want the Strait of Hormuz to be the choke point by Iran. So we'll have to. That's to Europe, and then to the east. I don't know what's going to happen. The east is probably going to go through. I honestly don't know. I haven't thought about that. I haven't looked at the maps going to the East Asia, but certainly to the west, that's what they're going to do. So the time will tell, I think, but I just don't believe that they're going to allow Iran to prosper. I just because the implications are too catastrophic for the West and for the GCC. So they might have a ceasefire agreement. They might do a permanent ceasefire. They might do a permanent agreement, that is. So not a ceasefire, but a permanent agreement. But will that last? I don't think so. I think they're going to go. They're going to maybe have peace for this year, and then next year, because it'll be Trump's final 2 years. He's not going to care. Like the Trump administration and the deep state, they're not going to care. They're going to try and start a war again with Iran. In my opinion, I just don't believe that Iran will have any sort of peace going forward, and that's where I am sort of pessimistic. But as long as Iran can just take as much money from the Strait of Hormuz this year, if they could do a deal, or they can go into war and hammer Israel, that'll be great for me. Either way, I think that'll be great. The worst thing they could do is for Iran to cave on and make concessions and cede a lot of points that they had a stronghold over. That would be terrible for Iran, and that there is a concern there I have, because of the softness of this of the government, not necessarily the IRGC, but the government. So we'll have to wait and see about that. We'll have to wait and see. But I just think that right now Iran is winning, and I think that the US and Israel don't have any alternatives right now. And so I think Iran should, whatever they need to do, whether it's make an agreement and charge and make money and weaken the GCC, weaken Israel, or continue in the war. These are still two bad options for United States and Israel. So either way, it will help the resistance, and it will help Iran until they start again. And obviously, you will. For me, I'm not like Simon in the sense that they'll just make a permanent agreement and that's it. And they're treacherous. They're agreement incapable, and we'll have to wait and see. So, but yeah, I think a deal is probably going to be made now, a permanent one, and time will tell what Iran agrees upon.
Hello, what I understand about Palestine, it's my perception is the chosen is by the devil. What the devil, what they're trying to do
Juan
in
Carlos, your
Gaza.
mic's horrible. I think you're in a car.
Sorry, I apologize.
Your mic's got like a lot of background noise. Unless it's just me, guys, let me know about his mic.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, his mic is bad.
Now, let me just quickly read this. Professor Morandi said, personally, I believe Trump is probably saying all this nonsense about agreements with Iran so that he can later claim Iran didn't keep its promises Iran never made. The chances of renewed murderous aggression from Trump and Netanyahu are high. Iran is ready. So that's from Professor Morandi. As you know, he's part of the negotiation team, so he's probably going to be aware of some of the factors within there. But Tom, jump in. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I want to add something to it. There was a question that was posed earlier about what exactly the Israelis are planning to do in southern Lebanon. I think I know exactly what they're planning to do. It's kind of what they do anywhere they need to sort of move public opinion in a certain direction to get approval from the global community or whatever, from the international community for some barbarity that they have in mind. It seems like what they have in mind for southern Lebanon, aware of this, but Apple had designated a, that a certain part of southern Lebanon, by virtue of no longer having the names of the towns there that the Israelis were occupying and attacking, I guess that's their way of getting Apple, whose arm, I guess they have a lot of influence over that company. And I suppose they're using that as one of the tactics through which to justify, well, according to international bodies or whatever term, because Netanyahu used a specific term in the video that he put out, I think it was yesterday, where he said that internationally recognized borders are the ones that will be adhered to when it comes to this agreement. And obviously, if they're having Apple, if they're pushing and nudging Apple to remove the names of towns in southern Lebanon, that's probably a move that indicates that what they're planning to do is just designate that southern Lebanon is now recognized by the international community, or whatever term it was that Netanyahu used, as being part of Israel. I mean, I'm guessing because I don't think we would have had that news come out yesterday about Apple designating or removing the names of all the towns in southern Lebanon below the Litani River. I don't think that would have been done unless this was a tactic that they're going to go with. And I'm guessing they're going to get some countries that are on their side to say, yeah, we approve of this, or God knows what. The only country that would actually do that right now is the one being run by their most faithful servant, which is Donald Trump. So we'll see. But I think that's what the plan is in southern Lebanon. And like you guys, I would say very cautiously optimistic because there are certain things. Obviously, it's good for the Strait of Hormuz to be opened up again. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it would be good to see that actually take place and see ships flowing through there. But at the same time, if Iran gives up this incredible opportunity by virtue of wanting to be part of this international community or whatever, they're just going to keep getting hit. I don't think these people are going to stop. I don't like they might change tactics, but they're always have an existential enemy right there on their border unless they approach the situation as such and try to demilitarize their adversary while doing the minimum amount of damage to civilian infrastructure and to civilians as possible. I mean, it makes Iran look better, and they've been doing a good job. They haven't been targeting, as I understand it, residential areas. But then again, the Israelis have done such an incredible job at keeping information controlled that seeps out of their country that we haven't been getting a whole lot of images that I'm aware of after the first week or so of this exchange of hostilities. But we'll see what happens. I definitely would like to see the country that I see as the most dangerous country in the world because of its rogue behavior brought under control. And the nicest thing to see happen would be for the Trump administration, for once, to do what's smart and what's pragmatic and essentially work with Iran to try to keep the situation under control, get the Strait of Hormuz flowing normally again, and work behind the scenes to see if there's a way that we can strategically get the people that aren't hardliners within the Israeli military establishment to agree to getting rid of their nuclear weapons program. If they want to get rid of Iran's nuclear weapons program, why isn't Israel's nuclear weapon program being discussed as well? So I see it as a great opportunity, but the problem is we don't have people in the White House that recognize it as a great opportunity. We have puppets. We have a regime that's completely captured. So it's a really pathetic situation to be from the United States and be living through something like this. I haven't been too involved in much that has to do with, you know, uh, things pertaining to politics but life got so tough around COVID. There's a saying, politics will take an interest in you to the point where eventually you have to start to figure out how does the system work? What can I do to somehow have an influence or impact on the direction things are going? Because they're clearly not intended to go in a good direction by design. And I can't put up with that. So, what can I do to help the situation? That's why I'm here speaking in spaces because COVID was just one thing after another. I was like, dude, these people are nuts. They're not going to stop. And it's the same group, the Epstein email mafia club, whatever you want to call them, are the people that were pushing Trump to attack Iran, to do this, to do that. It's the same group of people. WEF, all of these things are completely interlinked, and they do a very good job of making it difficult to connect the dots and see how one group is, in a sense, advancing agendas that the other group benefits from, but so in such a clever way, honestly, to give them credit, that you don't realize that there's a connection between the two, and that one is advancing something that you would tend to think that a rival group wouldn't want to see advance, but it's like a succession of events that they're very cleverly bringing about. And this looks, based on what I'm seeing, I think we're going to see problems pertaining to global energy continue. Like Gary, I agree with Gary and Suleiman a little bit more than I do with Simon's theory. Although I like Simon's theory, I entertain his theory that this is all very coordinated and all under control, and it's all very predictable. I don't see this as being predictable at all at this point. But I do like Simon's theory. It's good to entertain different notions, and here we are, man. I hope things go in a positive direction, but I only see options through which this only gets more and more complicated before whatever people are around Trump that could tell him, look, this is too much, or around whatever power players are in his orbit, and get them to realize that this is just too crazy. I don't know if those people are still around. Trump was trying to purge the military of, I'm guessing, anybody that would have opposed things that were against the best interests of the United States or global security, whatever. And so I don't know. Very weird moment in history, but appreciate the space, man, as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Guys, I am seeing, I just posted this about 20, 30 minutes ago, actually, but because we're having a good discussion, I didn't really jump in. But we are seeing reports that, what you call it again, ships are being turned back in the Strait of Hormuz. So let's see how that goes. But it's a bit interesting.
Are they paying the toll?
Yeah, might be that. But few of them might be trying to get that's a good point. Few of them might be trying to get through without paying the toll. Gotta pay the piper. You gotta pay the piper. It is the Strait of Iran.
I just want to add to what Tom said. Tom, I thought I said that yesterday on the space. When the ceasefire was announced, it became quite clear that Netanyahu was like, yeah, but we're all going to stay, as far in as we've got, we're going to stay positioned there. We're not retreating from Lebanon. Put our markers down here. And I'm thinking, well, what's the point for that? What is the purpose of that? If you genuinely want ceasefire, you'd pack up and go home, and you wouldn't still be on somebody else's land if you say they're dangerous and they're terrorists and all of this, as the Zionists always do. So I'm thinking, what's the point of that? Unless they were given a chance that you take as much
Beatrix, I think
land.
it's simple.
Yeah, take as much
I
land as
think
you
it's simple.
can,
I
and
think
that's
they
part
pissed
of the
so many
deal
people.
that happens with as part of the deal, to be honest, because everyone's going to get a piece of that pie somewhere, and that's what probably Israel wants. The rabid dog Israel wants to keep its little mouth shut. Is I got some land out of it for you, something for them to take home. Go ahead, Tom.
100%, but it's also a security concern. If you think about it, from a practical perspective, they pissed off everyone in the region so badly, and understandably, the entire world understands it. The indignation of the locals and the folks around there. And for that reason, I think they're looking at it as a practical necessity, also so they can repopulate the north, which was something Netanyahu promised the inhabitants of the north of his country that would happen ages ago, many, many months ago, and it didn't. So I think they're looking at it as something that's absolutely vital for their northern security, especially with the anger and indignation that they've caused in Lebanon with these ridiculous bombing campaigns that they've been waging. So I think it has to do with a military consideration and needing that territory for the practical reason of commanding that ground. And so I think that's also critical for them to hold on to places that they've taken in Syria, maybe. I don't know. That's what I believe is going on, but I couldn't explain it from a tactical military perspective with great, understanding or insight because I don't have a military background. But there it is.
So let
That's
me
what I think
tell
is going on.
you, as somebody who's been to Lebanon and southern Lebanon many times, and to northern occupied Palestine, which is northern Israel as well, this security concern thing, buffer zone, we need a buffer zone, we're going to get killed, our lives in danger, these terrorists want to kill all the Jews. It's just absolute BS, Tom. Listen, nobody in Lebanon gives two hoots about anybody the other side of the border. I'm not joking when I say this. The only thing they want is stop freaking coming in, taking our land and killing us. That's the only thing they want of Israel. The only thing. And they will dress it up, you're absolutely right, as a security concern. which is why they want these buffer zones, which is basically buffer zones, their nice way of saying we're going to occupy this land. Thank you very much. Can you imagine if your neighbor came and said to you that I know I've been attacking you for the last year, but now to feel safe from you, or for the last few years, but now to feel safe from you, I think I should just take a bit of your land and make it a buffer zone between our properties. You'd be like, get the hell out of here. You know what I mean?
Maybe that's why I kind of understand the Israelis a bit, because I've had such bad neighbors on a scale you could not I could do spaces on the bad neighbors I've had, and they would entertain people more than this would. Probably not when it's a really hot
What, is
day, but
Beatrix your neighbor?
man, I'm telling you, no, I'm telling you, it's no, of course not. No, but I've lived on a couple of properties where I had, like, I can't even get into it, but really bad people as neighbors, and it's horrible. There's nothing worse, absolutely. And they do stuff like that. Like they'll move the fence and say, okay, well, traditionally my father decided this is where the property ended. So now, so yeah, I mean, I kind of understand the mentality.
Look, Tom, we bring you up on the space and then you have to directly attack Beatrix. Like, why would you do something like that? Like, it's just bang out of order. If she wants to appropriate some of your property and start building these fences and saying they're mine now, like, it is what it is. Right, Beatrix?
You're so bad, Suleiman. All of our neighbors love me, okay? So don't even go there. I know you're not attacking me, Tom. You know, Suleiman's just in that mood where he's looking for a fight. He wants me to have a fight with somebody and he's trying to set it up. That's all it is.
Bands. Yeah, that'd be entertainment, to say the least. Um, okay, let's go to oops. So Professor Morandi, I'm just putting this tweet out, or I just put it out. Professor Morandi thinks the war will restart again, and he thinks that some of the claims that are being made by Trump are only being made. First of all, he said none of those conversations are happening in terms of none of those situations are happening where Iran is ceding to the demands, and he's saying that those claims are only being made because then later Trump can say, "Oh, guess what? We gave A, B, C, D demand to Iran, and they basically reneged on those, and that's the reason we're now going to military war." So this is what Professor Morandi thinks is happening. So that's interesting. Jubin, do you want to jump in, and then I want to read through these chats? And remember, we've got we've got a um, we've got an interview with I believe he's a journalist in Iran. He is an academic. I want to hear what he's got to say. I saw one of his tweets. I think he wasn't happy with this deal, so let's see what he's got to say on that. But just before I go there, let me just read these super chats. These first ones are on the website, so really appreciate it. The first one is from Humma. It says, "Thank you, Suleiman, for your analysis and for hosting the historic independent voices on US Israel's illegal and immoral war on Iran." Thank you for that. Yeah, this is the reason why we did it, and I'm glad that people were able to use it to get the real news and real information. And we'll continue to do it until there's a proper, permanent end to the war. We're not going to stop. We're going to continue giving you the real news and real information and real analysis. We're not going to stop. And you guys, you need to make sure you don't stop as well, because this is what they want. They want everyone to give up. They want everyone to walk away to their own house, and then they'll do what they gotta do. They'll do what they gotta do. So we need to keep highlighting. This is what they did with Gaza. They realized over time, if they stretch it out long enough, people will forget and they won't be as bothered. And then they basically stole Gaza from them. So don't let them do the same thing in Iran. What they'll do is drag this out, and then they'll get it. Then they'll start bombing again, and then they won't have that pushback against them. They've basically already calmed a lot of people down. It says from Frank. It says, "Thanks to all the millennials and Beatrix who propel the space." Blood. That's the biggest fake news ever. Millennials don't propel anything, and Beatrix definitely don't propel anything. What are you on about, blood?
I was the backbone of the space, literally carrying it on my back.
And then we've got another super saying, I'm just going to read bits of this because I don't know if the person wants me to read this. But it says, "Suleiman, please know you're making a difference. Thank you for your amazing hard work. And Beatrix, we love you. Sorry, thank you for your hard work and dedication. We love you and Beatrix. And please be nice to Beatrix, LOL. She is awesome, and you two make a great team. Bro, this is just too much simping. This is just so much simping. I'm like, what is going on? Sent with much love to you both, and thank you for getting awesome speakers and having a great panel and YouTube gang. God bless you all. I bless you, appreciate you as well a lot.
Well,
And we got
lovely
Zafi,
message.
huh?
But I just need to say something. That was a lovely message. But listen, Mr. Super Chatter, I don't know if it was a Mr. or a Miss Super Chatter. I had no team with Suleiman. I'm my own team.
That's true.
That's the
That's
only
true.
thing you got
That's
wrong.
true. She
I'm my
has
own
totally different
team.
opinions to me. I'm the moral resistance, and she's like got
We're the
different
moral
opinions to all
resistance.
of us. So you're right.
We are the moral resistance.
No, no, Broman, the daily spaces aren't ending. We'll never stop. We're gonna continue on. So don't let them make you give up. Latrina Zaf with the level 1 membership, appreciate you. Latrina says, on Gary's point on prepping, it costs $350 to $750 per person to DIY a 6-month food reserve. Yet nobody is prepared. Ask ChatGPT for help. Cool. Yeah, be prepped. And yeah, I don't know about ChatGPT. They might misguide you. AI might misguide you, but yeah, look at it. But don't let it manipulate you. I don't have a name says Sully. To your point, was it deliberate to make a deal with Gaza to remove them from any future deal that would be done with Iran to create real peace? I do think so. Actually, it's a very good point. I didn't think of like the way, I didn't think of it until you mentioned it, but that's actually a great point. They probably did that deal before they did the war with Iran. Although they probably didn't, but then the other thing is they probably didn't think the Iran thing would go the way they wanted. They thought the Iran way was gonna go the other way. They thought that you get they thought the Iran deal would be. I mean, they thought the Iran thing was that you bomb Iran. Netanyahu basically promised them that look, you bomb Iran and you basically capitulate and you take over, and now Iran is under your control. And none of that happened. So probably not actually now thinking about it. Now I've like talked it out. I think that deal was
That's what everyone said.
done, but I don't think it was a great deal. But I don't think it was done for that reason.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly, Sully.
yeah. Um, Philosophy says, what do the panel think of UK's idiot PM Keir Starmer leading 40 countries to keep the Strait of Hormuz open? The guy is such a dork. Like, he does nothing, rightly so. And once the strait's open, he like, me taking mandem, we're gonna open that strait. It's like, it's already open. No, no, me gonna open that strait, blood. We're gonna do it no matter what. And it's like, but it's already open, bro. No, 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 me gonna do it. Me gonna do it big time. And it's like, bro, it's already open. Like, this guy is such a dog. And obviously, I've heard rumors that he's Beatrix's neighbor, but that's a separate point. Let's not go down that road. Resistance, were you gonna add something on the Gaza
His
thing?
resistance is prime minister. That's who he is. Resistance is prime minister.
Unfortunately, he is. Yeah, he's off. But is he your neighbor? Honestly, for 6 months, like Tony Blair was my
Oh my
bloody
God, he's
neighbor.
not my neighbor. If he was my neighbor, I'd be behaving like Tom's neighbors. I'm not joking. I'm really lovely, but I'd be behaving like Tom's neighbor.
I used to live 6 blocks away from Tony Blair, which was annoying. This is just off Edgware Road, but that's another story, and that was annoying. Seeing two police officers always on guard the whole time outside his door.
I went there, I went there as well. I went to that to just to see those, like, oh, I've just come out of an illegal Iraq war. Um, I'm not standing for election anymore. Let me buy a house in London. I'll buy it in the heart of the Middle Eastern community of Edgware Road in London. And then I'll scream that I don't feel safe because there's too many Middle Eastern people around here. So you need to give me 2 armed guards on taxpayers' money outside my house 24/7 to make me feel safe. What a dog. Like, these are the people that have been elected in our country. That's disgusting.
Yeah, and the residents that live there are not a threat. I mean, the people that come to that street, Edgware Road, are all tourists as well. So again, I don't know. He's just milking the taxpayer money as usual. But having said that, to add to your point, Sully, I agree. I mean, this is not planned. None of these deals, in my opinion, were planned or were planned from the beginning, from the outset. October 7th obviously was known about, and they allowed it to happen, right? But after that, everything else was just like, oh, let's just genocide the Palestinians. Let's just do what we can. We want to eliminate Gaza. The plan was to eradicate Gaza and expel the Palestinians. That was the plan, and they failed in that. That's what Netanyahu and the Likud party in Israel wanted. They failed in that because Egypt wouldn't allow them to cross into Egypt. That was the only reason, really. They wouldn't allow them to cross. So that was a failed plan. And then eventually they did the Gaza peace deal. They didn't care about the hostages or whatever it was. It was they were just annoyed that the whole world cared about the hostages, and they didn't. You know what I mean? So and then they did the deal, and they planned, like, Iran was always going to be part of their ultimate goal. To be honest, not and this was not this plan, the Gaza peace plan, whatever it was, had nothing to do with Iran, because Iran was always going to be the biggest objective out there. The Palestinian problem for them, for the Israelis, for Israel itself, is a long, protracted problem that they want to expel. And they thought it would be punctuated by events like the October 7th, and they could use that as a pretext to expel all the Palestinians in Gaza. And they'll do the same thing in the West Bank. They'll create some. They'll allow allow one of the 14 or 15 resistance groups to do something, and that will give them pretext to expel the Palestinians into Jordan. And Jordan is their puppet anyway, so they think they could do that, and that's probably going to be their plan. But they didn't take into account that actually Iran was such a formidable foe that they're going to hammer them and they're going to put them in their place. And they tried once, and I thought they were going to learn a lesson, but they didn't, and they tried it again. And then I think they're going to try it for the third time. So I would say, if they, this, for me, it looks like all the markets are saying the deal's around the corner. A deal's probably next week or in 6-7 days. I think so. I just see all the oil is now at 86. Brent is at 89. It was at 78 today. I said it was going to go into the 70s, and I said the Brent was going to go into WTI went to 78, and Brent went into 88. So the oil markets that's it. I don't think they're going to start going down. They're going to start to go down to 71, 70, I think. And I think that means that a deal is pretty close. And people like Professor Morandi, he's saying this just so, and I agree, they should be on guard. But I just think that this it forces United States to keep to its objectives of having a ceasefire, or maintaining it, or making a deal, essentially. Israel, I don't know, because Israel's got their own plans. And I personally think if it's profitable to do so, they'll continue a war. If it's not profitable now, they'll make a deal, a ceasefire, and then they'll start again next year. And because I don't believe that deep state, CIA, the military-industrial complex, and Israel would stop it at this point, at this juncture, and leave it for Iran to become this superpower that they cannot defeat in the future, or they cannot even attempt to attack in the future. So they're going to probably nip it in the bud for now, and make a deal based on what the market's saying, based on the rhetoric from the US are saying. Everyone's sort of aligned in making a deal, and businesses are getting back to resuming trade. The PMI is going up. It's 56 now, so the business cycle is starting to pick up. There's a lot of money being printed now as well, and I think it sounds like everyone's aligned for this to stop. And the party pooper will be Israel if that is the case. But I just don't think that the US, for once, they've exerted their dominance over Israel and stopped them from attacking Lebanon. How long that will last, I don't know. But it just looks like a deal is going to be made. So that's going to happen. But I don't believe they're going to allow Iran to prosper. So they're going to break all their promises and their agreements.
But
And it's
resistance, I just want to interrupt you there 1 second. I want to add something to that, because you're saying they've exerted their pressure over Israel, and that's why there's been no attacks in Lebanon. I want to address that, but I want to welcome my partner in crime, Simon, my co-host Simon Dixon, to the panel as well. I'm glad he's joined. That way nobody can bully me on my own. But resistance, I don't think that they've put pressure on Israel to stop the attacks in Lebanon. I think they've promised something to Israel. I think there's something going on in the background. I don't think it's one of these, oh, just give it 10 days and then you can start again. I think something more is going on here already, to be honest. It's what I said earlier, everyone's going to get a piece of whatever pie they want. The whole region is going to look completely different by the time they're finished. And I do think that Trump will get his border peace. And Israel will have something shoved in its mouth to shut up and stop doing its terrorism. Yeah.
Yeah, they might have something shoved in their mouth, so they'll be bribed instead of pressured. You're saying?
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
don't think Trump's gone to them and said, "Oh, please, for my sake, please, for the sake of this deal, stop bombing." I think there's something more going on there where they've said something more like, "Okay, you know what? Don't bomb for now, and then you'll have X, Y, Z in the pipeline."
potentially. Yeah, the good point, Beatrix. Potentially that is the case. I personally don't think it's to do with Trump. I don't think Trump makes any of the deals or anything like that. He's just the mask of the deep state and what they want to do. And obviously, for me, I think it's just a combination of vested interests. The military-industrial complex, which they want continuous war. The banking, which funds the war and makes money out of wars. The banking industry, and the Zionist lobby, which is their foreign policy arm of the United States in the Middle East. So I think they're always going to want this conflict. They want to weaken all the parties there. They don't mind the GCC being weakened because they'll be more cucks than ever before, which is going to be great for them. But they want Iran to be weakened, so they're not going to have a long-term peace deal or whatever it is that Iran thinks. So Professor Morandi's right to not trust them. In my opinion, I would love for Iran just to continue boom boom Tel Aviv. That's what I think, and the rest of the GCC. But it just doesn't look like it's going to happen from what all the markets are saying, that all the businesses are saying. I don't even think that I've spoken with some urea processing companies, Yara and Syngenta, and they said that urea supply. I've spoken to a friend who trades LNG gas and nitrogen to places like Yara and stuff, and they said no, they got sufficient stockpiles for like 2-3 months, but they got backlog of orders for the next 8 to 9 months. So they can last for another 2 months on the sufficient stockpiles. And these are Yara's like a crop nutrition company, fertilizer company. So they import lots, like millions of tons of this stuff. So and this is the one in Brunsbüttel in Germany. This site, massive site, that is one of the biggest single importers for urea. So products for urea. So I think that's the urea thing. I don't think is the biggest is why it stopped. I think there's probably other factors at play, in my opinion. So we'll have to wait and see on that. But they definitely it's right now this peace agreement is good for all. So it's not just for urea; it's good for everybody right now, except for obviously except for the long-term viability of Iran, in my opinion, because you can't trust the US and Israel with any sort of agreement. So Iran would be best suited to continue the war and not trust them. That's what my own opinion. But my financial hat and my global supply chain logistics hat, trading hat, saying no. I think the market's saying the deal is imminent.
Thanks for that, Resistance. Just want to welcome Simon onto the stage. Simon, hope you're doing well. How are you? Let me just give this news and then we'll give the mic straight to Simon. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier, which is the claim that the US is considering releasing 20 billion in frozen Iranian funds in exchange for Iran surrendering the enriched uranium program. Trump came out and said that wasn't true, that they're not going to be doing any kind of cash for enrichment. And Morandi also came out and said that anything Trump says is fake as well. So We'll have to wait and see what the components of the deal are going to be, whether the deal stands or not. But yeah, that is just some of the information on that. Just want to welcome Simon onto the stage. Simon, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts. What's happening with the market and anything else? We have got this Iranian journalist coming on in about 12 minutes as well, just to let you know. I think he's not happy with the deal, but I could be wrong on that. But go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every side a deal's done when every side is unhappy. That's pretty much every single deal I've ever worked on in my M&A or business career. Everybody hates a deal when a deal's done. If one side is really happy, then you don't have a deal. Is normally how it works, because then it's too one-sided. So, look, I think we have the framework of a deal. I think the true power of things actually work, and when the military decides that it's time to go to a new war zone.
Is it Simon or is it me?
I think
No,
it's
Simon
Simon.
broke up.
It must be Simon.
Simon, you broke
Simon, it's a
up.
Mossad attack on you, Simon. There's a Mossad attack on you right now.
I think it's Jonah from the tunnels. Do you
No,
know
it's
that? I
not
wouldn't put
Joe.
anything
Joe
past him.
is a honorable gentleman, and your profuse negativity towards him lies in your incapacity to understand his eloquence. Beatrix.
I still think it's Davos Jonah attacking Simon's mic from the tunnels.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You had a
Yeah, we
Mossad
can
attack
now.
Cool.
against you.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was just saying, look, a deal is normally done when everyone's unhappy. And so I think we have the framework of a deal. And everyone's going to claim the optics they need to preserve the political process in their area. So, you know, the biggest loser here is Israel, no doubt about it. And so they need to preserve their narrative. Trump needs to claim a magatard victory. And Iran needs to preserve any accusations that it gets around why it came to a deal and why it may have dropped its hardliner stance. And so everyone's going to be able to say whatever they would need to say, and no one's going to disrupt that. So if there's any like Trump says this, Iran says that, Israel says that, no one's going to interfere with each other because everyone needs to preserve the stability in their own region. Because on the Israeli side, everyone's going to be pissed off. On the Iranian side, everyone's going to be pissed off. And on the American side, everyone's going to be pissed off, apart from the Colts that just have no idea what's really going on. They'll just say Trump won. And so, that's kind of.
Don't attack Beatrix.
Yeah, so look, if we need to do another round of escalate to de escalate, then we need to do another round. I think I think that's more likely in Lebanon. But I still subscribe to the nothing stops this train. The team left in Iran, I think, are the ones that are willing to do a deal. I think everyone talks about what Israel wants and what America wants and what Iran wants, but they're forgetting the most important, and what the GCC wants, but they're forgetting the most important question, which is what does China want? And obviously, that one, you just have to follow the monetary flows and recognize that they have effectively done a deal with all of the players in the region, including America. And on May the 14th, Trump and Xi Jinping will announce the New World Order and what it looks like. And obviously, they will frame it as, there's probably a decade-long process of America and China decoupling. But the US military couldn't function and can't function for the next decade without China. And Trump gave an ultimate gift to
big oil, big tech, big military, big finance, and that's making up the GDP that's going to make the average American in a very, very tricky situation, leading to a big print. So I think you've hit the point where everyone's got what they, that everyone got their optimum outcome, and any additional war isn't going to achieve any additional goal. So I expect this framework, we'll find out exactly what the framework is, but I expect it to hold. And if it doesn't hold, then there'll be some kind of escalate from somebody that's not on board with the plan, and then they will need to be eliminated, whether it's through some kind of regime change or decapitation campaign or return. But I think everyone that's sat around the table is preserving face while doing a deal, preserving narrative publicly while doing a deal privately, and that's on all sides. But I think the Lebanon one is the trickiest one. There may be a few more escalate to de-escalate, but I still think that the I personally, when we're moving in a direction where armies are going to be state armies, and China's going to, through reconstruction contracts and deals with the Western financial industrial complex and sovereign wealth fund investment, they're going to determine the balance of power in the region, and they're going to want to split it across different powers, whether it be Turkey, Saudi, and Iran. They're not going to allow one. I don't think they want one to completely have everything tilted in their favor. And I think that's what the deals are going to really look like. How do you preserve, competing powers, but this time from the Chinese way, which is regional stability and trade, as opposed to the Israeli American way of death, destruction, rape, pillage, violence in order to dominate. And I think we're headed to that, and I think it's better for the whole world, even though no one's going to be happy with the specifics that we see.
So can I ask you a question, Simon? That all makes complete sense to me, by the way, so thank you. But
Was it the
do you
same
think,
words you've been repeating for the last few days, to be clear, but do continue.
who's been repeating for the last few days? I've been repeating.
Last few years, we've been saying it.
Oh, damn.
No, we've been saying it.
I've been listening to Simon carefully, and what he says makes sense. But Simon, I've got a question for you, because I said this before you came on the space. And I don't want you to go, by the way, because I want to speak to you more about this after the interview. But could it be possible that as a result of this negotiation, all sides agree that to keep peace, there will be a quote unquote security / buffer / land from southern Lebanon that's kept by Israel permanently?
I mean, I can speculate on it, but the regional
I'm
powers
not
will
saying I'm
determine.
not asking you if it's definitely going to happen or not. I'm saying that it's not inconceivable. That's what I was saying. That I don't think it's inconceivable that Netanyahu yesterday was like, okay, we're gonna stay exactly how much gains we've made in Lebanon. We're gonna stay here. We're camping here basically until this ceasefire finishes. And I just think, well, why would they allow him to do that? Why did all sides allow him to do that? And it's not inconceivable. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I don't know if it will, but it's not inconceivable.
Well, here's how I see it. Firstly, Netanyahu and Israel haven't had an almighty loss here. So there's no doubt that Netanyahu has the hardest job in terms of what he's got ahead of himself, which is why he always wants war. Because to face this, it's going to be the potential, complete disruption of Israel as an economically viable model, and disaster for all those involved, and the potential regime change. So if that's, he needs a victory, and so he needs to say through some kind of optics, we are now safe, or something like that. Hezbollah is no longer going to attack us, or something like that. So he needs something to preserve the regime until the political process and regime change kicks in later this year, would be my estimate and guess. And so one way of doing that would be what Israel has always done, which is America co-ops the government, which is the Lebanese government. it looks like the Greater Israel Project on the front, but in reality, it's going to lead to leverage for the negotiations, and then the land ends up getting returned in exchange for some kind of normalization or concessions in the order that emerges from this. So it could happen. It could be either. But I am expecting in the years ahead, or even maybe even this year, that there is going to be a framework that comes from the Lebanon deal, and it's going to involve similar to effectively what happened with Hamas Gaza. I think something along those lines, that effectively integrates Hezbollah into the political process that they're already involved in, and then the army process, and Lebanon just sets a new direction without being a complete proxy for the IMF.
Beatrix, just to let you know, there's images today of thousands and thousands of cars crossing down south to South Lebanon to repopulate the areas, go back home. So the Lebanese people are thinking, that's it. This is, they're going to stay. So the idea of a buffer zone, I mean, they could be moved out again, but it's just
But
looking
I saw
less.
statements from Hezbollah last night telling them not to do it.
Yeah, well, look at the images today. There's just
Yeah.
loads.
Yeah, I saw
So,
loads of people coming home,
yeah.
and they were really celebrating, like trying to get back to their house and the ceasefire. We'll see, but the Lebanon process is. I hope we don't need to do escalate to de-escalate, but directionally, I think this is leading to a political process. And to me, once this deal is signed, this is the death of the Greater Israel Project, and now we're moving to a new order. So while you might be really, really upset because it's just a change, um, I'm somewhat more optimistic that we're headed into something that's going to be very, very different. But it's the violent, I have to say it, American-Israeli regime is going to be regime changed, and that's what you're witnessing. And that's because China regime changed America, and we'll see it on in the years ahead. We're in a new world order. It's already started.
When you say it like that, it's so heartwarming. Like Suleiman said it a little while ago on the space. He said, you know what? This is going to make Israel weak, and that's a good thing about this if it makes Israel weaker. And I guess because we're going through it, it's difficult for us to envisage that at the moment. And because of what we've just witnessed over the last 3-4 years as well, Simon, you can understand why people find it difficult to comprehend as we're transitioning through it. But this is a good thing. This is a good thing. I just feel for the Palestinians, because I think Trump's going to get his dirty little grubby mitts on Gaza as border peace and stuff. Do you know what I mean? And I just wanted that. And I know that you can't have everything, but I just feel that, they fought so much and so hard. And I haven't seen Iran mention them at all, which really bothers me as well. They've not mentioned Gaza. They've not mentioned Palestine.
Well, I did say
Yeah.
I think there's an element of, look, there's certain things which only world leaders can resolve because we just don't have control. But there is going to be a moment when our process of supporting the Palestinians actually kicks in. And I've always said throughout this whole thing, I originally came here for the Palestinian cause, and yes, it turned into so many different directions. But um, throughout this time, like I was invited to help El Salvador on a sovereign Bitcoin strategy. I was invited by UAE. I was invited by Saudi Arabia. I turned all those down, and there's only one country in the world which I will actually give my services for building a sovereign strategy pro bono, and that's the Palestinian cause. Because that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm stayed for, and that's what I'll see through to the end. And I think there's going to be so many people just like me whose hearts have been absolutely touched by this cause. And look, let's
Okay.
face it,
Mr. Solomon, do you hear
Palestine.
me? I'm in, Mr. Solomon. If you hear me, please let me know.
The world, and they paid a huge price. And I think at some point we're going to be able to contribute. We're all going to go visit Palestine. We're all going to do what we can to try and to play our part. And that's
Can you hear me?
my commitment. That's why I came here.
Yeah, I hear you.
I
Yeah.
just want to thank
Brilliant.
everyone on this stage for keeping that mission alive. We can't control the leaders, but we can control what we're going to contribute, and I'm going to continue to contribute.
Okay, is everything okay?
Yeah, we're live. We're live on YouTube and X. So let me just press. We're about to start in 2 seconds. Let me just press this. Okay.
We'll continue this after the interview, Simon.
Okay, I just want to welcome Mohammed Sani for coming on and taking his time out to join us. Appreciate you. We know you're live from Iran. Thank you for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine, and thanks for inviting. And it's a great pleasure being here. And hello to everyone who hears my voice. I'm here if you have any question.
Yeah, of course. So we've got a few questions for you. Obviously, we've got the ceasefire agreement, or we've got conversations going on about the ceasefire agreement. What's the thoughts in Iran about the fact that these discussions are occurring?
Okay, about the ceasefire, I think that we have to consider three major players here. One of the major players is the government, of course, and the other player is the people, which they are ready to support the government. They usually come out at the evening, and they are, they are remaining in the streets until midnight or morning every day, every night. It's 45 days right now that these people are chanting in the streets from evening until morning or midnight, supporting the country. And I think that they are not satisfied with this ceasefire. When I go among them and I speak with them, most of them are against the ceasefire. They want the war to be resumed, and they think that we have to continue this war and until the destruction of American bases or Israel. And about the mediators, I think that Pakistan is doing its efforts to bring the two sides at the table. They are trying, but there are many leverages that we have to consider that Iranians have, also the Americans have. I think both sides are trying to increase the number of the leverages against each other. So I interpret the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, which was open today, and also the U.S. blockade. They are trying to show that they have leverage on each other to affect the process of negotiation during this 2 week ceasefire. But we have to see what is going on, because today we had a very tough situation in Iran tonight because of the IRGC's tweet. He declared that the Strait of Hormuz is open right now, and after that, Trump just tweeted several tweets. I think they were 10 tweets in a minute. I think that it was a child playing with his phone. So, and because they are just was the one sentences one after each other. But everyone is concerned right now in Iran, especially the people in the streets. They want the Strait of Hormuz to remain closed. But after that confusion and concerns among the people, the government declared that this strait is not fully open, or it is not free, completely free. Just commercial vessels can go through the pre-defined routes and under the supervision of Iranian IRGC Navy force, and they have to pay the tolls. So it was a part of the agreement that we had in the first day of this 2 week ceasefire, but we didn't implement it just for 10 minutes, I think. The Strait of Hormuz was open just 10 minutes in the first day based on the agreement. but Iran decided to close it after 10 minutes because the ceasefire in Lebanon wasn't implemented yet. But after a week of pressure, diplomatic pressure, and also military pressure and some track two diplomacy's efforts, Iran managed to bring the Americans to the ceasefire that declared by Trump. So I think that this ceasefire in Lebanon was the main reason that Iran decided to open the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah.
So today Trump's been talking. You mentioned Trump has been proliferating a large number of tweets. That being said, one of the things he keeps being adamant about is the fact that Iran has agreed to zero nuclear enrichment. They've agreed to a number of his demands. Now, Professor Morandi came out and said that Trump is obviously making this up. That being said, I did read a number of your tweets, and it does seem like you have concerns about some of the negotiators and possibly some of the things that are being negotiated away by the Iranian negotiators.
Yeah, about his season. First of all, I have to say that nobody takes him seriously here, and because he thinks that he is doing real estate affairs. You know, he's selling the sands in the desert, so he tries to sell the narratives one after each other because his hands are empty. So he's looking for any sign of achievements so he can sell these achievements to the American people and say that, hey, look here, I have something after 40 days of epic failure. So he's trying to show something that these tweets, I think that they should be interpreted in this way because but it is obvious that he doesn't have any mental stability or it is obvious that he has confusion. He don't know what to do. He's looking for an off ramp to find a window outside of the war, but he want to get out of this situation with pride. So he's looking for a opportunity to go out of this situation. But as I mentioned before, nobody takes him seriously really in Iran because everyone know that you cannot count on what he says. For example, there are many paradoxes in what he says about the Strait of Hormuz. One day comes out and says that we have a good relationship with Iran, and tomorrow comes and say they need this very badly. This they need this agreement very badly. I think that the only person who needs this agreement very badly is Trump because he's losing his position in a military atmosphere and dynamics of United States. The Republicans are under pressure today, so he's very badly looking for an off ramp to go outside. So everything he do, like the blockade in Oman Sea or Indian Ocean, he just looks for an off ramp so he can declare victory and then go outside of the war and declare victory. And after that, if he leaves the region, it will be interpreted as a victory, not a failure.
That's fine. Okay, we agree with that. But you mentioned that you believe that the United States of America is losing this war. Iran is
Has
dominating.
lost war. I'm not saying is losing. I think they lost the war in the first period, military confrontation. But we are looking for another lose in the diplomatic affairs. I think that the diplomacy is continuation of the war. It's another form of war. We cannot divide these two things. We have managed to humiliate the United States government in the military war. So we are trying to do the same in diplomacy right now. And because these people used to go to around and sit around the negotiation table and say, hey, I want this, you have to sign this, these are my preconditions, and they are used to do so with arrogance. They always speak with the upper hand with the other nations, but the only country that is standard against them is Islamic Republic of Iran. So when we say that we don't want to negotiate a direct negotiation with them, this means that we are setting the conditions of any negotiation. It is obvious that they are just begging for a common picture with IRGC. They are begging for a picture image so they can say, yeah, this is Vance and this is Ghalibaf, or this is Vance and IRGC. But Iran didn't agree with that. Iran says, no, we just have an indirect negotiation. So this is Iran who determines the conditions, not the United States.
So that's fine. And I think you made a very important point, which is that the negotiations are another element of the war, because you fail in the negotiations, the war becomes irrelevant. Iran has sacrificed a lot, even though, as you said, they've won the war. You seem to not be happy with some of the negotiations that are going on. You feel like maybe Iran's giving up too much?
No, we trust the negotiator. I was upset at the first because I was believed that they should not go to negotiation until the ceasefire in Lebanon is officially
Okay.
declared. Yeah, but they believe that they can get this ceasefire during the talks, and they managed to. But I think that they could not they could refuse to go to Islamabad until the ceasefire in Lebanon, so we could save more lives of Lebanese people. But right now they finally managed to take that ceasefire in Lebanon, because as I tweeted last day, the Trumps want to pretend that this ceasefire was the result of Israeli-Lebanese talks in United States. But this is false, because this was the result of Iranian pressure on them. Because every ceasefire has two sides, from the Israeli side, if you read in the news, you can see that these people were just going to have a meeting about ceasefire to vote to accept it or not. But Trump declared a ceasefire before they reach at the destination for the meeting. So they were pissed off after this accident about Trump's tweet. And the Israeli minister says that we had to vote it in the security cabinet of Israelis. So it was declared by United States beforehand. And about the second side of this ceasefire, the Lebanese government are not eligible, they are not qualified to declare any ceasefire, because Hezbollah says that I'm not obeying the Lebanese government. I just want to fight from each point that I want to fight. The only entity that can say to Hezbollah, hey, stop fighting, it's Iran. So this is the result of Iranian American talks, not Lebanese Israeli talks. I think it was just a political gesture of Trump to pretend that it was about his negotiation. But he just tweeted today, so he's saying that Lebanon will not be a part of the deal, but I think that Iranian will not accept this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just delusions. I think he thinks he can manipulate the situation and make it look like the Lebanese government have agreed to something, when we know for a fact that for the past 2 years, Lebanon has been bombed under the purview of the Lebanese government. Question to you. In terms of the negotiation, you made an important point. You said the negotiations are very important. They're almost a second element of the war. Now, one of the things that's going to be negotiated is the nuclear enrichment. From Trump's perspective, he's telling his audience he wants 0%. Sources tell me that Trump may agree to anything less than 5% just so he can have a better deal than Obama. What is the position, A, of the Iranian government, and B, of the Iranian people? What percentage will they be happy with?
The enrichment is the red line of Iranian governments, also the Iranian people. We will not give up this enrichment because we need it for peaceful medicine and producing energy and other stuff, peaceful uses of the application of the nuclear energy. So we need this for producing electricity and etc. So we will not give up this our right to enrichment. and it is for sure that we will not even hand over the enriched uranium, the 400 kilos of uranium, to any other third country or anywhere outside of the country. These are the red lines, and as far as I know, it was one of the conditions that the new supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei have set for the negotiators to do not negotiate on nuclear issue, just about the war, about the Strait of Hormuz, and about the sanctions, but they are not allowed to speak about the right of enrichment. Iran will keep its facilities, and of course, this is for sure, definitely, we will not let the Americans to remove the right to enrich uranium, because this is the right that all of the international laws give us to have nuclear energy for our peaceful applications. Yeah.
So what you're saying is a red line is no dilution of enriched uranium, no dilution going to a third country. It is going to be your right. But what about in terms of percentage? What if the United States of America said, look, you can have enriched uranium, don't go above 3.5%, and don't enrich anymore. Let's have a 5-year cap or a 20-year cap, because some reports are claiming that Iran already agreed to a 5-year cap and the discussion was about a 20-year.
I'm not aware of, because first of all, I have to say that I'm not carrying any position in Iranian government. I have no zero responsibility. I'm just a teacher.
Yeah,
in
we're just
university.
asking in terms of from.
All the things I say here, these are absolutely my own views.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking on behalf of Iranian government, but I think that a very restricted period of time about the freezing the enrichment could be okay, but not for sure. It's not forever. It is just a temporarily freeze in our enrichment. Will be okay. And about the percentage, I think that we have to ask the scientists that how much enrichment is needed for the peaceful production of medicine or electricity. I think until 10% should be okay. But if we were going to 60% right now, it was because to keep this leverage of nuclear energy, to use it as a leverage in negotiation. But I think that until the 10 will be okay about peaceful applications of nuclear energy.
Well, yeah, it's leverage, and actually there is
as much as is needed. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even 60% is leverage, but also there is usage for this. Nuclear submarines are using 60%, as well as some kind of medical aspects as well. But coming back to it, so I guess that's where the question is. So it seems like you, from your perspective, Iran would be very much open to dropping down to 3.5% and agreeing to Trump's demands.
It's just a guess, yeah.
Okay, so there won't be much of a disagreement on enrichment if Iran's willing to drop down to 3.5%. Trump's willing to agree to 3.5%. You're not going to get much of a disagreement. What about in terms of the Strait of Hormuz? The Strait of Hormuz, is it going to be the Strait of Iran completely? It seems like Trump already said it's the Strait of Iran. Or do you think he's going to backtrack and want some kind of piece of it?
The Strait of Hormuz, we have to say that it was open before the war. Okay? So for 40 years, it was completely open for any kind of vessels or oil tankers. Even the warships of the United States were free to go inside or outside. But this situation that we are seeing, Iran had this leverage. Iran could do it sooner, earlier, to close this strait because it belongs to Iranian territorial waters. Okay, but Iran didn't use that until this situation. So aggressor should answer to the public opinions of all the countries of the world about this situation. This is the result of American and Israeli aggression on Iran. So I'm sure that Iran has made its decision to not to give up this strait. I think that from Iranian perspective, and it is true, the Strait of Hormuz is almost a quarter of energy flow of the world. If 25% of energy is being transferred from Strait of Hormuz. So Iran will control this as a boot on the neck of the global economy. Iran will continue to have it under control, and when you want to suffocate someone, you should put as much as pressure you can. But Iran doesn't want to suffocate the global economy. We are just playing with it. So use it as a source of income for Iranian people, because we are providing the security of this strait. Iran is like the traffic police there, so it should be some consideration that Iran can take tolls like any other country, like Egypt or Turkey or any other country. We have this right, and commonly with Oman, of course, because they are the other side of a strait. The Omanians and Iranians have this right to decide for this strait, not Americans, which they came from 1,000 kilometers far. So they have a zero right to speak about this strait because they are not belong here. It's indigenous here. It belongs to Iranian Omanians. They are the only people that can decide about this strait. But I'm sure that Iran may let it be open, but under control of Iranian IRGC Navy, and Iran will continue to take these passage tolls as a source of income for Iranians. So if they wanted to sanction us, they sanction us for 50 years, but now it's Iran's turn to sanction the Europeans and Western countries, because what goes around comes around. This is nature of the politics. So it is Iran's turn to keep it close or under control. Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, some people don't even see it as a sanction. It's a used for reparations for the destruction of the country. It's used because it is.
It's another file. I think it is another file that Iran is pursuing, and compensation for war is another folder we have opened, and it doesn't do anything about the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is a separate thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't. Maybe you see it like that, but at the end of the day, the Strait of Hormuz is on Iranian shores, and so it is their right, and they're able to control it and use it as a tool for controlling navigation in there. But as you said, it was always shut at the beginning, and after this war, it's now. Sorry, it was open at the beginning, but after this war, now Iran has complete control over it. So in terms of one of the other demands that the Israelis have is ballistic missiles. They want Iran to reduce capacity of the ballistic missiles. Do you think that happens?
I think it's obvious. I'm sure, 100% sure, that the Iranian people and Iranian authorities see this as a very rude, request from the Israelis. We will also, I think that Iran should also reveal the ICBM to in the future, because we have targeted Diego Garcia during the war. It was 4,000 kilometers from Iran, not 2,000, because everyone thought that Iranian missiles can go until 2,000 kilometers. But when Iran struck the Diego Garcia, it became obvious that Iran can go further. I think that these missiles are our main weapon that can defend the sovereignty and
I thought Iran
the
denied responsibility for that.
independence of this country. So if we give it up to anyone, so we will not have anything to defend ourselves, because these people are rude enough to try to resume the war or violate the ceasefire, and because of that, Iran will produce as much as missiles it wants, of course, for sure, and with any range that it's be necessary for Iran for defending Iran. Yeah, but I'm 100% sure until the occupied lands are located in the range of 2,000 kilometers, we will not going any less of that a specific number, 2,000 kilometers.
Yeah, I thought Iran denied responsibility for Diego Garcia. They said that it was a false flag. Are you saying Iran did it?
I'm not sure. I'm not qualified to answer your question about
Okay.
the
Yeah, because I think that was an Israeli false flag. I think the Israelis hit Diego. But anyway, that's what we're assuming because Iran said they didn't do it. But in terms of coming back to the reason because I know I'm focusing on the negotiations, but negotiations are important because, as you said, it's now the element of the war that we're in. Now, you mentioned that you want reparations, that Iran should get reparations for the damage that they have caused. One of the biggest ones is sanction relief. If sanctions are removed from Iran, many economists are saying with sanctions being removed, with the control of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran could become a top 4 global power. That's how big it is. How important is the removal of sanctions? So Iran can be treated like a normal country. They're not even asking for anything but just to be treated as humans.
About the sanctions, I think that if Iran managed to keep the Strait of Hormuz under control, the sanctions, even if they remain active from the American side, are useless. They will lose its efficiency because Iran is going to take these tools with cryptocurrencies or yuan. So this means that the Iranian economy will be connected to the global market and global economy. When you are setting these rules that every oil tankers wants to get out of the Strait of Hormuz should sell or buy the oil with yuan or cryptocurrency, and also they should pay this toll by cryptocurrencies or yuan. This decision makes that the sanctions will be lost their meanings because we can transfer as much as money we want if we are being successful at controlling a Strait of Hormuz. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, I think, even the United States, if they want to keep the sanctions, it's okay because overuse of any leverage, makes it backfire at you. For example, you consider, suppose that we are five persons in a room. Okay, when I ask others to not to speak with Bob. Okay, if we as 4 person in the room decide to not speak to Bob, Bob will be isolated. Okay, after tomorrow I ask others not to speak with Alice as well. So when this number increases, I will be isolated myself.
Yeah.
Because I'm overusing this leverage. The sanctions is the same. When you just sanction Iranians, it has some meanings because you are asking any country not to interact with Iranians. But when you add Cuba, when you add Venezuela, when you add Russia, when you add North Korea, when you add even the Europeans, because they are not willing to hand over the Greenland, and you are going to fight with everyone in the world. So this is obvious that this will backfire at you because I think that the Americans are overusing this leverage because these sanctions means when you are sanctioned is one country, but the number of the sanctioned countries by US is increasing each day. So this will backfire at Americans, I think.
No doubt. And when you've got opportunities to economically trade with other countries, then of course it gets diluted as well.
We can have a league of sanctions countries. A community. We have to form that community and interact with each other. Iran, Russia, China. We have many countries that we can interact with each other. We are all sanctioned by the same person, so we can interact with each other.
Possibly. Now, coming back to Iran, what is the feeling amongst the Iranian people? You said that there seems to be concern about the way concern about the negotiations. Obviously, nobody has the details. What's the view? Because Iran was so united after the attack by the Americans and the Israelis. They killed those school children. and they've been bombing civilian infrastructure. But what's kind of the feelings amongst the Iranian people right now?
As I said before, Iranians are still united and they are supporting the government also during the negotiations. Because the last time, I think the majority of Iranian people didn't trust the team on JCPOA, especially, I mean, the Zarif and Rouhani and the westernized politicians. But this time is different because this time the formation of Iranian delegation is going to Islamabad. They are all of them are trusted persons, even also by supreme leader and Iranian people. Everybody trusts this team, so this time will be different. But when we saw that the Iranian delegation came back from Islamabad because the Americans were not willing to give the concessions, so Iranians were satisfied with them because this team believe that no deal is better than bad deal. But the last team, they believe that bad deal is better than no deal. So they wanted that deal at any cost. But this time is different. These people are trusted by Iranian supreme leader and also the Iranian people. And this time, I think this will be different because the majority of Iranian people are supporting the Iranian delegation. Yeah, as you may know, the Ghalibaf, a speaker of our parliament, which is the head of the Iranian delegation, he was the head of Iranian aerospace force in IRGC before.
Yeah.
So he knows what it means to producing the ballistic missiles. He knows what is the consequences of giving that to Americans. So I think that this time is different about the formation of Iranian delegation.
I agree. Yeah, Galibaf was a very important member of the IRGC, and so many consider him almost like a representation of him. And why that's important is this, because in terms of these negotiations, you've got Abbas Araghchi, you've got Galibaf, you've got people with different perspectives on that. Is that you think that's a good thing in order to make sure that the voices of the wide range of the Iranian community are stated?
Even Mr. Araghchi is the same. They are not different. We see no westernized politicians among them. Even the Araghchi is someone near to the IRGC, and I think that the Iranian people do not consider these people as different from each other. Yeah, I think that all of them are the same. You see Iranian delegations; they are fully connected with military. Iranian military. In just that negotiation in Islamabad, you know that two warships of Americans get inside the Strait of Hormuz. They were trying to hide themselves and get inside the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian military called the Iranian delegation and said that these people are trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz. You have to warn them in the negotiation. They have to come back, or otherwise we will hit them in 30 minutes. So they turned around and go back. This shows that this Iranian delegation is fully connected with the Iranian military, and they are cooperating with each other.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Okay, so we've got this, and there is possible conversations that there might be a second meeting in Islamabad. There's also conversations that there may be an extension to the ceasefire. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, about the ceasefire. Excuse me, I'm relocating my phone because it has some problem with overheating. It is.
No problem.
Excuse me. Okay, about the ceasefire, I think that every minute we are ready for the war to be resumed. I think that both the Americans and Israelis may violate the ceasefire. So our armed forces are ready to resume the war in every minute. So all the fingers is on the trigger right now. and we are ready to resume the war. I remember a saying from martyr Ayatollah Khamenei. He was speaking about ISIS. He was speaking about ISIS and said, some people say that Iran didn't defeat ISIS completely. They may come back. And he said a proverb in Arabic. I'm sure that you have Arabic audience. They completely understand this. He said that in عادت العقرب أدنى لها وكانت النعل لها هاذرة. This is the Arabic poem. Means that if the scorpion comes back, I will strike back at it. And I'm ready here with my slipper at my hand. So right now the situation is the same for Iranians. We have our missile ability, we have our drones ready, we have our people ready to fight. Just to inform, the site that Iran declared for registering the Iranians to be volunteer to fight with Americans, it is 27 million people registered for being volunteer to fight with Americans. So this means a lot. We are ready even for ground invasion. If they want to test it, we are ready here with the slipper in our hand. So if they come back, we will come back at them. This is so simple. We are not afraid of war to be restart. Yeah, we are ready for it. Yeah.
Yeah, instead of slippers, though, you've got your drones and your hypersonic missiles. But I just want to thank you for taking your time out to join us. Really appreciate you taking your time. Where can people find you? I know you're on X. What's your X handle? And then where else can people find you?
I will spell it. It is Sani, SANI underline IR. I say it again. Sani with SANI, not Y, underline IR. So it means Iran. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I'm on X, and it was a great pleasure being with you, and thanks for invitation.
Thank you for taking your time out to join us. People should definitely follow your X. It's very interesting. Sani underscore IR. Appreciate you, and we'll definitely try and get you back on again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I want to just add a conclusion here, and just a very short sentence. I think that the Iranian people are united, and they know exactly what they want. The Americans should decide whether they want MIGA or they want MAGA. They want to put America first, make America great again, or put Israel first and make Israel great again. This is the decision that the Americans should take. And if they want to put America first, they have to go and flee from the region. But they want to continue the war. Okay, it seems that this time it is Iran's turn to make Iran great again, and we are ready for any violation of ceasefire.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Americans want to be MAGA, but they've been forced to become MIGA. But even then, when they've been forced to become MIGA, as you said, they've actually done MIGA, which is make Iran great again. But I appreciate you taking your time out to join us. Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Appreciate you. That was Muhammad Sani. Do give him a follow on... Let me just end that. Give him a follow on X. That would be awesome. Appreciate you coming on, and we'll check you next time. Appreciate you. Okay, guys, yeah, give him a follow. Make sure you're giving him a follow on X. He's an academic from Iran. I thought his views were a bit interesting when he tweeted, so I thought, let's get him on. Want to hear from some Iranians from Iran and see what their perspectives are. This guy seems fully on board with Iran and the decisions they are making. Want to thank Watermelon Sugar for a level 3 membership. Appreciate you. And appreciate you becoming an important member of the community and a level 3 member. Really do appreciate you, Larry. Let me put the YouTube, appreciate you becoming an important member of the community and a level 3 member. Really do appreciate you, Larry. Let me put the YouTube. Let me put the. Okay, see. Okay, seems like someone's spamming the rec while you guys were. I'm surprised the space never crashed. Okay, see.
Oh my god, are we gonna have to
Okay,
listen to him twice?
guys, retweet
Bad
the.
enough
Oh,
listening to him
spam the
once.
rec while you guys were. I'm surprised the space never crashed.
I can't see anything. I can only see two posts from you,
Okay.
Suleiman.
Guys, retweet the. Oh, I'm gonna have to. Can't do both things after everything.
Do you want to make me co-host? I'll clean it if you like.
Yeah, it's.
Suleiman, can you hear
Yeah.
us? Oh, if Simon said if you make him co-host, he'll clean it. I can't see it. Was it that
Yeah,
Ellie
what do you
chick?
expect from these Zayos, bro?
Oh, let me block her, silly cow. I can't see anything in the nest. Otherwise, I'd have booted her
Yeah, it's
straight
just
away.
we have children on these things, and it's just like pornography. It's really low key. Let me check her thing.
Why would you do that, man? What's wrong with you?
The funny thing is, she says corrupt NHS. What's the thing? Restore Britain, proud Jew. So this is what they do. They sell you pornography. They try and destroy your society, and then they come to these spaces and then try and put it on as well. This is the problem with these Zayos.
Okay, I think
Yeah, I got it. We've done it.
it's gone.
Yeah, sickos. Okay. I brought her up. I thought she might have something interesting to say, but obviously this is the problem with these Jewish Zionists, the sickos, sick in the head.
But how's she going to restore Britain if she's just about posting X-rated stuff everywhere? How does that even
Okay, but
restore Britain?
that's what these
That's
Jewish
like just
Zionists
mental.
want. Their way of restoring is to destroy their societies as per what they do. Okay, let's get back into the conversation, guys. Is it working? Exactly. Guys, just let me know if the X, sorry, the U, if you guys can hear the space, then we'll get back into it. Okay, let's get back onto the space. Let's go to Simon. Was there anything you want to add? If not, actually, let me hear from South because he's been on the space from the start, and then we'll go to Simon and hear his thoughts. South, what do you want to add anything to the conversation? Anything you want to add about the Iran war?
Hey, Solomon. No, not I. You guys answered my question. I came earlier asking if Iran was actually charging ships the fees, and you answered that they were doing that. Um, so we're really not open. It's just open to those that pay.
Exactly. It's open for the people who pay. The Strait is open. The Strait of Iran is open. And yeah, you just got to pay the toll. You just got to pay the toll.
You got to pay the toll.
You got
But
to pay.
what's amazing, what was amazing to me was the fact that Trump said the Strait of Iran, which says a lot.
It does. It does. What do you think? I mean, I see it as a total concession, but how do you see it?
You know, I think it falls in line with, I don't know. I don't, I see it a certain way, but I don't believe it could be that just because of Israel. And let me explain. You know, I think Trump is trying to make the United States area of influence here on the, in the Americas, right? As we saw from Greater North America, for example, calling the Gulf of America, etc. And I think he does kind of want a more of a multi uh, power world. And that was almost like a concession saying, "Hey, Iran will be the power in the Middle East." But I can't believe that. That I mean, because that says a lot. The fact that he says Strait of Iran, he's given concession to say, yeah, they own it. It must mean that he must be coming close to an agreement, right? And I don't think he cares if the agreement is bad or good. I think the fact is he's going to come and say my agreement was better than Obama's, and I think that's all he cares about, to say that he got an agreement, he made a deal, regardless of how bad the deal might be, and worse than what Obama had originally. But the fact that he can say I got a deal and it's better than Obama is all really what he cares about at the end of the day. So he'll say anything to get that deal with them, where they will stop as long as they commit that they will not enrich uranium and they will not create a nuclear weapon. For him, that would be a win, because that's all he's been really saying is like, I just don't want them to have a weapon. They can bomb anyone, I don't care, but as long as they don't have a nuclear weapon and they commit to that, that's all I care about. And then he can say it's a victory, even though his concessions are way more than what Obama did in the past.
Yeah, yeah. Hassan, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts about these negotiations and what's going on.
Yeah, it seems America is going to make peace with the world, and then the Zionist entity is give up and retreat, and we're all going to live in peace, and they're going to give up on their greater Israel project, right?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, we know Israel's not going to give up on that. So I'm just waiting for Israel to basically do the backstabbing here and make sure that
Sarcasm. South,
yeah.
it was sarcasm.
Oh no, I totally got your sarcasm. Yes, but yeah, I totally agree with you. Yes, it's going to be interesting.
And they're gonna withdraw from the south of Lebanon. They're gonna leave Gaza in peace and lift the blockade, and we're all gonna live happily ever after, right?
Like I'll tell you this. Trump did a great favor for me today. I sold a lot of things on this pump, so I'm just waiting for it to come back down so I can buy some more.
So, like, how many times are they able to manipulate the market? Like, this is what I'm shocked about. Like, how many times people buy this? Like, we've seen them lie about it like about 5 times, and every single time everyone's like, oh no, Trump's gonna stop the war. Everyone's it's all we're all gonna go back to normal, or the oil prices. Like, I just laugh at the state of the world, man. It's like the whole world's retarded. I just don't know what to say anymore.
At one point, I thought I agreed with everyone. It's like Trump is doing this, and everyone has inside information, blah blah. But at this point, it's like an open secret. If you're not taking advantage of this, either by buying or selling from from his comments, then you shouldn't be investing at all. I mean, it's so obvious right now that I think for the last 3 times he made some comment, I've quickly just went and either bought something or sold something based on his comments and made money off of it. It is ridiculous. I'm starting to think even Iran is getting into the action and making money off of Trump.
So
yeah, I mean,
go ahead, Hassan.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, I was going to say something. I forgot now. Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, I don't think Iran's making money off it. But in terms of Hassan, question to you. I mean, what do you think is really happening then? You sound very pessimistic about what's going on. What do you think's happening?
Right. Nothing's been solved. They've not withdrawn from Lebanon. They're continuing to blow up houses in Lebanon. Palestinians, the Holocaust is ongoing at a slower pace. And the Gaza issue isn't being resolved. There's no rebuilding going on in Gaza. The Greater Israel project isn't going to be given up on so easily. Like, at best, this is kicking the can down the road until the next explosion happens, wherever that may be. And also, Netanyahu isn't about to call it a day on his objectives. He's got Adelson running the White House by Trump right now, and Trump's only around for a couple of years. They don't know what's going to happen after that. They see the political situation is not ideal from their point of view. It could be much worse in a couple of years, and they've got the Greater Israel project that they've got the golden opportunity to achieve right now. They're not going to have a better opportunity to do it. Maybe that's the way they're thinking about it. So I don't know. I just can't see how this ends, and everyone goes. We start singing and dancing and happy together again. That's just not how this works.
Okay, that's fine. But then, what do you think happens then from now?
So I think we have to look out for watch out for a few things. So if there's, is a troop movement still happening? If the troop movements are still happening, which I suspect they are, then this is all cover. And Said Marandi said that and I don't always accept everything he says, but this could be just posturing. He said that they are planning a war and they're ready for it. They're planning to restart the war soon, and this is all just another deception. I think that's possible. I think another possibility is that they have a ceasefire for a number of months, and you know, they regroup and figure out what the next plan is. I think that's actually possible now. I was very skeptical of whether that's possible, but yeah, I honestly don't know what their plan is. But they're definitely not going to give up on the project. As I said before, I don't know what options they've got. That's why everyone believes there'll be a deal, but they're going to be working on something. I just don't know what it is. If I'm honest with you. I don't know what their strategy is. This is why this is all very worrying and concerning, because it's like all deception. Why would Trump come out and say the Strait of Iran? It's almost like he's trying to calm the markets down and prepare for something much bigger. Like I don't know. Like I don't trust these guys for 1 second. You know what I mean? Like they could actually be retreating, but equally they could be going for another strike. Like I have no idea.
But for it to be a deal for a few months as well, there has to be an agreement. So what does that agreement look like?
So I think the straight what's happening. There's a new status quo, right? Which they're slowly learning to realize they can't get out of, and that's that the Republic controls a strait and is going to determine, you know, how much energy flows out of it. So they're going to have to accept that. Beyond that, I don't believe any of the stuff that is coming out with about uranium, this and that. They're not going to give up their uranium. So I don't know if there'll be an explicit deal. It's just kind of more like an acceptance of the status quo. Maybe they continue to extend the ceasefire a number of times. I don't know what they're planning to do. I don't know. I don't see how a deal can happen again, because the fundamentals haven't changed. Like, what are they going to agree on? They're not going to agree to sanctions being lifted. They're not going to agree to reparations. The only thing they can agree to is that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, which is just a new reality. They can do that openly or behind closed doors. It doesn't really make a difference. I mean, I don't know. What are they actually going to agree to? They've agreed to the Lebanon ceasefire, kind of, but that's already being breached. So there's no agreement that's worth anything as it was stated before. So it's just kind of more a continuation of this, you know, escalation and de-escalation, and then seeing how far they can push things. You know, they want to continue to genocide Lebanon and Gaza. That for them maybe works for the time being while they figure out what to do next. That's what kind of happened in the over the last couple of years. You know, they take a breather every so often between the Holocaust, holocausting and slaughtering children, and you know, at some point they get a bit tired of blowing up babies and killing children. You know, it got a bit tiring for them, poor guys. So they'll take a breather and then regroup and then think what to do next. Maybe they don't know themselves what they're going to do next.
So, you know, Hassan, I wanted to speak to Simon about this, but I just see that it's not on the panel. But something you're saying, did you hear that interview Suleiman just did with the journalist?
Yeah,
Were you
yeah,
listening
I heard
to
it.
it?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like so what we're doing is like we're kind of trying to think about how this could play out. And I feel like because we don't have the full picture, right? As in we are to some degree in the dark, in terms of what's said and what's actually going on, the two different things. And when I was listening to the interview that Suleiman did with him, it's the same thing. What what they're being told and what's actually happening, because he was like, oh, this team is really good, this negotiating team. They're proper Iranians, like proper, like not the other ones, you know, they weren't as Iranian, like the ones who went with Obama, you know, these are. And then Suleiman was like, oh, okay, so if they gave 3.5% uranium, with Obama it was 5%. And this journalist was like, yeah, it's fine, yeah, and Galibaf's a good guy, Galibaf. And I thought, well, Galibaf denied that he was even negotiating in the beginning and said, what they're talking about, I've never spoken to them in my life. And then also, he seems to think that Pakistan is like fundamental and can be trusted. Listen, you wouldn't even trust your grandmother with Pakistan. Let me tell you that. They'll probably rob and steal off her and chuck her out, before you can even go to rescue her. So it just seems like he's got this whole illusion of, Pakistan's a solid, staunch thing in the middle of this, driving this. Whereas for me personally, and I think for a lot of people, we just see Pakistan as a message boy between China and America and these countries. They don't have a stake in it. They don't have a say in it. They don't get to have a say in it. They're just the hosts, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, look, I think the negotiate for one thing, we have to stop saying is the negotiators are naive. They know who they're dealing with. They've had their supreme leader,
I
spiritually.
never said
Yeah,
that. I
yeah,
never
I'm
said
not saying
that.
this. I'm just saying so maybe from that point of view, but in terms of what they're willing to give away, it's very likely they might be willing to give away some things if there was some serious um, negotiating or serious will on the other side. But what we've seen so far is that that's not just not there. We saw that what happened with what I'm saying is what Trump's saying now. Who's actually negotiating? Who's actually confirmed there's any negotiations going on behind the scenes? Like, has there actually been any negotiating? Has anyone come out and confirmed that? Like, I don't know. It's just Trump speaking. Like, what does that what does it matter what Trump's saying? Where is the details of this plan? Where's the details of this agreement? Like,
I mean, it's quite clear there's
just,
negotiations going on, Hassan. Come on.
I mean, I don't
I
know.
mean, it's
Like,
logical, right?
yeah,
Like the fact that they stopped bombing Lebanon happened through negotiation. That wouldn't have stopped unless they weren't talking. So we know for a fact.
so what they said was,
See?
yeah. So there's the communication going on, but they haven't sat down and
Yeah, I
negotiated.
mean,
Is what I'm saying, right?
okay. So if by negotiations you mean if they're in the same location? No, they're not. But when we
What I
say
mean is like
negotiation, we
seriously
don't mean, oh, guess
discussing.
what, they're both in Islamabad. It's like messages are being passed on either through Pakistan or directly or whatever it is, but messages are being passed on because yesterday there was no way the bombing in Lebanon would have stopped. There's no way Trump would have made an announcement, Israel would have stopped, and Iran would have made an announcement without all of them speaking, right? Either directly or indirectly.
I mean, the way I read it is they agreed those 10 points in before they stopped, and then America was like, no, Lebanon's not part of the deal. Then Iran's like, yes, they are. And they said, no, they're not. Then yes, they are, and kept going to and fro until Iran said, okay, look, we're not going to open the strait until you make sure that Lebanon's part of the deal. And eventually they caved. That doesn't sound like a negotiation to me. That's just like sticking to what we agreed to by force, by the leverage that you have. But in terms of agreeing an actual long-term solution, like the JCPOA, for example, that's a proper negotiation with a deal being made. I don't understand how that can happen with the actors you've got now. Iran with increasing power, which is not going to give away, and America wanting to get more than it can possibly get by war or politically impossible for it to get. For example, they'll want to go back to prior to 28th of Feb and think that and start from that point rather than where it is now, if you see what I'm saying. So I don't see where this negotiation can happen or take place. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I think it's gonna happen. I'm not saying that they're gonna agree. I still think the war is gonna happen again.
Sorry, Suleiman. Trump speaking live at
Are you sure it's
TPUSA
live? Last
about
time you
Iran.
played
Shall I
us
put it
one,
on?
which was 2 years old.
That was that white powdery substance created by our B-2 bombers, those great B-2 bombers, late one evening.
These
7
guys
months
told me on your
ago.
YouTube.
No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. Iran will be, and you know how we're going to get the dust, right? Iran, we were going to take it anyway, but taking it that way is slightly more dangerous. But we were going to get it anyway. But Iran, with the help of the USA, has removed or is removing all of the sea mines. And most importantly, it never agreed, and you'll understand, they will never have a nuclear weapon. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
How dumb is his audience?
Are you there?
Somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear test? We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration is too strong a word. Obliteration. That's so deep. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it, and we're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple. And now that the Hormuz Strait situation is almost over, I received a call from NATO asking if we would like some help. Thank you very much, NATO. And I told them I would have liked your help 2 months ago, but now I really don't want your help anymore. Because they were absolutely useless when we needed them. But actually, we never needed them. They needed us. They need us. They need us so badly. You know, it's a little bit like if you're a politician. It's hard to believe I'm a politician, but after I won, people came up to me, sir, I'd like to make a major contribution to your campaign. And I said, listen, just so you understand, campaign contributions after I won don't count. Okay, they don't. And NATO after we won, that doesn't count either. It's the same. But you have to remember that because we spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year. We spend money. We spend, I would say, in many cases, close to $1 trillion over a couple of years. $1 trillion us to help them. And we're always helping them. And this was just a military excursion. This isn't the big time. You know, we built a military so great. I'm so proud of it. It's one of the, including Space Force. You know, you see all of that. When you see those rockets go one, look up there, there's Space Force. We all created Space Force. Didn't exist. We were losing to China and to Russia in space, and now we're so far ahead of them both, you wouldn't believe it. But yesterday, on top of it all, we achieved what everyone said was impossible, an unprecedented ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, and that hasn't taken place in 78 years. 78 years. Our deal with Iran is not in any way tied to Lebanon, but we will make Lebanon great again. I mean, it's about time we've sort of, the world has forgotten them, and they're good people who have lived like hell for a long period of time. And hopefully the situation with Hezbollah will get straightened out quickly. But I want to thank the country of Pakistan and its great prime minister and its great field marshal. He's our great field marshal. Two fantastic people for helping. They really are terrific people. And I also want to thank Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. They've been amazing. They've all helped tremendously, tremendously. And it took courage for them. Not easy, not easy. They were living with what they call the bully of the Middle East. They had the bully. Iran was the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully anymore. With the help of everyone here today, this has been by far the most successful first year of any administration in the history of our country, acknowledged by everybody. To begin with, I ended 8 wars, and it may be a little early to say this, but if we add Iran and Lebanon, that will be 10 wars ended and many, many millions of lives saved. Think of how many lives we've saved.
Disgusting, guy.
Starting on day 1, we ended the illegal invasion of America. That's an invasion by criminals, many, many criminals, murderers, drug dealers, prisoners. They emptied out their prisons into our country. And we took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border and created the most secure border in U.S.
Should I pause it now? I think he's moved on from Iran, right? Suleiman.
Whatever makes you happy. You seem super excited to listen to him.
People are saying in the chat to him, they're literally like, Iran won, you murderer, who elected this idiot? This is the TPUSA chat. Liar. It is so funny. But look at that, it's interesting because he says Lebanon's not part of the Iran deal. And well done to the YouTube chat for letting us know that he was live. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, I was worried.
I
I was
appreciate
worried you
you.
were playing another old one from like 2 years ago. So, Beatrice, I got a really important question for you though. What did you think of those people who were cheering?
What, cheering Trump?
Yeah.
Well, they're believing him blindly, aren't they? And they shouldn't be believing him blindly.
What do you think of them?
They just remind me of Joa.
Oh, I thought you were saying they remind you of you, but from like a couple of years ago.
Nah.
No.
Davos Jonah. They
No.
remind me of Davos Jonah.
So, and some more, we've got quite a lot of news actually, Beatrix. And I need to.
Have we? Do
I'm just tweeting some out. Not ended. Okay, let me read it.
you want me to read the news?
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll make it more interesting. You see. Okay, so I'm hearing that the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. I'm reading maybe a couple of ships have gone through, so I need to check that once. But first of all, Trump says the blockade will end when the agreement is signed. He also says the reporter asked him, Iran says there are significant differences. And then he replied, there could be. If there are, we will have to straighten it out. But I don't think there are too many significant differences. Iran forced a ship on the Strait of Iran to retreat. Here, and then we hear a radio conversation between the cargo ship Bagia Laxmi and the Iranian Navy, and they said there is no permission for you to cross the Strait of Hormuz. And then we're in Iran.
That's got to be an Indian ship. That's got to be an Indian ship. Did they kick the Indians into touch? That'd be hilarious.
Exactly. But Iran will, and then we had Iran will continue to limit the number of ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will charge a toll. And now I'm hearing that the Strait of Hormuz is closed because US has not ended its blockade. So we're not sure if the Strait of Hormuz is actually still open. But the market sure has benefit from it.
It's proving to be quite an effective sort of weapon, the Strait of Hormuz.
What do you mean?
Fully. Well, they're closing it and opening it, closing, opening it. So it must mean that they got. Well, we'll see how effective it is. What's America's stance on the blockade?
Okay, so I'm seeing that there's 3 ships that have crossed the Strait of Hormuz, and 2 of them were Iranian ships. This is hilarious. This is content. Bro, how is it? This stock market is so. This stock market, I think Gary was saying it, it's like 50-60% bots. I think it's like 90% bots. Like, how is it that people are so dumb that, like, literally the stock market drops that quickly when nothing's even happened? It's like you'd want some kind of real movement rather than an announcement made or Trump tweeting 100 times. Do you know what I mean?
So much winning.
Well, there isn't for your phone. There isn't for your Obama phone. Let's put it that way.
Is it still messed up? I thought I fit, man. Is it
Nah,
messed
it's
up right
decent. It's
now?
decent today. It's decent
Okay,
today. It's
thank God.
decent. Gary, I just want to welcome you onto the stage. Gary, what's your thoughts on what's happening? Gary?
Sorry, bro. I was trying to do something else. It's so hard to get back here. I'm just catching up with things. Can you fill me in? I'm sorry. I'm just so stupid at this point. I don't know what you're talking about, basically.
You're not stupid, Gary. It's just that there's a lot of information coming out. It's hard to keep up. So I just played a clip, right, live of Trump speaking at TPUSA just now, Gary. And somebody on YouTube told us he was live, so I just put it on for a second while he was
Yeah.
talking about Iran. And he was saying basically that the Lebanon deal, the ceasefire, is not part of the Iran negotiations. He says we're going to do something separately with that. We're going to make Lebanon great again. So I think he's got some. Somebody did say to me a while back that is going to be. I mean, Lebanon's a beautiful country, Gary. Absolutely stunning. You wouldn't believe it. Like architecture, history, everything about it. So I think he's going to do something separate there, as in he wants a piece of real estate there. He says we're going to sort it. He says we're going to deal with Hezbollah. That's what he just said in that speech now. And just before that, Suleiman interviewed an Iranian journalist based in Iran. And what he was saying was, I found his take a little bit interesting because I sometimes feel like for myself that I am trying to like see the difference between what we're told in the media. I'm talking here in the West, and statements by Trump and everybody else, and what's actually going on. And I felt the same vibe from him, even though he's Iranian in Iran, because he was saying that people are really happy with the negotiation. And he was saying because this is a proper Iranian team, unlike the team that dealt with Obama. They weren't properly Iranian, like they didn't have the people's support. And then Suleiman asked him a question about, well, like I know in the JCPOA it was 5% uranium. What if they gave 3.5%? And he didn't seem to have a problem with that. So I think for them, and understandably, it's very driven by, a trust factor from within their country, who negotiates on their behalf. And he kind of mentioned Galibaf is really important. And look, we've got really good people like Galibaf. And I thought that's interesting because Galibaf was one of the first names that were leaked to us from the American media, from the Western media, saying, "Oh, Galibaf's talking to us behind the scenes." This was like week one or 10 days in, when there was like Iran was consistently saying, "We're not talking to anybody. We're not talking to anybody." Galibaf was the first name they released saying, "Galibaf is talking to us." And Galibaf went on the record saying, "I got nothing to do with this." And now it's like we all seem to have forgotten that, and Galibaf is a trusted negotiator. So I think they've all been talking to each other through mediators. The other thing, and I said this earlier, is that they have a different perception. So my perception of Pakistan is that they're just like, the host, the message passer. You go from that room to that room and pass messages between people. They're claiming, um, all sides are claiming that they haven't had in-person meetings, that they've been sat in separate rooms and Pakistan's gone back and forth and mediated. I'm not sure I even believe that now, Gary, to be honest. I think they're all probably frigging talking to each other, because why would you fly to Pakistan to sit in a separate room? You can just Zoom that, surely. But anyway, so even this
I'll tell
Iranian
you
journalist
something.
said, he said,
They could be doing that though. I mean, don't. I've been in negotiations, and the other party just refuses to meet in face to face. I think the lawyers sometimes do it to extend things, but yeah, I mean, how stupid and fucked up talking about world peace. You fly to stay in a hotel halfway around the world, burn fossil fuel, and then don't meet in person like wankers, like little girls, total wankers.
Hey guys, just wanted
So,
to jump in real
Solly,
quick.
excuse me, sir. Solly,
Talking
do,
about
do, do you think that anything gets settled here? Because I haven't had anybody call me up and say, "Hey, Gary, I want to bet you're wrong."
No, I'm with you. I think the war's gonna restart. I don't think
Bro,
this is.
it's
I don't
like
think this is. I don't think
12
there's no.
seconds away.
I don't think
Yeah.
there's gonna be a. I think the war's definitely gonna restart. It's just about when it will restart for me.
Yeah. What's your bid?
That bit I'm not sure about. When it
What's
will
your
restart.
outside? What's your outside then?
Well, the thing is,
Good question.
we've got so much American movement of vessels. We know the new George Bush is gonna arrive in about 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I'd say I think it's gonna restart within the next 10 days to a week. What day are we today? Tuesday, right? No, we're Friday today. Okay, within the
Yeah.
next 2 weeks, I would say.
Yeah. You know, Walter Cronkite did as good a forecasting as that kind of idea within 2 weeks. I'll give it uh I'll give it less than 7 days. Anybody
Yeah,
bid beneath that?
I mean your 7 day makes sense because the current ceasefire runs out on the 22nd. The Lebanon Israel one is 10 days from yesterday, which is the 26th. So these are a couple of key dates to think about. The USS George Bush doesn't arrive for another 5 days. So all these are just three, I think, important dates to consider.
Now, how much gear are they sending over there?
A huge amount. So they've now sent 10,000 more personnel, 6,000 on the George Bush, 4 on the amphibious units. They've got a huge number of KC-135 strato tankers that are moved across. a lot of cargo ships that have moved across, both to Israel, to Jordan, and to what was it, Qatar. So I would say the movement that we're seeing now is the type of movement we saw before the start of this war, and I was like, war is coming, and everyone was like, oh my god, you're making it up, and I was like, trust me, war's coming, and they were like, you're doing it for clicks, like you just say every day is coming and it's not, but it ended up coming, and I was right, and I think we're seeing that type of movement in the Middle East again.
But Iran must know that, surely, Suleiman. Don't you think they'd question that and say, well, hang on a minute, you're doing a ceasefire with us here, where we're agreeing a deal and a framework to the way forward, and yet you're moving all this frigging military in our backyard? What's going
Yeah, and
on?
Iran's prepping themselves as well. Iran's excavated a large number, or not a large number, the few missile places that got hit, and they've started excavating them already. They are obviously building more drones. They're building more missiles. They're getting ready themselves as well. And the thing question mark becomes who's able to.
That's what this kind of pause is really all about, right? Reload. It's like we're playing Command and Conquer, isn't it?
Well,
Oh, so stupid, Gary.
yeah,
It sounds like that. It's so crazy. Sorry,
yes,
Andrew, go ahead.
yeah, I really need to jump in here
Andrew,
again.
I'm so glad you're here. Can I ask you a question on that? And you can just handle I'll package it up. But like, when was the last time you sent 10,000 troops with fucking more bullets than they could possibly ever expend, and they come back not using them? Do you know any of those stories, man, for the audience?
That number that you give 10,000 with more bullets than they
Was
can
probably
expend.
20,000 now. They already had 40,000. They sent 10,000 a couple of weeks ago, and now they sent 10,000 more. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to say, hey, when you
y-
send boys with a bunch of gear, they
yeah,
tend to use the shit.
yeah. Right. No, we're all on the same page here. Again, I don't see, and I've been saying this since day one, and I got a lot of pushback. We're not going to see a massive land invasion. We will not see a massive land invasion. It's all posturing. Now, here's why. Here's why. To do what needs to be done for a massive go destroy Iran, I'm talking conventional warfare here now, the force is not there. The force is not there. When you talk to me about 250,000 mobilizations, when you talk about United Airlines, you talk about American Airlines, all of our commercial carriers being conscripted and taken over by military. When you talk about our entire military sea lift command going apeshit carrying, when you talk about every floating vessel
Andrew,
being
just a question
commissioned,
on that. And I brought
yeah,
Grant. I don't want you
what?
to think that I've never brought you up. I brought Grant up twice, but he keeps glitching out. But Andrew, no, what about, let's put ground invasion to the side. Initially, we're talking about whether there's going to be kinetic warfare.
Yeah, Sully, we nailed this. You nailed it actually, in Beatrice. We saw this already happen. We're going to see today.
I did. I nailed it,
Yeah, no, you
Andrew. I
did it.
You
I'm
nailed
not
it.
did.
being, you
I don't
being a
remember this.
sip.
What?
I'm not being a sip. No, but remember, we've already seen it. And Sully, you're right. There will be kinetic effort here, and even Simon agrees. We're still going to see some theater. This is what it is. But there cannot be, please. Well, I know what I'm talking about here. I'm not speaking without knowledge here. When I literally was in the Pentagon working in the push for the initial surge, you cannot imagine the massive amount. When you see 10,000, yeah, that's a lot. But to get the job done, that's not going to work. And any military idiot, even if they're not even, the only people that would believe that would be the TPUSA idiots, those complete idiots. But you're right, Suleiman. What we're going to see, there's going to be a smack, a slap, a crack. It's going to be a feint, massive feint with the Marine amphibious units, but it'll be an invasion incursion coming in from the north, I believe. And I believe you'll see some kinetic action, no doubt, and some bombing stuff blowing up. But to do a massive, that's not there, brother. It's not there. It really isn't. Now, when I start seeing that kind of lift, more than you could imagine, then we're talking things are serious. Now it's just blusterous, saber rattling. There will be kinetic, and we don't know exactly, but there will be a kinetic hit somehow, some way. Just like you originally said when we saw it with that massive disaster when they tried to do that snatch and grab action.
What's So you do think that there's going to be some kind of kinetic warfare? I guess the question to you though is, Andrew, does the American empire, does the Israeli empire accept that there's going to be the Iranian empire, that they're going to be very powerful, they're going to have the fourth biggest economy in the world? You think they're going to accept that and not do anything about it?
The TPUSA, no. The general MAGA cult, absolutely not. The warmongering war hawks, no. The folks that in the military industrial complex that are getting wealthy off of it, no. But the academics, of course, they see it. But here's where it gets really important.
No, but
And
so
this
you're
is where
saying they
Simon
wouldn't.
comes in.
So you're saying they wouldn't accept it, right?
They would not. The big picture will not accept it, sir.
Okay. Okay, we'll come to this in a second. Just want to welcome Robert and Darkside onto the stage as well. We've got Manko back. A lot of people are getting excited in the chat. I've never seen them so excited. And we've got Ashkan here as well. So, Robert, the question to you, I hope you're doing well. It's been a few days. What is going on with the market? It's completely turned upside down. The market is flourishing, oil prices are down, and the strait's not even open. What is wrong with you financial guys?
Yeah, it's not me. I don't like to chase. And look, if you nailed the low, that was a great trade. Like really, really, really epically good trade. If you nailed that bottom, that was a very good trade. But for me, I hate chasing, and so I'm not bidding up the spoos here. But yeah, I think a lot of it is really mechanical. Kind of what I was talking about, I think the last time I was on. When you look at like CTA positioning, that's a niche within the finance world called commodity trading advisor. They're very quantitative and follow a systematic approach to quote unquote trading or investing. They had gotten very, very short at the low. Not only that, but you had a huge amount of puts, which is option betting on the price going down. You had a huge amount of puts that were being bought near the lows. And so what we got, if you look at the SPY, which is kind of the main ETF to track the stock market, the S&P 500, we've actually had this. I mean, the move is crazy. It's comical, in my opinion. It's just vertical. But if you look at the volume has been declining and it is quite low compared to kind of historical averages. So generally, when you get a huge pump on very, very, very low volume, if anything, diminishing volume, generally it's not a great sign. But a lot of those puts that were expiring were rolling off, and as the SPY moved higher, as everything moved higher, the delta on those, required a de-risking from the dealers, meaning selling more of the delta or the shares that they owned. And so, you kind of got, buying. And so you got kind of a mechanical bid from the CTAs who had gotten too short at the low. And then you also had these puts rolling off, which was, a positive lift to the SPY and other stocks. Really, it's just been kind of the AI trade. Like the Mag 7, for example, have outperformed. They've really led and outperformed the broader market. But yeah, who knew that the largest energy crisis in history was so bullish for the stock market? It's not what I expected. But I would just remind folks that there is a lot that goes into the price or the chart that you see when it comes to something like the SPY. There is a huge, and Darkside could talk about it more eloquently than I could. There is a huge, like half of the market is algorithms, right? And then there's CTAs, which are very systematic. As vol comes in, they buy more, they get, more long, and they go long beta, as the VIX comes. It's a mirage, right? So the real economy is not the stock market, and the stock market is not the real economy. I think that we are very due for a pullback here. Whether or not that becomes a prolonged pullback really depends on how long the strait is closed, and if the ceasefire, that or talks that are supposed to happen on Sunday, if what you guys were talking about is true, then I think that there could be pretty sharp pullback. If we really do escalate. But if we don't, and it's just kind of like Trump doing his normal thing of kicking the can down the road and claiming he's winning, with the strait still, 80% of its normal traffic, I think that there's eventually going to be an economic impact from that. It could take a while, but I think that say a month down the line, where the SPY is today, could be quite different from where it is a month from now. I think right now we're priced relatively for perfection when it comes to geopolitics. A lot of that risk premium is gone. Not in bonds, which I think is interesting. Term premia on the 10-year is still quite elevated to what it was during the war. But volatility has come way in on the equity market. Volatility has not come way in on oil, if you look at OVX. So yeah, I think it really depends on kind of what happens geopolitically. But just remember, the stock market is not the real economy. The real economy is not the stock market. And when it comes to the stock market, there's all sorts of kind of mechanical things going on underneath the surface in the Wall Street world, in our hyper financialized economy. There are things going on below the surface. It is not necessarily, my earnings expectations are improving, or the multiple should expand on company A and company B. Like, just because the stock market's going up does not mean that people are bullish about the fundamentals of that given company or of the broader economy. There is systematic stuff, a lot of systematic buying and selling.
Yeah, I
Robert,
think Robert.
go on, dark side.
Go ahead.
I was just
Yeah, I
going to
was
say
just going
about
to say,
this chart structure. Robert, I'm looking at the SPX and SPY. The volume seems to be all right, to be honest. I'm looking on the weekly. And you've had a structural breakout that's so violently strong that I don't see a correction anytime in the next 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. That's big, right? So I wouldn't see a bearish engulfing candle to the point that the price action is completely reversed back to mid-war lows. I wouldn't expect that. And also, I'd say that 7,400 or 745 is the 2.6 fib. 2.6 Fibonacci level, and the SPY has been respecting a lot of the Fibonacci levels. So at the tops, if you look from the major top of 2022 to the top of recently was 1.618 fib. You're seeing obviously there's a lot of manipulation. I agree with you, Robert, but it just doesn't look like there's going to be some sort of major correction. It might have a little dip, but any sort of massive correction, it'll take time. It's a process, especially after a huge structural move like this to all-time highs, 7,000, and breaking it like in like 2 weekly candles. That's a crazy violent move.
I agree. I was just referring to like a move back down to the prior all-time high, like 695 or something.
Yeah, that's doable.
But if you look at look at the volume on the daily, and it is far below the 14, 20, 30, 50-day average, far below. The on-balance volume, which is helpful, that's where, if you get a green candle, whatever volume was traded during that day, during that candle, gets added to the OBV. And if you have a red candle, any volume that was traded that day gets subtracted from the OBV. So if you look at OBV, generally when the SPY breaks to a new all-time high, OBV does too. But because we've had such piss poor volume, OBV is lagging by a lot. So I think we're like really overstretched here. We've gone just straight vertical it's comical. It's like a meme stock, and a lot of that was mechanical. But I think that we get a move back down to like 695 or something like that. But yeah, from there, in order to move significantly lower, I think we would need oil back, or at least paper oil, right, back to 120, and a significant escalation. So yeah, I was just referring more short term.
No, and I agree with you with the unbalanced volume. And I've just checked the daily as well. On the SPY, it's actually lower volume than the SPX. And yeah, the SPX volume seems all right, but yeah, I can see how it could. It's obviously now on the daily the volume is declining, so this up move is sort of running out of steam. That's what you're implying, especially with the unbalanced volume as well, sort of not going up. And I agree with you.
And we had OPEX today.
Yeah.
We also had OPEX today.
Yeah. So, but generally, it just looks like if there's going to be a correction, it's going to be pretty minor, and that there's still I don't see any sort of down move, a major down move. So it doesn't look like. I think there's more of a deal likely to happen than not a deal, just based on what the market's saying. And look at the Brent futures. I know it's last day expiration, but look at WTI, for example. So Brent futures and WTI. So Brent went down to 88, and WTI went down to 78. Like it spiked, it like wicked down there. And I said, because I saw in the 4-hour chart to Gary a few days ago, I said, look, the measured move on that is around $75. It's actually $71. The measured move, and it went to 78, and I think this is just going to be the start of oil declining down to those lows, and there's a gap at 72 or 71 that needs to be closed as well. So I think it's on both on WTI and Brent. So I think, and it just looks like a structural down move now. It's going to be very hard to reverse that. I mean, it could reverse that, obviously, if things happen, but everything's sort of pointing to some sort of agreement being made over the next few weeks. And if there's going to be a massive correction, it will have to take time. I just can't see this whole structural move. Probably some lots of huge short squeeze happened there, like what you described, Robert, at the bottom, at the lows 2 weeks ago. And there was lots of shorts that accumulated there, and it was just easy pickings for people. So yeah, I just think that there seems to be a deal that's on the table that the Americans are wanting to potentially make a deal with sign with the Iranians. So yeah, because it seems like a lot of businesses, and did you see the PMI print as well, Robert, and Dark Side? So the business cycles returning back up 56, I think it was last print. And it looks, and it's facilitated by,
it seems pretty late cycle though.
It is,
it seems
very
late cycle, not early cycle.
Very late cycle. But I think we probably shifted, because I think we had liquidity has been stagnant. Global net liquidity has been stagnant for like a year, and now it's oscillated at stagnant. So basically, it was stagnant for a year. So even though it just oscillated sideways, and now net liquidity starting to pick up. So there's more printing than actually than liquidity being sucked in. So I'm thinking that that's going to facilitate a business cycle, a late move business cycle increase, and that means that the war might not last that long. That's what it's telling me. It's telling me that everyone's saying, look, the business cycle's picking up, so let's conclude this war for now, and let us ride this money printing wave, and we're going to need to do a lot more money printing because of broken supply chains everywhere, and the business cycle picking up, the stock market's high, the oil market is going down, and that's what it's telling me, that for now I think this is probably the end of the hostilities, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, I would just point out that paper oil, I watch it all day, but I'm much more concerned with data Brent, or actual landed cost, which is well above 200. Sri Lanka landed barrel was 270 something. Malaysia, there was a print above 250. Thailand, there was a print around 220. Right, so like real actual oil, physical oil, is super disconnected from the paper oil that we all watch. Data Brent, the last print I have, which would have been, I guess, for today or yesterday, was 112. So that spread between paper oil and physical oil is just growing wider, if anything. And then I would just point out that, like, if you look at the bond market is not indicating necessarily, you know, a great economic outlook. Now, rates had, you know, backed up due to oil and the war and foreign selling, if I had to guess. But we've been seeing a bull steepener, and rates come in, right. So if nominal growth was going to be higher, and inflation break-evens haven't really moved that much. So if we're going into like a great economic, backdrop, you know, I would not expect to see a bull steepener in the yield curve, number one. And yeah, the PPI and CPI prints that we've been getting, I think, are much more indicative, and the ISMs, the PMIs, as we were talking about. I think everything is kind of very indicative of late cycle. Like if you look at credit spreads, high yield credit spreads, that looks very late cycle. The euphoria, the mania, the delusional kind of euphoria in some of the like high beta speculative equity corners, very, very late cycle. So I think that there's really a lot of late cycle indications, and that, you know, nominal growth is probably, at least what the bond market is saying, probably not going to do too well. Now, that bull steepener's only been for, I don't know, 2 weeks or so, not, you know, super long time. So that caveat needs to be made. But I think that if anything, growth is going to start to suffer. I've always kind of pointed out from the beginning of the war, oil is not inflationary. Higher oil is not inflationary. Everyone was wrong. Almost like 99% of the quote unquote smart money and the analysts, they were all wrong. Oil is not inflationary. And even people on the Fed, right, that think that higher oil is inflationary, it's disinflationary.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, it just so I see that kind of working through over the next quarter or two. I think that the median American's already quite stretched. If you look at personal savings rate, average hourly wage is now negative real wage. Average hourly wage growth only running at 3.3, and inflation at 3.5, maybe even 4. So, you know, of course, PPI leads CPI. So, you know, that four handle we got on PPI could translate to a 4 handle on CPI. You know, there's, I think, a lot of late cycle indications that make me not necessarily want to chase. Even if we do get a pullback, like I wouldn't be buying the S&P.
Yeah, it's so it looks so overbought for me. But I think if you believe that the business cycle is picking up, then maybe bond prices can stabilize or strengthen a little bit. And then if it is late cycle, then we've probably got maybe a couple of months, a few more months. But I would say we probably have longer than that because of the midterms, and I think they're going to drag this out, manipulate it all the way to the midterm to say, look what we've done with the economy, look what we've done, we've ending the wars and stuff. And I think all the turmoil and everything is going to happen next year. I think they're trying to massage it and put a lid on everything, and keep like exactly the CME said. The government shouldn't be interfering in the oil markets. They were obviously, I mean, it should be, the paper oil price should have been at least $150. It wasn't. We know that, we suspect that the government, the US government, has been put
and Japan on. And Japan too.
And Japan, exactly. It can't work on its own as well. There have to be multiple co-conspirators in this. So I agree. It's definitely been suppressed, and now that they're clearly flush because billions of dollars worth of volume just on this decline in oil in Brent and WTI. It's pretty high. So they made a killing right now, because look at the prices right now. If they were shorting from 110, 115, and now it's at 85, 88, they're making and hundreds of millions of dollars. Then the government made a pretty good pretty good deal or pretty good profit here.
Yeah, the other point I'd make is the equity rally is not, there's no breadth to it. Now, today, you got a little bit with IWM up 2 and equal weight up 1.2, about what market cap weight was. But generally, this rally off the low has had even negative, right? Like,
It's very narrow, yeah.
obscenely low. It's very, very narrow. And generally, when dispersion is that high and you get such a sharp move, gravity is going to now. I agree with you that we're not probably going back to the war, 640 or whatever it was on SPY. I agree with you there. I think it would take a lot, but I do think that when you have such narrow breadth, like, it doesn't make me want to chase the rally or buy any pullbacks, because look at dispersion. The dispersion index is very near to 1-year highs, 2-year highs, 3-year highs. We have a very, very narrow rally, and that is not generally super sustainable.
But you know what? I mean, this is why they're probably putting a lid on the war, is because it's still pretty fragile. Now, I think now that the stock market is at all-time highs, they can afford to do things. They can afford to, like, and now the oil price is below like 90, they could afford to negotiate with Iran, like, and impose some terms. They could even at these prices, they can afford to start the war again, to restart the war, right? And
100%.
time. So
yeah, they bought themselves room.
Yeah.
Now we're even higher than we were going into the war. And yeah, they bought themselves a lot of rope. When it comes to that kind of stuff, I really have no clue. I tend to lean in the camp that Iran, and at least from what I've read, Iran and the US are very, very far apart on their demands. And like, even today, Trump was literally going out of his way to call reporters. He called like 8 different reporters today, trying to talk about how great everything was. And Iran had to come out and be like, yeah, actually, no, the uranium, we're not giving it up. And actually, no, the Strait of Hormuz is not fully open. You have to have our permission, and there's a toll, right? So, yeah, I tend to lean that things will get worse.
But Robert, just on that, and maybe you or Darkside can answer this. I remember Darkside talking about this. He was like, the prices don't matter. What matters is essentially the actual legitimate real supply. So, like, you and Resistance are so right. If you look at the stock market, it's so much winning. If you look at the oil prices, they're really low. But if you look at the actual supply that is coming out of the Strait, nothing's still coming out. And I've been reading like a lot of like economists and like really trying to like swat up on what everyone's saying, because I'm like a bit like, what's going on here? And all of them are saying like 2 weeks time, X breaks, a few more weeks time Y breaks, a few more weeks time Z breaks, and each break point, it almost becomes like a point of no return for that element of it. So how much is it that the stock price is important and the oil price has been down important? How much is the actual like real supply of fertilizers, the real supply of actual legit oil, the real supply of goods that come out of the Strait?
Yeah, Dated Brent is real physical oil for actual delivery. I need oil, real oil, to put in a refinery today or tomorrow or 2 days. That is double. Still, even it's come in from 140, 144. I think was a high print on Dated Brent. It's come in from 144 to 112, but it's still double what it was going into the war. Paper WTI, paper Brent is not double, clearly. So, that's why I always point out, like, look at what actual oil is trading at. Try to find oil analysts that have access to, data that I don't, that can actually see what real physical oil is trading for. And again, you get stuff like Sri Lanka paying $270 a barrel. Which is quite different from WTI trading at, whatever it is, 80, 85. So yeah, no, there is definitely still, on the supply side, there's definitely still a significant disruption. where you have 13 million barrels per day of shut-in capacity. What that is going to take to get back online depends on how developed the economy is. So Saudi Arabia can get their shut-in oil production. They can get it back up and running maybe in a month, which is still a month, right? And that takes another month to get it to Europe or Asia or the West Coast of America. So you're talking 2 months there, but Iraq, Kuwait, some of the less developed or older infrastructure, that could take 6 months to get back up and running. So how big is 13 million barrels per day of shut-in capacity? Like what's a point of reference for that? Well, in 2022, where we got the Russia-Ukraine invasion and oil went to 120 something, and we got 2 quarters of negative GDP, and we got a bear market in the stock market. We got all the signs of a recession, even though they didn't declare it. In 2022, we only had a supply disruption of 1 to 1.5 million barrels per day. So you already have, just from the shut-in capacity, just that alone, to say nothing of the damaged refineries, to say nothing about what the Strait of Hormuz is doing, you already have, I don't know, was that 8x worse supply disruption than you had in 2022? Just the shut-in capacity. Then you start looking at damaged refineries, and that's probably 5 million barrels per day. The floating oil, the oil on water, and inventories, kind of broadly speaking, that is oil being stored either in a tanker or in a storage tank. Those inventories are collapsing, and within a month or so, we will be in a significantly worse position to absorb, because the SPR has been a positive offset to the Strait of Hormuz. The problem, that's coming out of an inventory, that's coming out of storage.
So Robert,
and that has a finite
basically
limit.
what you're describing is the need to make a deal in that situation.
Oh, 100%.
What we were saying, with the stock market high and oil prices low, they can afford not to make a deal, but because of the physical the breakages in the supply chain means that they're likely to make a deal because the exacerbation in the supply chains being broken, and basically it's going to hinder a lot of the business activities across the globe.
Let me take the other
I'll
side
point
of
out.
it.
Yeah,
Go
go ahead,
Robert. Yeah, I'll take the other side of that. Look, prices are fake. The markets are fake, right? We had options expiration today. I pointed that out beginning of the week. Completely fake. You had a gamma squeeze, completely normal given all the put buying. Dealers made a killing, crushing volatility. But get back to this point. The country that killed 10,000 kids, 20,000 kids, women and children in Gaza is still going to be killing people. They don't care about deals. They're not interested. Our country's got serious financial problems, private credit, private equity, commercial real estate, interest rates. We need to crush interest rates down. We need to do massive amounts of printing. And all of that, you need an excuse. So, look, I think I'm still in the Agenda 2030 camp. I think they want things to break. The strait's closed because we closed it. I mean, true, we closed it, and we want things to break. And things are going to break. They're going to break really hard, right? Because that's why someone's paying $270 for oil in Sri Lanka, because it's breaking. So I don't know. You can celebrate, markets, but these markets are completely manipulated. I think it looks more like a crack up boom to me. So study Ludwig von Mises. Look what happened in Weimar, Germany. Look at the volatility around what happened when their currency died. I think it looks like the same thing. And by the way, everyone should be nice to Mancos. Mancos, I'm going to need to buy some social credit score points from you. You're probably the only one up here who can sell them. So I'm going to be really nice.
And let me just point out that if you look at like global balance of payments, right? Europe and Asia are generally very large creditors to the rest of the world. They run a current account surplus. By definition, they're creditors to the rest of the world. They're foreign direct investment, foreign purchases of U.S. treasuries, corporate bonds, U.S. stocks, that kind of thing. GCC has become a growing and more a significant share of that global creditor group, right? Generally, it was kind of developed Asia and Europe. Now the GCC is part of that. So we talk about higher oil in Asia as if it's their problem. But the problem with that logic is that we are reliant, as a twin deficit nation, we are reliant on creditors, foreign credit. We run a twin deficit, a current account deficit, a huge trade deficit, mainly, and then a fiscal deficit, huge fiscal deficit already. We need, so by definition, we overconsume. We need capital to be flowing, right, from Europe, from Asia, from GCC. You have to finance a current account deficit of $1 trillion per year over the past 4 quarters. You have to do that somehow. How do you do that? You do that with, China buying Nvidia or Japan buying U.S. Treasuries, right? That capital and financial account. The problem with higher oil for Asia, Europe, is that is going to pressure their generally strong. They generally run a surplus, but when their energy bill just doubled or maybe even tripled, that surplus turns into a deficit. Well, by definition, on the other side of the ledger, what that means is that they turned from a creditor to a seller, right? They turned from a country that is buying U.S. Treasuries to a country going, oh my God, we have to come up with $10 billion this month to fund, to import the oil that we need, right? How do they do that? Well, they sell foreign exchange reserves. That's one way. That's part of why we've seen gold sell off. So higher oil in Europe and Asia, directly impacts the U.S. It just doesn't impact us in the way that we're seeing over there, right? Over in Asia, we're looking at, shortages, rationing, mandated work from home, that kind of thing, very, very high prices. We're not seeing that here in America. What we're seeing in America is much more of a financial read through. And if the conflict continues, what we will see further is much more of kind of a financial read through where, Europe and Asia that generally, Japan owns over $1 trillion of US Treasuries, huge creditor, huge net creditor to the rest of the world, mainly the US. Well, what happens, just take it to the extremes inform the means. Say the oil goes to $500 per barrel. How do you think that they pay for that? And of course it's in dollars. It's not in yen, right? Everything oil's traded in dollars, and they're short dollars, so they're getting squeezed on that direction too. So how do you fund that current account deficit that was a surplus, right? Generally, they run a huge current account surplus. It's really not even a trade surplus with Japan. They do have a slight one, but the vast majority is primary income. But that's a separate conversation. But the point being, higher oil in Europe and Asia, that will directly affect us through higher interest rates or foreign selling of U.S. Treasuries. We know in 2022, again, and I described how the shut-in capacity alone is already 8-9 times worse than 2022. We know in 2022 that Europe and Asia sold, or their foreign U.S. Treasury holdings declined by about $650 billion. Now, some of that was a mark to market because bonds were worth less, but they weren't worth that much less, right? And so they turned from a creditor to a seller of the financial assets that they had accumulated. Not only that, but the GCC, you combine Europe and Asia, and then you add in the GCC, and that's like 90% of the kind of global net creditors right there. Those 3 groups. Well, Europe and Asia are getting decimated by higher energy costs. Their current account surplus, if they were even running one in the first place, is rapidly turning to deficit. And then you factor in the GCC, which, a lot of the AI investment was coming from there, or pledges were coming from the GCC, but their revenue is plummeting because they can't sell the oil. Or if you're Qatar and UAE, you have no tourism revenue either, right? So they are turning from a creditor to a seller. And so I think that read through, no one's talking about it hardly at all. And I don't understand because it's so critical. When you look at the AI, stocks, right? The Mag 7 and the hypers ripping higher. It's like, Who is going to fund it? Their free cash flow used to fund all their capex. But if you look at the 4-quarter trailing rate of change of their free, it's rolling over to negative. And their free cash flows is going to zero at the current rate over the next couple quarters. So what are they doing? They're issuing debt. But again, someone has to buy the debt to fund the data center they want to buy, to fund the electrical generation and power infrastructure that is going to be needed to power all these. Who is going to buy all this debt? That is the question. Generally, it's Europe and Asia. They're huge net creditors. And the GCC, they're a huge net creditor as well. But you just decimated Europe and Asia with higher energy costs denominated in dollars, which they cannot print. And then you decimated the GCC by shutting off their revenue. In the early 90s, Kuwait's current account, they generally ran like a 15% of GDP current account surplus. It turned to a negative 240%, 240% share of GDP current account deficit. You have to fund that somehow. How do you fund it? You fund it by selling your foreign exchange reserves. That's, things like US treasuries and gold and that kind of stuff, right? Or there has to be inbound credit, just like we have in the US, right? You can issue debt if you're Kuwait and you're going through, tough times and your current account deficit goes to 240% of GDP, negative 240%. You could issue a lot of debt to fund that current account deficit. But again, who is going to want to buy that debt, when the country is in such rough shape? So there is a huge funding gap that is emerging or going to emerge over the next couple months. We won't even get, data on this kind of stuff for months, whether it be TIC data, Treasury International Capital, that is lagged by 2 to 3 months. So we're still like a month away from getting any TIC data. Current accounts are usually reported quarterly, and so we're probably a couple months out from finding that out. So all of this is like this massive building risk on the horizon that even the quote unquote smart money don't understand when it comes to like basic balance of payments. You start talking, they're like, they think you're speaking Greek. And it's like, it boggles my mind, but no one is talking about this stuff. No one is thinking, zooming way out, and talking about the huge funding gap. I mean, we have $1 trillion current account deficit, and we have a $1.7 trillion fiscal deficit that needs to be funded. And who is going to fund it when Europe and Asia are getting decimated, right, from higher energy bill, and the GCC is getting decimated from their revenues plummeting? This is just basic international finance, and no one is talking about it. Probably because there's a very low understanding of this kind of stuff, even amongst the people on Wall Street that go on CNBC every day. I guarantee if you were to ask them that direct question, I guarantee that 98% of them would have no idea what you are talking about. So it's important to zoom out and look at, I think, that context, which is going to be an issue if it continues. If higher energy bill for Europe and Asia, this will turn into a very, very significant issue, and it could lead to higher interest rates. It could lead to a lower gold price. It could lead to a lot of nasty kind of scenarios, and could lead to these data centers not getting built, right? There's already half of them that are planned getting delayed. Half of the planned data centers are already getting delayed. And that was before this huge kind of bounce of payment shock hit the global economy. So, I think it's a question that more people need to ask, especially if you are so bullish on, SPY or QQQ.
Well, Robert, they're going to probably force the banks to buy treasuries through Basel III Accords with the LCR, liquidity coverage ratio. And they're obviously saying that this is a high quality liquid asset, and you should hold 30% of it or whatever it is. And that's how you generate extra buyers from that on that side. So they can probably kick the can down the road another 1 or 2 years. I don't think that the United States have got more than that before a big financial depression kicks in.
Yeah, I mean, the antidote or the answer or the rebuke to my question is the Fed will just print $5 trillion and buy all the Google debt, buy all the Microsoft bonds, buy all the Amazon bonds, right? All the debt that they are issuing to fund this capex. The Fed could just print it. We could say, oh, this is a national security imperative, and the Fed will print it. Look, in that scenario, in my opinion, you definitely want to make sure that you have some gold exposure and you have some Bitcoin exposure because that is very, very dollar negative, in my opinion, both relative to other currencies, but also in purchasing power terms, which is the way that most people feel.
Robert, where do you
Just
see the bond yields going?
Robert, just before you answer the question about the bond yields, let me just quickly give the quick two breaking newses and then straight to you back to you. The first one is, and I'll mention this one. Okay, the first one is Trump said, "How are we going to get the nuclear dust? We're going to get it by going in with Iran with lots of excavators because obliteration. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it and we're going to take it back home to the US." So he basically said the way we get the rich uranium now is like Iran helps us out. Galibaf came out with a statement and he said the following. He numbered it. He said, one, the President of the United States of America made 7 claims in 1 hour, all of which 7 were false. They did not win the war with these lies, and they will certainly not get anywhere in negotiations either. With the continuation of the blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open. So just to clarify, I remember I said that my sources were telling me the strait is still closed. He's confirmed it now. The strait is still closed because America hasn't held up its end of the bargain, which is to end the blockade. This is why you were seeing all those ships turn back. The only ships that have traversed the Strait of Hormuz, 2 of them are Iranian ships, or basically ones that have come from Iranian ports. Passage through Strait of Hormuz will be conducted based on the designated route and only with Iranian authorization. Whether the strait is open or closed and the regulations governing it will be determined by the field, not by social media. Media warfare and engineering public opinion are an important part of the war, and the Iranian nation is not affected by these tricks. Read the real and accurate news of the negotiations in the recent interview of the foreign ministry spokesperson. And also in Lebanon, I mean, it does seem like ceasefire is broken, although they're doing it in a sly way, so they're going to say it's not. But we're hearing explosions throughout southern Lebanon. But what the Israelis are doing is they're carrying out a huge amount of detonations of Lebanese infrastructure. So they're like blowing things up as opposed to bombing things from the air. And that's in Kantara, Khiam, Nakura, Al Bayada, Chama, and Hula. And they're all being destroyed. So those are just some of the breaking news about what's going on. It's kind of, that one's a weird one where does that leave the ceasefire? Because it's kind of like a break of the ceasefire, but not a break of the ceasefire. So those are the latest news. But sorry, Robert, if you want to answer Manko's question.
Yeah, so from here, I don't think that they go too much higher because I think that there's a very clear Fed put, especially with Trump and especially with Warsh, who nomination hearing is going to start soon. I don't think that they would tolerate a 5.5% 10-year. I don't think that if that were to happen, if rates were to really blow out, I don't think that they would tolerate it. I think they would print as much money as needed to buy as much debt as needed to suppress interest rates as much as they want to or need to. If you look at what the bond market is indicating, the bond market over the past, the initial move during the kind of start of the war was a flattening of the yield curve. And that happened, that vacillated between a bull flattener and a bear flattener, which mean two different things. But what we have seen in the de-escalation phase over the past week or two has been a bull steepener. Now that's what you get going into a rate cutting cycle. So the bond market is indicating that rate cuts are probably on the horizon. You had the 1 year trading, the 1 year U.S. Treasury yield trading like 15 to 17 bips above Fed funds about a week ago, but that has come way in. Now you have the 1 year basically right at Fed funds, and you also have the 2 year not too far behind it. So The bond market is indicating, I think a lower nominal growth picture. And what if you look at the composition for the 10-year yield, if you look at what is actually driving that, it was really a real rate story, and it was really a term premium story. If you looked at inflation break evens, 10-year, 5-year, they didn't really move. They moved like 3 bips, 4 bips. I mean, nothing. What was really driving rates higher during that kind of initial phase of the war was term premia. And so if you get a de-escalation, I think that term premia can come in. Right now on the 10-year, you're talking almost 70 bips of term premia on the 10-year. So if you get a de-escalation, that you could get a much lower 10-year. And again, I think it's kind of capped to the upside. I don't think that they would allow. I think they would, print as much. We did it before in World War II. In World War II, we ran explicit yield curve control where they printed as many dollars as needed to buy as many bonds as needed to keep the interest rate where they wanted. Because for everyone
We
out
had
there,
we had a lot less debt when we did that in World War II, though, right?
oh, for sure. But I mean, what's the alternative? Are they going to let the
Well, the
10-year blow
question
out to
is,
7?
yeah, don't you end up in something like a death spiral when the interest rate keeps going up, the amount you have to pay to service the debt starts sort of spiraling out of control, and you have to borrow more and more and more, the deficits get bigger, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like
Yeah, you
that's
can't.
completely
Can't happen,
unsustainable.
Megan. Can't happen. Interest rates are going to zero. They only have one place to
Yeah,
go.
and look, the yield curve could steepen, right? The 30-year could stay at, I don't know, 4, right? But the overnight rate, they would take it to 0 or even negative, and
Yeah,
they just
negative.
issue bills, and right, because the Fed cannot control the 10-year yield. The Fed cannot control the 30-year yield. What they can
Whoa.
control is the
They can buy
3-month
it.
yield or the.
They can buy as many of them as they want,
Yeah,
right?
no, I know. I'm just saying
Well, they're
You
in
mean
going
with
real
to.
printed
times,
money, right?
Well, they're going to call
printed
it.
money. Yeah.
No, they're going to call it something else. They're going to call it some 4-letter acronym that sounds really cute.
Well, we
But
already have it, Dark, with the RMP. It's RMP, Reserve Management Purchase. That's the
yeah,
new
QE.
acronym.
So that's
Yeah,
$40 billion a month. But
yeah, yeah.
again, this is going to go in the trillions, guys. Like they are not going to lose this to the bond market. That's not going to happen. 100% of the time, countries will sacrifice their currency to save their bond markets. 100% of the time, and we will too.
So
Really?
your prediction is then that once things get bad enough, the money printer just goes into overdrive.
Oh,
It has
100%.
to. That's how the system's built, right? Like that. That's the history of money, of fiat money. If you have a debt-backed fiat Ponzi scheme, the only way to pay the debt is to print more money because the money doesn't exist to pay the debt. So you
Yeah,
have
look,
no choice.
two things happen during an economic slowdown. Number one, you have the fiscal deficit as a share of GDP increase by about 6 to 9% in a normal recession. So, for those that believe the fiscal deficit is printing money, you're printing more money via the fiscal deficit. And then the other thing that happens is the Fed will take rates to 0 and they'll expand their balance sheet. And the way that they do that is it's two sides of the same ledger, right? The bank reserves that they print out of thin air are then used to buy the mortgage backs, the bonds, the notes, the T-bills, whatever they're buying. And so the banks get freshly printed dollars and the Fed gets, mortgage-backed securities and corporate bonds even, right? We know that they broke their own rules and printed money to buy corporate debt, which was explicitly prohibited, but they did it anyways, So two things happen during a recession or a slowdown. Number one, the government prints more money, quote unquote, right? They run larger deficits. And in a recession, we're talking a 15% deficit, which I think necessitates the very print that we're kind of talking about, right? That is an insanely large deficit. And during an economic slowdown, Dark mentioned it, private credit is already kind of not doing too well. That, once you include, kind of cross collateralization, rehypothecation, and all the various kind of second and third order effects from that, you're talking another 5 trillion there. So 5 trillion fiscal deficit, 5 trillion with private credit, private equity, then a $12 trillion mortgage market that is already starting to roll over the housing market. Then you're going to have, the potential for AI induced job dislocation, and people are starting to talk about UBI. That's another, I don't know. I haven't done the math. It would be in the trillions for sure. Some kind of UBI program that would need to be financed, right? So you start playing that math out, and I've always said that a recession is a margin call on the debt, and the way that they will deal with it, the way that, as Dark mentioned, every single government has always dealt with it, is financial repression, which is a fancy word for saying we're going to artificially suppress the interest rate below inflation, and we're going to inflate the debt away. That's what we did after World War II, and it worked, right? We capped rates. We ran the economy at like 25% nominal GDP, and we just financially repressed the bondholders. They'll do it again. And so, it's really their only option. And if they can avoid a recession, if they can avoid that global growth slowdown, then maybe you just get a benign rate cut cycle, right? And the Fed funds goes to, I don't know, 2.5 or something like that over the next 12 months. But otherwise, you're talking the quote unquote big print. And I think it would be bigger than 2020.
And when you talk about UBI, Robert, I agree with you. It's inevitable for every country, given how automation is going to take over, which is universal basic income for everyone that doesn't know. But the problem is, how do you fund that? And you're saying, I know it's going to be in the trillions, maybe in the tens of trillions, just for people, because there's going to be a lot of job losses. That you're going to have a lot of people out of jobs, so you have to have this UBI program to fund that. And where does that money come from? I mean, you're going to have to tax robots. You're going to have to tax AI agents. You're going to have to tax all of those, because I just don't know where you're going to fund that UBI program. And it's just going to, it's doom and gloom, but it's just the reality of life, unfortunately, in the next few years.
Yeah, the very companies that are propping everything up, right? You tax them at, I don't know, 50%. And those are the very companies that are pushing the stock market to new all-time highs. So, you know what I mean? Like, this is where I think the average equity investor or equity analyst that goes on CNBC or Bloomberg, like they're so like narrow-minded, and short-term oriented, with a high time preference, that like no one is thinking things through, second, third, fourth order effects. One way you do it is you have the Fed print it. The other way you do it is a huge tax on the very companies propping up and driving the stock market higher.
Yeah.
Elon did one of his UBI tweets today again, because he used to do them, and then during the war, I didn't really see them. And he's been doing quite a lot of them. So he says, universal high income via checks issued by the federal government is the best way to deal with unemployment caused by AI. AI robotics will produce goods and services far in excess of the increase in the money supply, so there will not be inflation. That's what he said earlier today.
Universal high income. He made a point to say high income. So they're trying. Yeah, they're trying to look. If you start getting UBI checks as much as you can, what I will be doing with mine is buying gold and buying Bitcoin, because once we start down that road, look.
If they allow you, Robert, if they allow,
capital controls could be, for sure. Look, technological advancement is generally very deflationary. We've had two strongly, at the very least, disinflationary, which means the rate of inflation, the rate of price increase is going up, right? Prices are going up, but they're going up less quickly. That's disinflation. Deflation is where the price is actually going negative, right? Things are getting cheaper each and every year. Technological advancements are disinflationary at the very least, if not outright deflationary. And that is at odds, and that includes AI, of course, robotics as well. That is at odds with a highly levered debt based monetary system. And so, we've had not only technological advancements driving productivity, which has almost exclusively flowed to the top 1%. The average American out there, yeah, you might get a cheaper flat screen TV, but by and large, the productivity gains from tech over the past 20, 30 years have not flowed to the average American. Just look at the real average hourly wage, even using CPI as a deflator, right, which is vastly undercounting real inflation. Even then, you look at productivity and then you look at the real average hourly wage. It has not been flowing to you generally by and large. This is only going to accelerate that deflationary force. Well, that is at odds with a country that's 125% debt to GDP, running a 6% of GDP fiscal deficit and a 3.5-4% current account deficit. Right, that is at odds with a highly levered debt-based system. So what they do when the deflation, to counteract the deflation, is inflation, and that is the only way to keep the wheels on the bus. We also had a deflationary force, or at the very least, disinflationary force from globalization. Right, we opened the labor market to the entire world. That was very, very, very disinflationary, and that might sound good, right? That might sound good. Everyone wants lower prices, but it was not so good if you were in the Rust Belt, right? And your entire town was hollowed out by globalization, by these horrible trade deals, by these horrible neoliberal globalists that totally hollowed out the entire Rust Belt, and our entire industrial capacity got shipped to China, right? It was not very good for you. You look at the suicide rate in the Rust Belt, look at the rate of opioid abuse in the Rust Belt, right? It was not good. So I think that, similar things are going to happen from this kind of productivity boom. You could call that a productivity boom, right? The China shock was to some degree a productivity boom. And while that might sound great if you're in the top 1%, all those productivity gains flow to you. If you're the average American, especially the average American in the Rust Belt, you were just got absolutely decimated. And I think that a similar kind of dynamic is going to play out with AI and robotics.
That's exactly it. I just don't understand where Elon Musk is coming from when it comes to a productivity, because it's productivity for what? Like, what's the productivity boom for that he means? Because I can't see what robots and AI can improve productivity that's going to help the masses. I can see how it helps make $1 trillion companies and $10 trillion market cap companies and trillionaires, and now it will be billionaires, centibillionaires. But I just can't see how that's going to help the average Joe in the street.
Yeah, but it's productivity, right? I mean,
what is it?
I think
What way?
if you look at productivity, I get more done on less energy. The person that gets more done on less energy per output should be the greatest producer, right? So,
with less human energy.
With less human energy, this is a thing.
Well, exactly. I mean but you're going to be, the productivity most certainly is going to increase. He gets to work 24 hours a day.
Yeah, but what do the humans do?
Well,
nothing.
No, that's not true. Why does it have to be nothing? What would you do if you weren't being hunted down by lions and
you'll be on Netflix all day
and gangs? What would you be doing?
You'll be on Netflix
sports
all day.
Gambling, Kalshi, porn.
Well,
everything.
Then that's your choice. You choose to be productive or not.
Well, Gary, I don't mean me. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not even. I wasn't responding to you. I'm asking.
Gary,
yeah,
you will be productive.
I would be productive.
Most of humanity will be non-productive.
Well,
if they were given a wage.
Hey, listen. If most people are going to be non-productive tomorrow, they're probably non-productive today, or grossly inefficient. I just don't think that we're going to remove Robert's value to the planet. Okay, I don't think we're going to remove your value to the planet. Now, if you keep doing the same thing over and over and over and no changes, then, but I think I could build the case. One, robots will solve the energy problem you have right now in warp speed. They'll be all over the energy sector. You'll buy $30 crude in your lifetime, if not cheaper. By the way, I just would like to go back to the crude oil conversation because I think one of the things this pause, whoever negotiated this in, did a really good job because I actually think that the threat of an oil problem, unless it was on a really much bigger level, that it would be very difficult to drive a lot of panic back into the market. I think the logistics are starting to settle out. We are starting to see demand destruction, the very demand destruction Robert said. Oh, the Philippines can't get it. They're having to pay 400. Okay, well they're not going to buy it. And that's all that pricing is about right now. That is not a supply problem. I mean, it is a regional issue, but there's going to be some people that get squeezed here, no doubt. But it's not it's actually probably more of a delivery problem or a blending quality problem. So, and that's why the prompt market's up. I mean, the prompt market's up to cover those people. I don't know what the volume is, Robert, but the prompt market is a little deceiving. It is true. Okay. Yeah. You might be paying $200 for a barrel of crude and mookie, tookie, dookie, dookie. But I don't think that's not sustainable, right? It's just about short deliveries, or I mean, someone was unhedged. They were buying spot month to month, day to day, and they got their asses kicked. So I mean, that's what a commodity market is. That is what we're hoping Bitcoin would do one day. Which I mean, every oil and gas company on the planet is drilling their ass off tonight. So as much as Robert can talk about the declines and the constraints, I totally agree. However, I mean, if those are the numbers, we don't really know. But there's a lot of energy on this planet. And you notice that West Texas guys keeps getting a premium. I've been thinking about this for days. I think the premium might be, hey, we know we can buy it from you guys. So it seems like less risky, maybe. I don't know. But I just want to, I think you're going to find everything come back online regarding the payments. If I'm short urea and I'm long crude oil, I mean, I can easily do a swap and have no cash payments. So I suspect a lot of that's going to happen, which also then says, hey, the markets will settle out because for every manipulation, and listen, I agree. I think all of these statements can live together, probably a little chaotically, but I agree. There's a lot of paper, but the market has a way the arbitrageurs have a way of counterbalancing the inefficiencies in the market. I'm not saying they're efficient, but I've been impressed with what crude's done. I mean, if this was any other commodity, I would just ask these guys that have been around that space. In any other commodity, this would have been, and it may still turn out to be okay, but I think we've seen the very peak of it, which I think is a weakness for Iran. If I thought this was a competition at this point, I think that's a weakness, not being able to keep the daily churn of nothing happening. It's such a powerful thing. And it's given them a lot of time. So I think we'll be at war before Monday of next, what's today, Saturday? I think we'll be back at it if we even ever stop.
You think like active strikes by Monday?
Well, I don't even know if we stopped yet.
Well, yeah, the blockade is an act of war, and Iran is saying, "Hey,
well,
look."
They just turned back some boats, dude.
Yeah.
Like I'm just saying, I don't know that it's really, really open. Okay, I mean the shit I'm hearing from the White House sounds insane.
Oh,
so
it is.
I just don't think this.
Yeah.
So see, I think that I think they figured out, hey, we can handle this now. Henry Paulson's showing up do you guys remember? I don't know what room I was in, but I'm like, maybe a week or 10 days ago, I was like, "Hey, where's Henry Paulson when we need him?" And he just popped up on the. I just started laughing my ass off. He's starting to, do the press scene, and he is talking about. Maybe you guys covered this, but man, Henry Paulson is fucking total gangster. Okay, I mean, fucking total hero in that field. Um, He said, "Hey, we need an off the shelf, ready to go, break the glass like an emergency sound product that we can implement when we have a catastrophic financial problem." I don't think he used the word catastrophic. He used some other metaphor, but Henry's back, man, the fucking fireman. And he's suggesting they put a plan together ASAP. It's like this is a textbook. Fascinating, really. The whole thing. I mean,
Yeah, Gary, for the very thing we were talking about earlier with the long end of the yield curve with bonds, with government bonds. He was predicting that there would be that death spiral that I think Manko was asking about, and that we need to have a plan in place. And it's like, do we? We already do.
I think we'll look.
They'll print the money, they'll buy the bonds.
Hank talking and Steve Besant, dude. These are two different levels of players, right? I mean, I think Besant's. I mean, he's a total cuckold at this point, in my opinion. Sadly, but
it's
when they
very
call
sad
him,
because he was
when they
he
call him in, Robert, this is a guy that like, dude, this is like a Bruce Willis. You call him on Armageddon right before. Hey, we have 29 days before a meteor hits us. I mean, Hank's that guy, and I mean they bring the most experienced global negotiator, workout trader on planet Earth. I think he probably played the most central negotiating, role, knows every fucking skeleton in the closet than any other player in 2008. Is that a fair statement? I mean, he was
Scott Bessent is a super smart guy when it comes to like
I'm
global
just saying
macro.
that, but he's been through this from the political side, Hank has, and he's back, dude. I mean, I'm like, wow, they know, dude. The real professionals are going, dude, you need a plan, a shit show plan for when this thing happens. It was a powerful statement. I think it was the most powerful statement made this week. I'm sure you saw it, right, Dark?
Yes, sir. Funny enough,
I mean, am I overplaying Paulson's? I mean, of all the people to show up, Hank
not only
Paulson.
was it was Paulson and Geithner, and they both came
Oh, was
out.
Geithner there? I didn't see
Geithner
Yeah,
too.
Geithner.
there's one
Oh
of
my God, that's even worse.
them. Oh boy, yeah. Paulson lived in my hometown, man. I used to see
Dude,
him in
and
the
they're
grocery
dressed
store.
up, dude. They're dressed up to kill too. Okay, that was not a casual that is a press tour, right? And you start
Dude, that
looking at that
was
through that lens and go, "Oh wow, this is a PR campaign to get everybody ready." Fuck, it's
it's
coming, man.
coming. It's coming. Rates are going to zero. They're gonna be buy the everything program. The BTEP.
See, I think you need a war for rates to go to zero. I don't think we have time to work this out. Otherwise, we're going to have rates go. Everything has to just start going out of control. There's too many plates in the air. I mean, there's so many spinning plates in the air. There's spinning plates on top of spinning plates at this point, man. Okay, I mean seriously. I'm not freaking out. Like I don't even know how you could manage to believe you could manage all these plates, and they're huge, by the way. They take up the entire space. So if one falls, they all fall. And I think I mean,
You're cracking me up, man. I
dude, it's
mean,
so
you're
fun.
spot on, but you're
But bro,
cracking
it's
me up.
why? Because I mean,
Because it's the way you're
this is
describing it. It's so
basic
funny.
stuff though. But
No,
it's
no, you're
true,
right,
dude.
man. You're 100%
I mean,
right.
it's everything's priced for perfection, dude. A market at all-time high, and I think we were a tiptoe from World War III, if we're still not. All time high, $7,100, and it's jumping like a mother. Okay, like
Uh,
it's like,
Imagine
oh
the
wow,
bull
this is
trap.
sustainable. Oh
Imagine
yeah, hey,
the bull trap. If this thing if we get escalation and this thing sells off like 5-10%, it is going to be the
I don't think,
nastiest bull
bro,
trap
I
I've
don't think
ever
the
seen.
escalation matters anymore. If you keep crude oil under, see, this is my point. You buy the energy players 10 days, the energy problem solved. Now let's go back and fucking fight each other. Because you won't be, you've already done the most damage. They were expecting 300, bro. They were expecting and willing to suffer 300, and they didn't really see 186. I mean, if you combined all the prints, okay, they saw $100 crude oil over that whole period. You can say, oh yeah, 184, okay, blah, blah. But if you put all the fucking shit in the barrel, all over the world, remove the logistics issue, that's probably not fair, but just, $100, man. The market is going up on $100 crude oil. I don't think you're going to see $100 crude oil again. Right? Because now
Well,
we
you
know.
could,
We know
yeah.
what happens if 20% gets fucked up, Robert. And no one's going to be scared of that.
We didn't really feel it because of the inventories and the Yanbu pipeline and the
Yeah.
20% was the headline number, but they were able to, with SPR, we removed sanctions on the country we were at war with and actively
Of course we
bombing.
did. Of course we did, bro. Dude, we
That's
probably
how much
sent
they
money
cared.
through a network to our enemy so we could
Yeah.
fight.
Well,
So, I
the
mean,
the market always was pricing in a relatively short disruption and a recovery, though. The market never priced in that it was going to last like 6 months, 9 months, something like that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, the forward curve on oil is pricing in like a very quick resolution. And the stock market too.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
come on, a lot
the
of
way
that was
Trump, one
But
second, the
oh,
way
sorry.
Trump has been speaking the last week or so, he's been making it sound like a deal is right around the corner. But as you saw, and then this morning, when the foreign minister of Iran said that they're opening the Strait of Hormuz and didn't put any conditions or anything like that on, it seemed to back up what Trump was saying. You had this huge rally in the market. The thing is, in the last hour or two, the Iranians have said something very different and they've gone back on it. So it looks like, I mean, I see posts now saying, oh, well, I guess we got to resume bombing. The thing is, opening the Strait of Hormuz was Iran's bargaining chip in order to extend the ceasefire. If they're not going to actually open the Strait of Hormuz within the next few days, the ceasefire is going to expire and we're going right back into it. And it can escalate quite a bit from here.
So, Minko, you think if you had to give a probability to an escalation, what would you say?
So when they did the announcement earlier, and I said this like I was saying this to Beatrix, just because the political leadership of Iran says something, that doesn't mean anything. Because if the IRGC is not on board, then they don't have the power to tell the IRGC what to do. You basically have two completely separate factions in Iran. You have the political leadership and you have the IRGC. And the people who have all the weapons are the IRGC. So the only way the IRGC decides what it's going to do is if the political leadership can convince them, but they have fundamentally different priorities because the IRGC's priority is to win the war. And they believe that every day the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, they get one day closer to winning the war. The political leadership, they just want to minimize the damage to Iran so that they can have some kind of rebuilding and recovery. But the IRGC doesn't care about that. It looks at that as like soft weakness, giving up victory in order to have comfort, etc. So they don't necessarily trust the political leadership anyway. So when the political leadership said we're opening the strait and then that didn't happen and the ships got turned around, it just validated what I've been saying for weeks, which is the IRGC is actually in control in Iran. And while the political leadership is saying all these flowery things in the negotiations with Trump, they're not even the ones who actually have the power. And if Trump was negotiating with the IRGC, he would be getting a very different story and would have a very different attitude on the talks. Therefore, based on what's happened today, it really does look like, I would say, 80-90% chance that we're going to flare up back into a full-blown war again, because the sides are just too far apart.
That's my read too.
So hang on, are we saying these Galibaf and Pezeshkian and these guys, they're not representing the IRGC?
No,
Yeah,
it's
they really don't. Because he said those things this morning, and the IRGC didn't play ball, and they turned ships around. They didn't say that they were doing it. So
But Manko,
whatever they're negotiating with Trump is different from what the IRGC expects in exchange for things it gives to Trump.
the only counterpoint I'm not a Iranian political expert, right? So this is just my read, but I do kind of get the same impression as what you were laying out. The only counterpoint I would give is like Ghalibaf has been like he just put out 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, he just put out a post saying the president of the US has made 7 claims in 1 hour, all 7 of which were false. He was taking the kind of hardline approach. Which, number one, I think that's hilarious because stock market pumped on each and every one of those fake headlines, those lies from Trump. Number one. Number two, he's kind of taking that more hardline approach and quote unquote backing up maybe the more hardline elements of the IRGC. No.
Well, that's the thing, is that's what they've
exactly.
always had to do after the fact. So they'll originally take a position, the IRGC will slap them down and say no, and then they will backtrack, which is what happened today.
But Manko, I think now is a bit different, right? I'm not saying that Iran's being completely transparent with every stage or every step that they're at, and they're sharing everything with us. But now I think is a bit different because remember, there was quite a lot of their leadership killed. And Trump did make the claim that we got rid of the hardliners and we're working with good people now. And Galibaf initially denied. When the American media released his name, I think it was 10 days in, that this is the guy that we're talking to. Galibaf was like, I don't know anything about it. I ain't negotiating with nobody. I ain't spoken to nobody. Transpires he did all the way through. And now what Robert, you've just said, I'm beginning to think that Trump's kind of psychotic lie after lie after lie is part of his negotiation strategy to drive them round the bend, literally, because they keep having to call him out. Is to wear them down. It's got to be just his way of wearing them down. But I don't think so. I don't think there are two factions in Iran anymore. When Suleiman introduced that interviewed that Iranian journalist just a little while ago, he's all like, oh, we're really happy, and Pakistan's like, he had a completely different impression to what I've got, because Pakistan's just a messenger. But they think Pakistan's a really strong country and they're supporting us and stuff. So it just goes to show that everyone's got a bit of fog of war from their own kind of media perspectives going on here. But I don't think that it used to be like that, Manko, but I'm not sure if it is now, if there's really like a hardcore IRGC.
Well, Beatrix, he even noted that he even noted, just real quick, he noted, we will not fall prey to the psychological tricks of the enemy or something along those lines. He has been very outspoken, right, in calling out the attempts to manipulate. And so I think that, you know what I mean? I think he is aware. So if you're aware that the guy is trying to manipulate you, it has less effect, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Beatrix. I don't believe there's two factions going on. They both report to the supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. Mujtaba Khamenei is the guy that is has got all the powerful connections with the IRGC. He's the one that quells the IRGC if they go out of line, and he's also the supreme leader of the government as well. They both report into him, and they're all both aligned on that. Ghalibaf is just reiterating what the IRGC is also doing as well, because Trump is just making a fool of himself, and pretending, basically claiming that America won and they're imposing their terms on Iran, which is totally ludicrous.
You cannot have someone who's in a senior position in the government say that the strait is fully open and then go back hours later and say, no, it's not actually open because here's these reasons. Like, clearly that's a backtrack. Clearly they changed their position.
That's not a backtrack. Things could have happened in the people. Ships can go through. Ships are trying to go through without paying their toll. Of course, they're going to close
He
it.
didn't. Fully
Trump.
open means no tolls. There's no other way to
No, no, no.
define
They
fully
didn't say
open
that. They
than
said
no tolls.
open. They said it's open, but it's not free. There's a difference.
Yeah, no, open means free. That's what it
No,
means.
it doesn't. Clearly, it
It
doesn't.
does
There's
actually.
No, it doesn't.
It
It
does.
doesn't always mean. It just means open,
So
dude. Doesn't mean you don't have to pay something to get through it.
exactly.
no, but
No,
Gary, I
open
read it the way
means that
Manco
there's
did.
free transit.
I'll tell you why I read it. Yeah, I read it the same way because if it was just a payment issue, then it was open before.
Well,
Because the only
Exactly.
stipulation
it's
Iran had
partially
before was
open.
you have to
It's
pay.
partially open.
Yeah, I read it the same
Uh,
way. I
It's
read
always
it the
been
same way.
partially
But
open.
let's just say it
there's
wasn't.
also prescribed. There's also a route that they have to a predetermined route that they all ships need to follow as well. So it's open, but you have to go through a predetermined route,
What's
and
this?
obviously
What's
you have to
this?
pay.
The
This
strait
is
is closed.
yeah. Before when Rakshi said it's open,
Yeah.
did you imply that it was free?
No, you gotta pay. You gotta pay the
Exactly.
piper. But
That's what I read.
the thing is, the reason the strait's closed right now is because America didn't remove their blockade.
Thank you. That's the only reason I came on. I just had to correct that.
So
Thank you,
there is no
Suleiman.
treaty right now. Is that correct?
So currently what it is they thought they had an agreement. The last component of the agreement was meant to be that um, Israel stops bombing Lebanon, and then the strait will open. But part of the strait opening was that America doesn't have a blockade, but America's kept the blockade on, so that's why they've basically Iran is saying that look, remove your blockade and we'll open the strait. This is the agreement. Why are you not opening the? So that's where the disagreement is
Well,
right now.
was
So the
that in the
strait's still
agreement?
shut.
Was that in the
Sorry.
Well,
agreement that we would
Gary,
move our?
Well,
a
we've
block.
not read. We haven't got any. Like we've not seen any written agreement. We're
Yeah,
just basing this on
yeah,
statements made by Iran and statements made by US. None of this is in like some papered agreement.
yeah.
And a blockade is an act of war. I think it's important to remind people that a blockade is an act of war, like
Dude,
technically and legally.
sending 10,000
I
more
mean, by
troops
that
is an
logic,
act of
Iran's
war.
at war with the whole world then.
That means who's at war?
I mean, by that logic, Iran is at war with the entire world because Iran is blockading all of their ships from going through the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, except for China, Pakistan, India, and a
Yeah,
couple other
they're
No,
countries.
allies.
listen, people don't understand. Like 95% of the Chinese ships have not been allowed to go through the Strait of Hormuz. It's only a very small percentage that were allowed through.
So Manco, because I don't know the everybody here. Are you are you the anti-Palestine? You think they're the devil?
No, I don't. I don't have a. I'm not
You don't.
pro-Israel at all. I'm just pro-America.
I said Iran. I thought you were saying that Iran is at the war with
Oh yeah,
everybody.
no, I'm very pro-America. I'm very like nationalist and patriotic when it comes to America. So yes, I'm very much on America's side when it comes to the war.
Yeah,
But
but
what if the war is not? What if the
but let
war is
me.
not serving Americans, and what
Sorry,
if
Robert.
it's
Just want to
only
make
to
sure I
serve
understand.
Israel?
Did you say though that we can't have a settlement because Iran will wants everyone dead? Is that what you said, or the whole world?
No, no, I
Oh,
just don't think the IRGC wants to open the strait or that they want peace. And the thing is, their only
yeah,
theory of victory relies on keeping the strait closed. So while the politicians might want to bargain to open the strait in exchange for certain concessions, the IRGC is not going to agree that any concession is big enough to take away their one point of leverage, which is
yeah,
keeping the
right.
strait closed.
Yeah, it was. Now
Uh,
it was wide open, right? Before, so I mean, we weren't.
No, when they announced it, there was a group of ships that tried to transit earlier today, and they got turned back.
No, I'm saying before this whole process. I'm just saying there was a time when the Hormuz was working just fine.
Like before February 28th, yeah.
Yeah, I think you go back to that calendar date, time, and sequence, and figure out who showed up at the party, and that's your, you know.
Yeah.
I was
Also,
just
the
trying to ask.
IRGC agreed to a ceasefire.
Yeah, that's exactly the way I remembered. I was just trying to understand though what I thought you. It sounded like you really hated the Iranians, like they were the baddest player in this on this theater.
I mean, I don't hate them. I just think that the question is we have a situation where, and this is what has come out somewhat today, the main reason that Trump went to war, the overwhelming reason was to stop the nuclear program. He thinks he can get a deal that stops the nuclear program, and he's willing to basically end the war solely on that basis.
But I
There have
thought
been
we
other
had.
Didn't
plans.
we have a deal?
I thought we
No,
destroyed the
but
nukes.
he's talking like he thinks he can get a deal, and based on what happened today, earlier, based on what Arachi said, that the strait was fully open, that made me actually think, oh, maybe Trump is actually kind of getting closer to the truth on this one. This is kind of surprising. But then when it didn't actually materialize, it was like, no, actually, okay, that confirms what my suspicions have been all along, which is that the sides are too far apart. Because the problem is, as soon as Iran actually fully opens the Strait of Hormuz, all of their leverage is gone. It's gone.
Totally agree. Totally agree. But
That's right.
didn't we decimate their obliterate their nuclear capabilities a year ago?
But they can rebuild it, is the thing, is that once the war ends, Iran goes into rebuilding mode, and then it just becomes a matter of time until they're able to rebuild their capabilities. And how long that's going to take is anyone's guess. But I guarantee you it's
So,
not going to take
quick
very
question
long
to
for
you,
the
Michael.
Israelis to say oh, we got to go in again.
Yeah. That was the question I was going to ask you. And then before that, you mentioned that that Trump went in because of the nuclear program. Do you mean in terms? What do you mean by that? Because one day before they went in, the Omanis confirmed that the who are the mediators, that the Iranians are willing to give up all of the enriched uranium one day before. So, what will he get now that he wasn't going to get on February the 27th?
No, so I read that statement from the Omani mediator guy, and he just said that that's on the table to be talked about, not that the Iranians agreed to anything.
Okay. So if that let me double check that statement. But even if it was, the point is there was a conversation about the nuclear enrichment. They were willing to give it up to a certain percentage. The disagreement was just on the percentages. I'm gonna go check the Omani statement, but the point is, let's go with what you said. Irrespective of what it is, there was conversations happening about it. So what's changed since then to now?
So the demand that Trump has been making, or what I've seen has been discussed as far as the current negotiations, are that Trump wants Iran to turn over the stockpile to the United States, so Iran won't have it anymore. The pre-war discussions were
The
that Iran,
entire stockpile, you said.
yeah, well, all of the stuff that's actually enriched. There, I know Iran has
Anything
different
above 0%.
stockpiles. What's that?
Everything above 0%, you said.
Well, I don't know. Well, natural uranium is above 0%. So they have different degrees of stockpile. The stuff that is the biggest issue is the highly enriched stuff. So I'm sure he means all of that. And I don't know how much of the low enriched stuff, whether that's part of the deal, because he hasn't talked about that or that hasn't been in the
But
reports. But what they
but
said
Minko,
before the war was that they weren't going to turn anything over, but they were willing to dilute it. So that's one of the differences.
right.
And then the other difference is the degree
So
of
one
enrichment,
second.
if anything,
So
that's
right
allowed.
now they're talking about no 1 second. Right now they're talking about diluting it. So you're saying that there's some of it they're talking about diluting, and actually at that time they were talking about diluting some of it and removing some of it. So they were already talking about that.
Yeah, right now, the U.S. position, at least, is not to allow for any dilution, but instead to actually take it out of the country and to
Okay, I've got
not
the
allow
statement from the
enrichment.
Oman foreign minister. This is what he said. Iran has agreed to downblend its. This was on 27th of February, one day before this war started. Everyone, one day before. Iran has agreed to downblend its stockpile of enriched uranium, ensure zero enriched uranium, and allow for full verification by the IEA of its nuclear program. and this is on my
Well,
page on
wait,
22nd
downblend
December.
would mean that it's still enriched, it's just not highly enriched, right?
Basically, no, it means there's a mode by, if there's like 60% enrichment enriched uranium, you can basically take it down so it's not enriched anymore. I don't know what the specific scientific mechanism that used is, but you
Well, if they,
downblend it, and it's
yeah, if
good.
it's like 60%, they can just add more U-238 to it to get it down to like 20%, 15%, 10%, 5, whatever percentage they want to get it.
0% as well.
Well, you
Yeah.
can't you can't
So
dilute it to zero because that would be like, right? If you have a glass of water and you put some poison in it, you can pour more water in, but the poison's never going to go down to zero. I think they
Yeah,
were
but you can
talking about
dilute
just
it to like,
reducing it so that it's not at the highly enriched uranium level. But the reason obviously that's not satisfactory to the United States is that once you get the natural uranium level
So
is
basically,
actually
I just
very
want to be
low.
clear on this because based on your claim then is right now, this second, that the US is not going to agree to any enriched uranium even above 0%, so not even 0.1%.
No, I think that they would probably let them keep the because based on the reports I
But
read, they're
this is the
allowed to keep.
argument you're making. No, but this is the argument you're making when I said about the down blend. You're like, oh, but you could down blend it. It'd still be like maybe 0.1% or 0.1%. The whole point is they were gonna down blend it based on whatever the agreement was with the United States of America. They were willing to go to zero enriched uranium as well. And so I'm trying to ask you that what would be different now compared to that statement about the Omani leader
Yeah, so what's
in
different
a
is
tangible
Iran
way
wants to
rather
take
than
the
like
uranium out.
semantics or
Like he actually
sorry.
physically wants to remove the uranium from Iran. That's one of the priorities. And priority number two is zero enrichment. And some reports said that the US wants zero
No,
enrichment
but
for
he
20
zero
years.
enrichment is no. I'm asking you what's different. He said zero enrichment on this. I'm asking what's different. So remove it from the country. That's one. What else?
Yeah, so to actually physically remove the bulk of the stockpile out of the country, number one, and number two, the
And by
zero
the way, that
enrichment
was
for
spoken
20
about as
years.
well. So sorry. Go ahead. What was the second one?
The second one was zero enrichment for 20 years, at least according to the reports, whereas Iran was only going to agree to zero enrichment for 5 years.
That's now, not before. But so that one again was already agreed on before. They actually said zero, and there was no actual time scale. So now it's a time scale of 5 or 20. The Omani foreign minister didn't give any time scale, so that was a better deal than that one. So that one's a better deal. So they're asking for a worse deal now. So the only thing that you're saying, and this was part of the negotiation, actually, I did read that this was one of the points of negotiation, hence why you have a negotiation. But so it's only, you're literally saying America went to war because one of the points of negotiation that they hadn't agreed to was about taking stockpiles to a foreign country, and for that they went to this war, is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I think
So,
obviously we don't know exactly what's being said in the negotiations, but I don't think Iran made any of those agreements. I'll look up the
well,
quotes from the
well, the
weren't
Omani
they asking
minister.
about
The
missiles
Omani
and
foreign minister said
proxies?
that he did, they did, and so in reality, and that's the unbiased mediator. They literally have, they've been
No,
very.
but the quote was about enrichment, though. The one that I said where they said it was talked about, but they didn't agree to anything. That was about enrichment.
No. What they said. Oman foreign minister said that Iran has agreed. So he did. They did agree to uh, zero enriched uranium and a full verification by the IAEA and the downblend of its stockpile of enriched uranium. So that one was agreed on. And what else do you say? The Iranian negotiator also said the peace deal was within reach, uh, and he also said. So all the information just the day before seemed to suggest they were very close to a deal. Iran had basically ceded to most of American demands, and they still went to war. And even now, I want the audience to listen to what you're saying. What you're basically saying is they went to war because, and by the way, that was still a negotiating point. So that was just something that wasn't fully agreed, and they still went to war. It just shows either A, the mental behavior of the United States of America, which is highly possible. It shows the psychopathic nature of it. You can't even converse with these people. You can agree to all their demands, and one kind of minimal demand, they'll go to war with you. But guess what? They learn some painful life lessons after that, because Iran now controls the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's now tolling the Strait of Hormuz. Trump had to, because of that, bend the knee, accept no bombing in Lebanon, accept that the fact that they're getting destroyed, accept the fact that Iran now is the boss in that region, accept the fact that Iran's going to be a Middle Eastern superpower, maybe even a world power, possibly remove all of Iran's sanctions. I mean, this was worked out so good for Iran, and this was all because what? They wouldn't move the enriched uranium from Iran to outside Iran. It's not that they wouldn't. This was a negotiating point. I remember this being on the list, but that's just crazy. But let's go to resistance. Was there anything you wanted to add on that?
I mean, yeah, I mean, when you're down blending from enriched to non-enriched, it's you're just basically converting, removing any uranium 235 to uranium 238, which is meaningless, to be honest. Your point still stands, Sully. I mean, they made so many concessions before the war, and then now, the Strait of Hormuz was open before, as Gary said. And now they are basically the U.S. administration is quibbling over. They're agreeing to for Iranians to charge on a toll, agreeing to a lot of concessions. Nuclear enrichment at what 3.5% or whatever 5%. It's crazy. I mean, just to be better than Obama when he had so much, when the Iranians conceded so much before the war, and he didn't have a toll, and they still had sanctions. So now they're looking at sanctions being lifted, a toll charge, destruction of the U.S. bases. At what point, Manco, is he going to accept that this has been a catastrophic maneuver by the United States on every level? It's been utter humiliation here. So him quibbling over, oh, well, it's 0%, it's not 0%, it's like 1%, 2%. It's just ridiculous. Look what's happened over the last 49 days. And to think that he thinks that, oh, it's the IRGC that are the biggest problem. IRGC wasn't in the picture before the war. It was all the Iranian government. The only time the IRGC intervenes is when there's a military conflict. That is their job. They're the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. They oversee the aerospace force. So of course that's their job. They take precedence now. Of course, it makes perfect sense. But the Iranian government are the negotiators. The IRGC are the enforcers, the military enforcers, and the supreme leader control both.
Do you think there's a possibility? I mean, according to Trump, he's killed the IRGC at least 40 times now, and the Iranian Navy and the Iranian army and everybody else. But do you think there's a possibility that with these negotiations that happened in Vienna, that Suleiman was talking about just before the war started, where Iran made so many concessions, right? Do you think they made those concessions because they knew full well this is going to war anyway, and therefore it would make them look good? Or do you think they literally thought because I just cannot imagine them giving all of that away at that point, saying, yeah, fine. Like literally. So they were playing, they had a game plan as well, right?
Exactly. I personally think that. And I think I heard Professor Morandi say that to Suleiman. He said, we prepared from after the 12-day war, that we were planning, because we knew they're going to attack us no matter what. We knew during the negotiations they were going to attack us. These negotiations. So they must have. So if what Professor Morandi said is right, I honestly believe that. You're right, Beatrix. They knew, so they thought, let's just concede on so many grounds, and because we know the Israelis are just determined to push this war, and look what's happened. And and then all of a sudden the IRGC steps in and takes over during wartime. And now, look, America and the United States and the world are in a much worse position, and Iran is in a much better position. I don't know how you can see it any other way than Iran winning and exerting its dominance over the region now.
Yeah, I
So
think
then
all
you
that
think they
happened.
should keep the strait closed, right?
Well, until their terms are met.
Well, I think America will just remove the blockade.
Yeah, I
They'll
think
bend
to
they'll bend over again. I mean, sorry, bend the knee.
But it doesn't make sense because what we're being told is that Trump had to cave in because it was so like crucial for him that the Strait of Hormuz be open. So the negotiated with Iran, where Iran said, "Fine, it's open, just pay the toll." As I didn't even think the toll was included. I agreed with Mango on that, but let's just say it was.
Fake
Pay the toll
news.
and go through.
Toll
All
is
the ships can.
included. You gotta pay the piper.
Okay, okay,
$2 million. Pay up. This is the thing. They want it. They don't trust them, blood. They're always trying. Oh, see that, Andrew? You see that? They're always trying to skirt the deal. We ain't gonna let you. You're gonna pay up. You can't get past the strait. You gotta pay the toll. You don't pay the toll. You're gonna
okay.
return back. You return back. You ain't gonna come until you pay the toll.
Okay, so let's say we have to pay the toll. So all the ships can pay the toll and go through, and that's what Trump wanted. Because this doesn't make sense to me, right? I don't think
Fake news,
any
fake
side.
news. That's not what Trump wanted. Trump said it's the Strait of Trump. Now he's called it the Strait of Iran. Now he's given
Okay,
Iran total control. They have to pay Iran $2 million. They got to remove the blockade.
okay, okay. So that's fine, Suleiman. Can I just make my point? Like, so fine, $2 million, Strait of Iran. It's called whatever it's called. The thing is, what we're being told is that Trump needed the Strait of Iran, as you call it now, open because of oil markets, whatever. And if that was the case and he's managed to negotiate that and Iran agreed to it, why would you not remove the blockade? It defeats the purpose of his own negotiation. There's something not
Exactly.
right about this. And I don't think any side is being, I think they're all freaking playing us. I
No
think they're
fake
all
news.
hoodwinking us. No one's
Fake
being
news.
honest.
I got my hand up as well. I understand this. Fake news. They're not playing. What happened? In fact, by the way, not I call it the Strait of Iran. Trump called it the Strait of Iran. So MAGA people, respect your leader. Beatrix, respect the person you did 2,000 spaces for. It's called the Strait of Iran. First thing. The second thing is Trump thought, oh, I'll keep the blockade here in the sense of I'll keep my ships here, and then we'll say we forced Iran to open it, and then we still were in charge. And Iran realized, wait a second, blood, you can't play the players. You can't play the players. You're playing checkers. We're playing chess. If you're playing 4D, we're playing 5D. So if we're removing our closure of the strait, you need to remove the blockade, and we'll have an open and beautiful, the best strait that there is. It'll be so open, it's unbelievable. But you ain't gonna keep a block on it, blood, if we open it. That means you're in charge of it then. That's what happened, Beatrix. Beatrix.
Can
Yeah, I
I
was able
just
to look up. Hold on one second. I was able to look up what the negotiating positions were from leaks from U.S. officials. This is what they said, according to Reuters. For the pre-war positions, it was the U.S. demands were permanent zero enrichment, site dismantlement, and the shipping out of stockpiles, while Iran's position was temporary pause to enrichment, low-level enrichment for civilian use, and downblending their existing stockpiles. Those were the two separate positions.
Golden. Banco, I'm so glad you read that. By the way, and that's not what and in the end, Iran ceded to America's points. But that being said, what you said is so important. I want everyone to listen to what Manko said. Manko, if it's okay, can you just repeat? And I want everyone to listen carefully because this is what Trump's probably going to agree to now. What was Iran's demands before the war?
So temporary pause in enrichment, low-level enrichment for civilian use, and downblending their existing stockpile.
That's literally what Iran's going to end up agreeing to in this one. So what Iran's demands are is what Trump's going to agree to now.
But
Exactly.
that's worse than
So
what he had in the JCPOA.
yeah, it was. So basically, what you're telling me is Iran had demands before the war. Trump goes to war. Iran has demands in the war. Iran moves away from those demands and capitulates even more because they don't want war. Capitulate is not the right word, but you know what I mean. They basically move and say they don't want war. And now Trump is going to move to all of Iran's demands.
There's a difference though, Sully.
Everyone write down what he said, because I'm a bit ill and I'm a bit tired and I might forget it, but I don't think I will. But 3 things he said. He said reduce the percentage. I only have percentage for civilian use. Basically dilute the 60% enriched uranium. And what was the third one again?
It was the down blending, the low level enrichment, and the temporary pause. They
Temporary
offered up
pause.
to a
This is,
temporary
are they
pause.
going to agree to that? They're already saying, well, how long is this temporary pause going to be? Is it 5 years or 20 years? So what you're basically telling me all is, before the war, US had demands, Iran had demands, and then there was Iran moves from their demands and basically agrees to nearly all of US's demands. US next day goes to war. Then what happens is when it comes to the nuclear enrichment, they're like, okay, Iran, you know those demands you had on February 27th, we now agree to all of it. And you control the Strait of Hormuz. And you can have the missiles.
And sanctions lifted.
And you can have sanctions lifted. And you can put a toll, yes, Beatrix, a $2 million toll on the Strait of Hormuz.
And you can show the world that you destroyed our bases.
And you destroyed all our bases. And you
I
destroyed
don't
all
think
our
any of this has
radar
been agreed.
systems. And you
Nah.
hit Israel so hard. And you destroyed our grand invasion into the south of Isfahan. What else?
Yeah, so that happened, but I don't think all of these things about lifting sanctions and all of this has been agreed. Like I don't
Oh
understand this.
my
There's not
God, what do you
one
mean it's not been agreed? There's negotiations going on
but
right
because
now.
yeah, I know, but like tell me one
Yeah, well.
thing that well, listen, tell me one thing that all sides have come out and agreed to, as in we've agreed this on the negotiation where they're all consistent with the finer detail on one aspect of it.
So
Nothing.
yeah, we agree with you on that. So what's your point?
That's my point. That I just don't think has been agreed to because no one accepting anything. But then what Simon said they're all going to spin their own yarn to show
Don't
that
mention
they've
Simon.
won,
Don't
and the
He's not
hardest
here. He's
person.
not here. Don't mention Simon. So what you're basically saying? Can I
Why not?
tell you back what you're saying to the public?
You know what you said? You know what you said, Beatrix, to Sully? You basically admitted that they're likely to go back to war.
Exactly. Oh my
I
God,
said that. I
resistance.
said that
Let me say
already.
it, blood. Why take that away from me? What you're basically saying is Iran has its demands. The US of A has its demands. They're not agreeing to even one demand. So obviously there's not going to be a deal, Beatrix.
I said that already. That I think they're going to go to war.
Huh?
I
I
said
thought you and
that.
Simon are like, oh, guess what? Peace in the Middle East now.
There is going to be, he said, there's no stopping this train. He said it's going to continue and it might be off ramp, on ramp, or whatever, escalate to de escalate again. And I agree with that. What I'm saying
Oh,
is
everything's an
something a bit
escalator,
different.
de-escalate. Yeah, we all know right at
Oh
the
my
end
God,
there'll be an
Suleiman, you're so
agreement.
much hard work. I swear to God, like literally, whew. I'm just saying that, in the beginning, okay, I'll be honest, in the beginning, when this war started, I was all about, oh, wait to see what Iran says. Iran will always tell the truth, blah, blah, blah. They've been very transparent. Well, they ain't been all that transparent. I think everyone's playing the game here now, looking
Fake
after the best
news,
interests. And
fake news. This is why we're the moral resistance. Everything Iran has been saying has been completely accurate. Let me read Galibaf's statement exactly what I'm arguing, my friend.
I'm not saying it's not accurate. I'm saying they're not giving us the full
Yeah,
picture. They're giving it
they're
to us
giving
in
you a
dribs and
picture,
drabs.
which is a truthful picture. They're not gonna give you every single finer detail. That is part of the thing. They're not gonna give the whole game plan. Oh my God. They're not gonna give the whole game plan away, Beatrix.
Yeah, so then we're left guessing, isn't
You're
it? And then
left
we don't know
guessing,
what's going to happen.
Beatrix.
And
I can fill in the gaps.
They
I
may
can
have
bridge
said,
the gap.
and
I
it's
can
going to,
bridge the gap.
yeah, they may have said, look, we'll agree to sanctions lifted, but just don't mention it because it's going to be very unpopular on our shores.
What if Trump actually made a deal, but then he sabotaged it with all of his truth posting because he wanted to put Iran in a position where it looked bad and was embarrassed and stuff, and he thought that they would just sheepishly go along with it, but then they didn't.
I think that's exactly what happened, and I think that that's why he kept the blockade on. And I just wanted to say that the original ceasefire terms were that there would be a total ceasefire, and according to the Pakistani PM, including in Lebanon, and that Iran would open the strait. Okay, now there's been some dispute about what open the strait means. If you go back to when the ceasefire was originally announced, Iran specifically said it's going to be subject to technological limitations. Why? Because they were still going to be collecting the toll, and they couldn't do that at a very fast pace. So that would limit how many ships could actually go through. I think what happened today is that Trump said there would be a ceasefire in Lebanon. And so Iran said, okay, then we'll open the strait. Toll still included, right? Because that was the original terms of the ceasefire. But then Trump kept the blockade, and that's what sabotaged the whole thing.
And the reason why I read it as also they have to pay the toll is because they said all ships have to pass through a predefined route, a specific route, so that way they can manage the toll, they can manage that traffic. So because of their technological limitations, they have to manage that, and that's why I believe they never. If someone says it's free, it's completely open and free, sure, but if it's completely open, but you have to go through a defined route, and all ships have to go through a defined route, and they already agreed on a toll from the first initial 10 points in order to enable the ceasefire to start, enable the ceasefire negotiations to start. Those were the terms, and the Americans agreed to that. The only thing they didn't follow up on was the ceasefire in Lebanon, which they did, and that is when they opened it.
So where are we now? We don't have an open Strait of Hormuz, and
They'll
what?
wait for the blockade. So Trump will tackle. So they'll wait for the blockade to be lifted again, and then they'll open the strait. Everyone still has to pay, and then they'll continue negotiations over the weekend. That's probably what I think is going to happen.
And what if Trump doesn't open it? Then what?
Then it's closed. It remains closed until the duration of the ceasefire, and then we'll know what happens if the ceasefire gets extended or not.
What a freaking mess.
Exactly. Yeah, the blockade is the key here. Suleiman said it several times. That's the key, is that blockade.
And even if the ceasefire isn't extended, Iran won't start just attacking. They'll wait for Israel and America to launch attacks. If the ceasefire is not extended and it ends, then they'll just wait, because they always just retaliate. They don't sort of attack
I
first.
mean, Israel's definitely not going to wait.
Well, it will be boom, boom, Tel Aviv then.
No, it won't. Yeah, be bish bash bosh Tel Aviv. Do you know what? I just wanted from Iran, right? I wanted like a chapter and verse of what happened that night. I wanted them to say, oh, they made up a fake story about this veteran that they were coming in to get. Actually, they were coming in to steal our uranium, but we'd already moved it, and we set a trap for them. And then this is what happened, and that's what happened, and that's how they, what happened. Like, I want to know that. Like, that was like peak of this whole war. And yeah, we got Jack Nori from America with a big old freaking press conference the next day, and we got a few shoddy pictures from Iran. We don't even know what happened.
What happened
And
with
we're so
what? I was
invested in
too busy
this.
fighting with my friend. Ask me the question.
Who are you fighting
My
with?
friend, because he's like, America's done really well. I like, Bled, what are you talking about? America's done really well. I'm gonna smash you, Bled. But anyway, what was your question? What happened?
It will be an American. She just wants to know what happened the night of the failed invasion or uranium.
Oh, well, Beatrix, you wouldn't be asking that question if you went on Suleiman Ahmed X and there was a YouTube video called...
I know what happened.
Oh, you know what
Yeah,
happened.
Oh my God, you're so
listen.
bad at relaying my position resistance.
Yeah, you didn't hear
I'm
what she said.
saying,
She knows what happened, but listen now. Go
Okay.
ahead, Beatrice. Say it
Okay.
again.
Henry, don't back her
yeah,
up, bro. Don't
like,
back her up. Don't trust these chicks, Blood. Don't sip. Go ahead.
well, what I was saying is I wanted Iran to kind of come out because it was like peak what happened then, and give us chapter and verse, like give us a whole like
thread. I wanted Galibaf or Pezeshkian or somebody to say, well, guess what? They lied to you. They said there was these two veterans and one climbed the hill and there are not even no hills there. He didn't exist. It was a figment of their imagination. And they came into Esfahan to take the, the uranium or whatever it was. But we'd already hid it
So your
and we'd
point
hid it
is
somewhere.
you wanted Galibaf to say directly to you.
I wanted them to do a proper tweet to bust up. I mean, like to literally expose what happened, but they
Hope
didn't,
But
which
that
is why I'm thinking.
they were on so many Iranian channels, official government ministers who said it. Like, does Galibaf need to say everything for you?
Not just Galibaf, but any one of them. Nobody said it to
Well,
us.
why did
We're
they need
so
to say it to you?
invested
They
in
said it
this.
on Iranian TV, blood.
Yeah, but they're telling their own peeps. What about the international? They're talking all about we
Yeah,
understand the PR
we
aspect.
clipped it, blood. We
They make
clipped it.
Lego videos for us. They don't make it for their
No,
peeps, do
they
they? They
do. They
make it for
do.
us.
They put it out there. We clipped it. We put it out there. You need to be following a very good news page, which gives you all the news and all the information. It's called Sheikh Suleiman on X. He has nearly 900,000 followers. A lot of people go to him for news. If you were following that page, you would have seen that clip. Beatrix.
Sully, I made a mistake. I said to you, Beatrix wants to know what happened that night. I should have said, Beatrix wants to know what really happened that night.
Exactly.
Yeah, I want the chapter and verse. Like we were lying in wait.
This
We
is
turned all the
chick.
lights
This
off.
is chick behavior, bro. This is chick behavior. Listen, if you want to know the difference between a man and a woman and a chick, this is it. Like we'll be like, okay, we got the info, it's fine. They're like, oh yeah, but you gotta sit there, you gotta have your pajamas on, you gotta have a book out, you gotta read us the whole story. Don't leave anything out. If you leave anything out, that means you didn't tell me the full story. You're hiding something. I was like, blood. Like this is why, like, blood. Don't be a chick, blood. Okay, there's people saying buy Beatrix cough syrup. Hashtag.
Oh
I got
yeah,
some.
Beatrice, what's going? We sound a little under the weather.
I'm Andrew, and you know what? The pharmacy delivered me this thing called Night Nurse, which when I was a student used to knock me out, and I've taken it and it's done nothing. Like nothing. I think they've even probably diluted that, to be honest, after Brexit. I might have to just overdose on it or something. I don't know. But I've got proper flu, not man flu, proper flu, Andrew.
Sounds like a petty cold.
Oh,
Sounds like a petty cold, to be honest, blood.
A sniffle.
Yeah, it sounds like a sniffle. A sniffle. Yeah, that's a good one. That. Yeah, it sounds like a sniffle. Okay, so now that we've talked about Beatrix's sniffle, anything else you want to add, Beatrix? And then the moral resistance can shut you down.
I am the moral resistance. I'm just saying,
No,
if there's
you're not.
anybody
You're
from
not.
Iran,
We don't claim you. We do not claim you, blood.
I've set my own movement up with Simon
You
and
and Simon
resistance
can
and
be
all us
the
peeps.
I don't know, 90 chesses or whatever.
We're gonna be
You could be
the
was it?
think outside the box team or
You
something.
could be
Anyway,
like the
look,
not the you could be like the U movement. So you got the Q movement, you could be the U movement.
no.
You could be head
I
U.
just
You
want
could be
look
head U.
if there's anybody from Iran listening to this who's got any kind of say in this at all, please take our feedback. That we'd just like to know a bit more
Don't take their
details. You know what I
feedback.
mean?
Don't
We're
take
living
it,
through
Iran.
this.
It's a trap. It's a trap. Do not do what they said. They want to know all that information. This is what you know what my brother was saying before, right? As a smashing blood. I had to smash. He's like, oh, why is Iran's leader not coming out? I said, blood, you need to slap. He's like, yeah, no, but he needs to come out in it, man, blood. And he's like, oh, he needs to come out and show. I said, blood, you need a slap. Of course, you and the Zios are saying that because you want him to come out so you can find his location and kill him. We ain't gonna allow that to happen. Like, oh, and I was like, oh, actually, now I'm thinking he's probably talking to you. He's probably talking to you about this.
He's talking about
Yeah.
Mujtaba. I thought the
Yeah,
same thing. Where is he? Is he even
yeah, he
alive?
is alive. They basically the decision was made that he needs to not show himself in public. He needs to not communicate because the Zayos will locate his position and then try and murk him. This is a very good decision they made, and this is a very smart decision they made, and this is a example of why these decisions are made by men and not millennials, public and chicks. Let me read the super chats. Mooted says, Sully, we know Samson option is not a myth. What are the chances the same lunatics will not try to nuke Iran, if they're cornered by a deal, obviously this is always an option. I think it's unlikely, but with these guys, anything is possible. When they're put in a corner, they will do anything. Munya Brown says, oh, Robert's not here anymore, but let me read it. Dear Resistance and Robert, Resistance is here. Dear Resistance and Robert, technical analysis is male astrology. Absolutely useless in a truth social economy. She's basically saying you're like a tarot card reader, basically.
Was she talking about me? Who's that? What did
No,
it say?
not about you. Not about you. Don't worry. Don't chill. Just have your medicine. It's about Resistance and Robert.
No one's saying nothing about Robert or Resistance. They're part of my crew.
Wait.
They're thinking outside the box
That's
team.
true. I don't know. Resistance went on your side, didn't he? He's not part of the moral
That's so
resistance.
true. Think outside the box.
Yeah, if the box is in a flipping totally different planet in a dream world.
Yeah,
In a dream world full of bees.
Oh my God, is Jonah on the panel? I can't see him, but I can hear him, and it's giving me like,
Netanyahu is dead,
allergy.
and Hegseth has Trump locked in the basement. That is the think outside the box team.
I can't even boot him off. I can't even hear him properly.
Jump in, Joe. Jump in. Smash her. Continue.
No, I mean, she's doing a good job by herself. When you call herself think outside the box team, so I'll just let her keep going.
Mr. Mazuza, whatever, Mr. Mazuza.
Tom.
So what do you think's going on then, Joe, at the moment with this blockade? Why do you think Trump went and negotiated this whole thing, bragged about it, and then didn't remove the American blockade?
Do we know yet who actually sent the ships back? We don't. Right?
We
don't
Iran.
know.
Iran sent the ships back. We got a video. I put a video out of it.
Right. So it's not America that blocked the ships. Iran did.
Yeah.
So it shows they never agreed to the deal that Trump made, I guess. Or
no. Oh my God, Joe, you've been listening to Beatrix too much.
Or I said, or they didn't pay the fee.
No, Joe. So you should listen. You should watch a page called Sheikh Suleiman on X, and he gives all this information. And what happened was part of this agreement with Donald Trump was that Trump would remove the blockade. And the reason that was part of the agreement was because Trump didn't want Iran to have wanted to open it, but Iran said, we'll open it, but if you guys have the blockade, then it's going to look like you guys control the strait. When you don't, we control the strait. And so because of that, they were like, blood, you need to remove the blockade and obviously stop bombing Lebanon as well. So they stopped bombing Lebanon, but they didn't remove the blockade. So Iran said, wait a sec, blood, we had an agreement, why you lie? So they said, okay, the strait is closed until you remove the blockade. So that's what happened.
But weren't there reports that Israel was bombing Lebanon again?
There's reports that there was explosions in Lebanon. What they've done is, detonations. So it's kind of in that gray area thing where it's like, it's not bombed. So they'll be like, we didn't bomb it. We just detonating certain, I don't know, buildings that have got munitions or explosives in there. So they've kind of gone in the gray area mode where it's kind of like a broken, but not broken. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Zayos, innit? Yeah. Zayos.
But they'll attack it by tomorrow, probably.
Maybe. This is what everyone's saying. I mean, someone who messaged me and they were like, yeah, it was Ryan Dawson. Ryan was like, yeah, Ryan said that. He said that Iran's trapped Lebanon because they know Israel can't live 10 days without murdering someone. So unless he didn't say this. I was just thinking, unless they start bombing Gaza again more, they're going to break the ceasefire. Is his position.
Yeah, I don't know. This is going to sound horrible, but if they continue to do what they always do, I think America is in a corner that they're going to have to make a decision. And I think this is that time.
Yeah.
For what?
Yeah, agree, Joe.
What's the decision, Joa?
To stop helping Israel.
I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Problem is America needs that straight open. Israel's the only one stopping it, more so than Iran. Iran's like, okay, we'll open it, we'll make a deal. America's like, okay, we'll open it, we'll make a deal. And Israel's like, we'll make a deal and then bomb Lebanon.
It will be temporary if they do. It wouldn't be permanent. And they'll have to, like Beatrix said, they'll have to promise Israel so many things that they're going to be doing in the future for them to appease them.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, look, even if Trump wanted to, it would never stay that way, right? Way
Yeah,
too much lobbying. Until you take money out of American politics, that's never going to happen.
exactly. Yeah, I agree.
But also, the Strait isn't closed today because of Israel, right? Um, Officially, it's because Trump didn't remove the blockade. That's what Suleiman's saying.
But did America blockade anyone? No. And they weren't blockading Chinese ships anyway, even though they said they would. So I don't get that being the reason, to be honest with you. I don't think America's blockaded any ships, although they told the American people they did. But who have they blockaded?
Yeah, that's the point, but it's there, and having that presence there is the problem, Joa. There is some, again, fog of war. We don't know exactly, but it is still there. And I agree with Suleiman. It is a hindrance right now to the Iranians. They brought it up, and it is a hindrance.
But that's what doesn't make sense to me, though. This is what I was saying, Andrew. That Trump needs that blockade shifted. He needs the Strait of Hormuz open. He got it open, knowing full well that if he keeps the blockade on, it's not going to be open, and he's kept it on. So what's the point?
Yeah, it's that same.
You know?
Yeah, it's that presence, having that presence there. Like I was saying, when that blockade is set up, what I was saying, about 3 or 4 days ago, when the U.S. Navy sets that up, we're not playing their game inside the inside the Strait of Hormuz, right? We're setting it up outside. Just having the presence there with that statement, without an official lifting of that blockade, it has to be an official statement. It's what I guess. How do you word it? It's the presence is there. It's like, okay, your landlord, let's say a person's leasing a property and the landlord says, hey, you still are liable, or you still owe for this property to pay and take care of maintenance on it until the contract is complete, or until we have terminated the contract. And it's always hanging over the person's head. I guess I don't really have a better analogy, but I think that's what Iran wants, a complete, for Trump to completely say, okay, the blockade has been lifted.
You know this thing, right, that I mentioned Agenda 2030 very early on the first week. What if this whole thing is going to be used to implement 15-minute cities and, not being able to drive our cars and stuff? More and more people are mentioning that. And then obviously we broadened it and we talked about the AI stuff and the universal benefits that everyone's going to have to go on. That's what Dark Side and Robert were talking about. I think part of Agenda 2030 is to drive us all freaking crazy with this war, where we don't even know what to think anymore. I'm just reading the statement. And Trump says Iran has agreed to let the US collect leftover uranium from inside their country. And he said that because Suleiman's got a clip of it on his profile. And then Iran's FM said transferring the enriched uranium abroad is not an option for Iran and is totally rejected. It's like, what is going on? If you know and you're negotiating with these people and you know that they're going to lie constantly, then are you just going to carry on with this, where they make a statement, you're going to correct it, they make a statement, you're going to correct it? Like, what is the point? Why not try to document something and release it formally so people know? Why aren't you holding people to account? How long is this going to carry on for? When is it going to restart again? It's crazy.
You guys mind if I jump in for a moment?
I can't see who you are, but yeah, feel free to jump in.
Go on, Tom.
Hey, it's Tom. Appreciate it. Yeah, I wanted to ask a couple of questions. One for Andrew, and I see someone I haven't seen in a while up here, Tavana. Very happy to see he's doing well. And yeah, two questions. One for Andrew is, if the hostilities reinitiate here in a few days or whenever, what strategy is still available to the United States at this point with the weapon systems we have available, and others that hopefully, even though we have available, hopefully you're never put to use? because I don't really see a whole lot that can be done that's going to provide a different result. So aside from the Israelis pushing Trump to do something that's against the best interests of the armed forces and the United States, etc. I don't really see any
Yeah,
logic in this, but we know they have a lot of influence. So,
yeah, Tom, absolutely, brother.
yeah,
We're back at square one. Back at square one here. There is no change. A bunch of saber rattling rhetoric, but there's no difference.
yeah, pretty much going to be the third round, more of the same. And a question for Tavana. And by the way, Suleiman, I don't know if you've had Tavana around. One of the premier experts on a multitude of issues that he touches on as well as anyone, if not better than anyone, having to do with Iran and Syria. I've never heard someone explain certain aspects of the dynamism in Syria better than Tavana. And so, Tavana, the question I want to ask you is, number one, I'm glad to see you're doing well, brother, for sure. It's been a while. And the question I have is, what was it that brought the United
Oh,
States or brought this ceasefire about? Was it hello?
Tom, you're rubber banding so bad, brother. I can't even hear your question, brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's real bad.
Okay, no worries. I'll come back.
I think it was
Yeah.
you, Andrew. I think it was Andrew.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, Andrew, I
Oh,
think it's
Okay.
you.
sorry.
Okay. No worries, brother. Yeah. So, Tavana, the question is, what was it that brought the United States to agree to this ceasefire or ask for it or whatever happened? Was it the closure of the Strait of Hormuz combined with the threats to destroy this 30-something billion-dollar data center, which might be more of a priority to the people that are in Trump's orbit? What was it? I might not be thinking of right. What was it that was it a combination of factors, or was there one specific thing that kind of made it so that this came about? And do you think it's going to hold, or unlikely?
Well, hello, Suleiman. Can I go ahead, Suleiman?
Yeah, of course. Welcome to the space. Give us your thoughts.
How are you, Suleiman? The reason that I came to your space was that I saw your good interview with Dr. Sunny, and just I came by to say hello.
Do you
First
know
of
him?
all, yeah, I know him. He's a good friend of mine. He knows me very well, although we have some different opinion. So I was watching that interview, and after that, I came here to say hello to everyone.
Are you
Tom,
based in Iran?
I'm in Tehran, yeah?
Okay, cool. And
Yeah.
what do you do? Are you a professor in university as well?
I'm in international law and oil engineering, and I have some military background as well.
Brilliant. Okay, awesome. Maybe we can get you in for an interview as well. But yeah, give us your thoughts.
No problem. So, first of all, let me tell you something. The West Asia has changed and Iran has changed completely. So, that good boy is finished. And if I'm coming from the street, let me tell you about the street, diplomacy, and the field. The battlefield, you saw it as I was telling you. I was telling you that if Trump knows whatever I know, he will order his troops to swim back. So from the field side, it's still the same, no matter what. You saw what happened in the sea and you saw what happened in the city when they did Heliborn. Second is on the street. On the street, the people are chanting for primitive strike. So opening the Hormuz is not opening, it's conditional opening. An hour ago, a UAE ship was forced to go back. So it's conditional and it's on our control. And the other point, which is very important, is resistance. Lebanon is a part of our heart. If they want to attack Lebanon, they might see our strikes again. So we are not going, and we are close to our negotiation, but this negotiation doesn't mean that this guy, this narcissist guy, if you look at the books, Trump and Trump on the Couch, the first book is written by his nephew. So if this narcissist guy is going to force us to do this, it's better to play a little bit chess and read a little bit history. Because this time we will give them a lesson that they never forget about it. So if they break the ceasefire, it's up to them. Again, the Hormuz will be closed, and again, let's rock and roll. Another point, on the table of the negotiation, they should remember that we have Saeed Jalili in our hand as well. So they might find Jalili. You remember Jalili in JPCOA, before JPCOA. And we have a lot of hardliners here that they don't listen, the same as Galibaf and the others as well. So it's better for Trump to shut his mouth up. Enough is enough. They have killed the man of wisdom. And now we're ready to do whatever. And I'm serious about that. I'm talking about the military point of view on the street. All of us, we trust our negotiation team. But if they are after our enrichment and uranium, let me give the address of the uranium for them. It's under the Mordechai and Esther, those Jews, under those thumbs. So, if they want to bomb, let rock and roll. And with regard to this blockade, not a problem. They do the blockade. Iran is not Venezuela, and we have a lot of borders. So they have to praise our good brothers in Pakistan. Otherwise, they would have seen what is coming. And now the negotiation is going on the basis of three things. Control, forget about the control. You cannot do the regime change and you cannot control Hormuz Strait again. Second, with regard to our knowledge, enrichment, our missiles or whatever we have inside, it's our inside knowledge and it's none of their business. And third, the most important part is resistance. You should know that this time resistance is working with one hand, one command, and you know where is the command coming from. So one life matter in Lebanon. Attacking Lebanon is attacking the heart of Tehran. So if Trump wants to continue like this, and if these Israelis wants to play, not a problem. We're ready for them, but this time we are not going to listen. And on the table of the negotiation, they will see some people that they forget about it. So this is the people that we are saying. So it's better for Trump to pay its rabid dog. I'm talking about Netanyahu, and nail its rabid dog. Otherwise, we would nail it. So that's the condition right now in the streets, and that's the condition in the spirit of the Iranian people, no matter of their thought. With regard to the question that Tom was asking, this is the situation. We are not afraid. They can take it or lose it. What else they want to do? Blockade, it's a story. Selling the sand in the desert as they were doing. So that's the point when you see the real estate people coming in the administration and coming on the negotiation table. Trump can do whatever they like, but somebody in the United States shall take the mobile from the hand of this kid. So this is the situation right now in Tehran. I'm talking about the people of Iran, and I'm talking about our military forces. So if they want to break, not a problem. They cannot break the will of the people. Myself, to me, and to the people, I'm talking about myself and the people of Iran in the street. We are not going to give them 1 inch this time. The condition is clear. They can take it or lose it. Although we 100% trust our negotiation team, no matter whether it is Ghalibaf or Iraqchi. Thank you for the time, Solomon.
Now, first of all, appreciate you coming on the space and giving us your thoughts. What would you said you trust the negotiators, and that's really good to hear. That being said, obviously there is certain things that you said you wouldn't find acceptable. So, what could, for example, from the negotiator's perspective, and this was what I was trying to ask your friend, and so I guess I'll ask you the same question: like, what would be a deal that you would find inappropriate or appropriate? So, like with the nuclear enriched uranium, if the Americans said 3.5%, if the negotiators agreed to 3.5% enriched uranium, a block for five years or 20 years, a block for 20 years of new production of enriched uranium, you need to dilute your current stock, and you need to send some of it to abroad, whether it's a third country or the US. Would you be happy with that?
That's a very good question, and you asked the question from Dr. Sunny as well, and my answer is the same. So, the determination of the amount of the enrichment is the hand of our scientists, and as our scientists, they predict that we need this percentage, we will do the enrichment on those percentage. As you know, we are not going to be after nukes. No, we don't need nukes as well. So you have seen Hormuz, Bab al Mandab, those are our nukes. So this enrichment, Trump is not going to determine for us or his administration or anyone else. So we need it for our peaceful purposes, and it's in the hands of our scientists, and whatever they say, definitely everybody will follow that. That's my answer, Solomon.
So you would be happy with that deal, basically, because your scientists will, because you know how it works. Like we all know how it works. The percentages you can deal with 3.5%. Obviously, the more percentages you have, you can use it for other uses. But yeah, you seem to say that.
Solomon, as far as I know, till 20% is enough for the peaceful purposes. So that's just a number, but it's in the hand of our scientists. But the most important part is that at least Trump is not the guy who determines this percentage. So the determination is on the other side of the table. It's in Iran.
But the reason I asked 3.5% is because that would be Trump dictating it. Because so there's two elements to this. In one element it isn't, and one element it is. So in the element it isn't is that before on February the 27th, Iran was willing to go down in their percentage, even maybe zero, and Iran offered lower percentages and they didn't agree. So this was Iran's position before the war, but then Trump went to war. And I think many of us believe that Trump would agree to three, and his scenario would be 3.5%. And the reason for that is because he will say, I won. He will say he got a better deal than Obama, and that will become a victory for him to relate to his people, and that's all that he cares about. That's why the percentage is actually very interesting for us, because for us it's like Trump would actually agree to 3.5, but he would never agree to like 7. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And the point is that, as you said, Trump is after selling a narrative to its own people. But definitely he knows that he's not going to determine whatever. And he knows that he's not controlling the table anymore. So with regard to the percentage, as you said, as much as we need it, we will do that. And definitely he's not going to do that. And for the sake of that, so the most important part is that we save our capabilities and we save our enrichment right, which is our eligible right, according to Article 4 of the MPT itself. So it's our own eligible right. And as you said very well, it was before the war. No, it's after the war, and the situation has changed completely.
And then, I mean, the other point of contention, I mean, I think that's going to be the only point where you could think there could be contention. The other ones, I think they're going to agree to. I think Trump will agree to sanctions relief. I think Trump will agree to the ballistic missiles, although the Israelis won't. So that's going to be interesting about the ballistic missiles, because I think they don't. Americans don't care about the ballistic missiles. The ballistic missiles was always an Israeli problem. And then the last one is the Strait of Hormuz. What would be acceptable? Would it be Iran having complete control, or do you think would there be a scenario where they'd agree to some kind of dual control, or what?
So, with regard to Israel, I'm going to refer to our great martyr Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. We do not recognize Israel as a country. It's a bunch of animals are living there. That's our point of view with regard to Israelis, and I'm not afraid of saying it openly. But with regard to the rest of the people of the world, I'm talking about the human being now. So Americans, they cannot touch our defensive stuff. Our missiles is our defensive style, and I'm sure that, as you said, Americans are not going to do that. With regard to sanctions, we're going to care about the main sanctions like U-turn, Damato, and all these sanctions. These sanctions are important. The rest, to be honest, is not that much important for us because we can deal it with China, with Pakistan, with India, with the other countries. India, no, with Pakistan, China, Russia, and our strategic allies. So we care about the main point of sanctions. But with regard to the capabilities of our knowledge, we are not going to go the same as JPCOA because what Obama was thinking about it was thinking to take all the knots of our nuclear stuff and our industry that we made it by the blood of our martyrs and by the blood of our scientists. So Trump words really doesn't matter for us, and we're not going to listen to Trump or whatever he's saying because now Trump is not going to determine. With regard to the Hormuz, definitely they have accepted our control on Hormuz. You know that for 47 years we have this capability, but now for 50 days we closed it and the whole world see it. And imagine that they cannot open it. Nobody can open it except us. If somebody even give the maps of our mines and the facilities that we have in the sea, I want to take you back to the mines that Iraqis they used in Al Ahmadi port in Kuwait. It was just 20 conventional mines, and it took for them 2 months to deal with that. But imagine we have 2,000 to 6,000 mines from all capabilities. So if they do something, we will activate them. And then the Hormuz is going to be closed, and we are going to rule on the Hormuz. As I told you, the situation and the game has changed. And it was them. They initiated. We didn't initiate anything. You saw that 2 times we were on the table of the negotiation. One time, in the middle of the night, they assassinated our scientists and our commanders. And this time, they dare to do this. And this is the result of that. I'm sorry that the people of the world are suffering from the inflation, from all this stuff. But the people of the world, they should wake up and think, who will start this? They have initiated and we will finish it. As our great martyr Qasem Soleimani said, still the word is the same. The word is still the same. They have initiated this war, and now it's us that we will draw the finishing point of this war.
Do you think that the deal is going to happen, or do you think it breaks down? Do you think there'll be a ceasefire, or do you think they'll go back to war?
Suleiman, I do not trust these people at all. And even after ceasefire, I'm telling you, even if you saw the resolution from the Security Council, even if everything was solved, do not trust these people. I don't trust the administration of United States. And to me, the esteemed people of United States is different from the administration. And when I'm referring to United States, it's not the people of the United States. With regard to Israeli, I don't care about them. Really, I don't care about them. We don't recognize them. They are not countries. And you know that. They are not human beings, as you see the crimes they're doing. But the United States and its allies, we do not trust them. And remember this war, Suleiman. This is not the last war. This is not the last war. And finally, you will see that one day, you will see that these people, they will fire the whole world in a war.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And
Can I just ask a question? Havana, when you were talking about the negotiations with Trump and you said these real estate agents that were sent over, like, what is with that? Like, they are real. We've talked about it on this space that you've got his son-in-law who's not even a member of the administration which looks really bizarre. He's sending his son-in-law and he's sending Steve Witkoff, the real estate agent, to negotiate on behalf of the American administration, the American country. Like, how do you think the Iranian negotiators perceive that? I mean, I don't know. They've not pushed back on it. They've not said no. These are not decision makers. Like, but how do they perceive that? That they're real estate agents coming to negotiate this?
Yeah, and that's the result. If you look at the negotiation team of Iran, all of them are PhD either in international law or in international relation. On the other side of the table, you see some real estate agents, and I'm really to say sorry to say that. Believe me, these esteemed people of United States, they do not deserve these real estate agents as their representative. We were used to good people on the negotiation table before these people. And I think that's the result. It will become chaos and jungle rule.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Do you know any information, Tivana, what happened that night when we were told they tried to put boots on the ground in Esfahan for the
Yeah, I
Iranian?
know it in the detail.
Oh, tell us what happened.
If Suleiman allow me, I will explain it for you completely what happened.
Yeah, Horst, go ahead.
Yeah.
Start with Tivana. I want you to start with the two pilots. Was there really one pilot rescued, one pilot there that they came in to rescue? Tell us.
No, it was a different story. At the day before that, there was one shot in a city in south of Iran called Awaz. On the other side, another pilot was shot in a city called Yasuj, and they are on the other side of Iran. So they came for the rescue with Black Hawk. Suddenly, an old man with his gun, and it was a conventional gun, shot the pilot of Black Hawk. And the problem started there. That is the rescue team that they couldn't do anything. They couldn't approach because after that, the people came and with the Stinger, our military forces came and with the help of the normal people, that was another story. But this story, they brought three planes, and one of them was A30 planes with the Rangers and all this stuff. And what we did that the police forces were watching them. It was not IRGC or it was not army commandos. They were on the second and third line. So we let the first plane to land. And there is a place near Isfahan, and that place, there is some nuclear facilities. So they brought some Rangers, some facilities, some small choppers, and all this stuff. So this operation is different from that saving the pilot. Of course, they couldn't save the pilot as well, and it was a lie again. So the first plane landed in an airplane that I was not used for a while. And we were watching them. Our police forces were watching them. And they were not aware that they are in an ambush. The second plane which came was shot by our police forces. And now the second and the third round of our rangers, ground rangers from IRGC and Army, they came in the place. You know that we have some green hat. Andrew is here. He knows very well. So they are really expert because the difference between us and the others, we have mountain, desert, and all this stuff, jungle, all this type of rangers. So they were there. They were there and they were ambushed. And suddenly, from every side, they saw fire. So what was happening? They thought that they were in the ambush and they are taking some mortalities. And 200 people were ambushed. So they ran away suddenly, and they had a lot of mortalities on the ground. After that, what they did is that two planes came and they bombed whatever was left and finished. So this heliborne was ambushed by us, and it was not saving the pilot. They came for destruction. They came for taking the uranium back, but it was absolute failure. Suddenly, the Trump team were watching this operation, and the other operation they didn't care about it. They didn't care about those black holes which were shot on the other side of Iran. This is the center of Iran, and that one is in the west and south of Iran. So they mix these two stories to deceive the people. You know that we have exactly the same pattern in 1980, which is called Eagle Hawk operation at the time of Carter. And this time, this one was worse than that. So we did a very good job with regard to intelligence, and we made them to come in the ambush. That was the situation.
So, Savannah, thanks for that. So, in the first operation with the Black Hawk Downs, you said they were unsuccessful. Does that mean that Iran still has American hostages, prisoners of war?
Not confirmed yet, and the pilot was not found so far. That one was just, you know, that for saving a pilot, one or two chopper is enough. But this operation in Isfahan city, if you look at the map of Iran, you see Isfahan is close to Tehran. It's 6 hours from Tehran. And there are some nuclear facilities around Isfahan, like Natanz, like Fordo. You have heard all this stuff. So it's on that side. So this operation, they brought more than 200 rangers with regard to scientists and all this stuff, and some documents are left, and we could find the documents as well. So make these two operations completely separate.
Appreciate that, Tavana. Thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Love to have you back on again, and I'll message you about maybe doing a bit more of a long form interview. What it is guys, let me just quickly put it in the nest.
Thank you, Suleiman. And I just came by to say hello to the people and hope to see you again. And we'll talk to you later. Thank you for having me on the stage. Stay safe and don't worry and pray for us. No matter what happened, we are fighting for the peace for the whole human being. Thank you.
Love you, brother. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Tavana. More than
Love
welcome.
you all. Love you all.
Appreciate you coming on. I'll definitely message you and we'll set up a video interview if you've got the capability to do so. Maybe tomorrow, actually. I've got some Iranian female journalists coming on, so we need to balance the yin with the yang. So we'll maybe get both of you on. That'll be good. One after the other. That being said, guys, we are wrapping up. There is a tweet in the nest just above us. It is the interview we did with Scott Horton. Really good interview. Military analysis, geopolitical analysis. We're all moving there. Also, it's pinned in the YouTube comments, so you can check that out. Also, where else did I pin it? It's pinned in the YouTube, pinned in the X. Have your notifications on. If there's breaking news, we'll start immediately. If there's no breaking news, we'll start at 7 p.m. Eastern as per what we normally do. So have your notifications on and be ready just in case. The tweet is in the nest, like I said. The tweet is in the YouTube comments. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.